So, ready? Laura, you ready? Laura?
I'm ready.
No? Okay. All
Ready.
right. First item.
Let's go ahead and call the first item. It's the fiscal year 2022 to 2023 city budget.
Laura, point of order. Do we need, should we do a roll call first?
You could just announce all present and that's sufficient.
Laura, should we do a roll call first?
Sure. Councilmember Ferguson. Here. Councilmember Noblock.
Still here.
Councilmember Ward.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Here.
And Mayor James.
Here. Thank you.
And we do have public comments for the public hearing portion of this budget. Would you like to hear the presentation first, or would you like to hear the public comments first?
How many public comments do we have?
Currently only one.
No, let's do the one public comment.
So then just open the public hearing.
Open.
And the first, or the only comment is from Amanda Quintanilla.
Hello, council members. I brought this matter up before, and when reviewing the 2010 and 2011 master plan for restrooms, there were certain recommendations that were not done. The master plan for beach restrooms and parks identified short-term and long-term maintenance goals and upgrades, and in one recommendation was to have a regular schedule for maintenance. The plans are also offered ways to move forward toward compliance with the American with Disabilities Act requirements. This was to ensure restrooms be brought up to ADA compliance of Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990. On March 30th of this year, the ADA compliance officer informed me that the ADA transition plan had not been updated since December 11th, 2010. There has been no priority by the city in being in compliance with the American with Disability Act. At a recent city council meeting of March 15th, the public works director, city engineer stated that the beach restrooms at North Beach, Linda Lane, Boca de Canyon, and T Street were not up to ADA standards. And there was concerns regarding the Coastal Commission. According to the city of St. Clemente's webpage, the city will not discriminate against qualified individuals with disabilities on the basis of disability in its services, programs, or activities. It's imperative to be ADA compliant and protect the public's access at civic facilities. Therefore, the city needs to address the AD issues when discussing the budget. According to other parks, adding restrooms isn't the only thing. Restroom doors. There's also concerns regarding height requirements for grab bars and not having the minimum width for ADA stalls, and as far as fixtures such as the faucets. So basically, my concern is that I had reached out to the ADA compliance officer recently regarding not having bathroom stalls for the men's ADA bathroom versus the women's ADA bathroom at Jim Johnson Memorial Park. And recently I just received an email that she said that they were installed on May 9th. However, it's my understanding that they were not. And she had mentioned that there was some vandalism that occurred on May 9th. However, I recall that there was an email from the city manager stating that all the restroom doors have been installed through all the parks, and which was not true. They were not. And then on May 9th, May 10th, I went in there in the morning, early in the morning, and they were not. There was no signs of any kind of vandalism or that even if they had been installed. Here's a picture that I took this morning, earlier today, and there's rust on the fixtures. So there wasn't any restroom stalls.
Thank you. And Ms. Quintanilla, as we get into the workshop, we will make sure we address that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other?
No more public comments.
So public hearing is closed. All right, workshop. Ms. Campanella.
Are you going to go ahead and start your presentation?
Go ahead and bring the PowerPoint up, please. So Mayor, members of the City Council,
tonight this afternoon, we'll be doing the budget workshop. We just closed the public hearing. Next slide, please. So tonight, or again, this afternoon, here's kind of an agenda of what we'll be going through. We'll be doing a budget overview. We'll be doing department budget highlights. We'll do a capital improvement program overview. We'll highlight some of the city council decision packages, and then we'll open it up at the end for questions and our comments. We have not a lengthy presentation, but we have a presentation that we'd like to do, and we'd ask that you hold your questions until we conclude that presentation, and then we can do them all on the backside. Next slide, please. So as in the budget transmittal that you have before you, accomplishments, a few of them just to highlight for fiscal year 21-22. The city council adopted the housing element, which secured funds for an additional community outreach worker, which is a great thing for the city. We completed the Orange County Sheriff's Department substation. We also had new fire engines purchased and implemented at station 60 and 59. And as you recall, we recently began the construction of a new city hall council chambers at 100 Calle Negocio, 910 Calle Negocio. As well, we instituted a beach trail bicycle and e-bike use policy and education program. And then the current issues that we'll be looking at as we move forward into the next fiscal year, maintaining our operating position with economic uncertainties, maintaining our quality of life within the city, and something that we have been working on very vigilantly is pension funding as well, which is something that the council has approved a plan to get at 90% funding for our unfunded liability. Next slide. As the council is aware, we held a workshop to go over strategic priorities. As you can see before you, those priorities are part of this proposed budget. Priority number 1, to ensure financial stability as demonstrated by low debt, high ratings, and new revenue generation. The operational statement below each of the priorities show what next fiscal year objectives meet to those strategic priorities. So we'll be continuing to reduce the city's debt. We'll maintain the city's high financial rating. We'll provide sufficient revenue streams, and we'll continue to actively pursue grants. Priority number 2, grow resident confidence and value in city services and operations. The operational statement will be updating the city's Trackit system, which is our permitting system, to make permitting more accessible via technology for applicants. We'll be streamlining the permit and review process. We have an item before you tonight at the council meeting that you can deliberate on that will possibly add to that streamlining. And then we'll also be using Nixle to post street project updates to the community. It's a new tool that Public Works has that is a very good way to communicate with the community. And then we're also going to work at increasing our community communication and outreach across several platforms. As the council's aware, we've approved a couple of contracts that are related to communications so that we can have those tools to better communicate to the public and market the city. Strategic priority number 3, update and maintain infrastructure that reflects best available technology and service. You recently received a presentation from Public Works on our CMMS system. So that'll be something that we continue to invest in as it relates to our infrastructure. We're going to continue to maintain and invest in our GIS and mapping programs. We're going to ensure regular inspections as it relates to maintenance related items. We're going to be updating our recycled water master plan, much like the council approved a 5-year water rate structure. We'll be coming to you with a sewer rate structure in the coming months. We're also looking to complete the Clean Ocean program fee analysis before the end of the calendar year and get that to a vote of the people to see if we can continue with Clean Ocean programming. Strategic priority number 4, improve and maintain strong staff recruitment and retention strategy to attract and keep the best and most qualified staff. Again, operational statements, we're going to be doing a class and comp study in the next fiscal year. That'll be looking at both full-time and part-time. We're going to continue to promote the wellness committee and up-to-date employee discount brochure information. We're going to be looking for the best platforms for job postings just to ensure that we get the best candidates for the position. And we're going to want to maintain the city's competitive benefits package. That is one of the items that does attract potential candidates to the city. And then the last priority, number 5, is maintain a strong approach to digital transformation and become best in class. And so again, some of the operational statements, again, Trackit will be one of those tools that we'll upgrade to do that. CMMS is another great tool for that. And then we're also implementing an agenda and legislative management system, Granicus, that has already kicked off and is underway. And then we'll be completing the council chambers audio and visual broadcast system as well to better serve the community as it relates to technology. Next slide. So before I turn it over to Jake, I think the message that I want to tell the council and the public is I think we have something before you tonight to be very proud of. We have a fully balanced budget. We're funding all positions within the city. However, we will be maintaining vacancies in some of those positions just for the unknown, that as the pandemic was the unknown, whatever other unknowns are. We're also funding critical capital improvement projects that are needed to keep our infrastructure strong. I'm very proud of this budget, and I give Jake and his team a huge amount of kudos for the amount of effort that they put into this. And with that, I'm going to turn it over for the budget overview to Jake Ron, our financial services officer.
All right, so we'll go to the next slide. And this is basically just a quick presentation of all the funds that are covered in the budget. Again, you have the governmental funds and the proprietary funds. In the governmental funds, you have the general fund, which is the main operating fund of the city, special revenue and capital projects funds. Those are more specific as to the purpose. On the proprietary side, you have the enterprise funds. Those are generally to recover cost of operating along with the internal service, and those ones are primarily internal. So we'll go to the next slide. This is what the budget looks like from a big perspective. Again, all activity, and that would include one-times. You have revenues of 153.1 and expenditures of 163.7. Again, expenditures are typically a little bit more at this level because you build up funds over a course of time, and then you do like a larger capital project, or there's one-time costs that you accumulate funds for, and you go ahead and execute those in 1 year. So with the operating side, again, this is a little bit more of a balanced approach. This excludes the capital and one-time. So you can see the revenues and the expenditures are a little bit more in balance, and revenues exceeds expenditures. So we'll go to the next slide. And this is, again, I talked about the different types of funds. We have the general fund, special revenue, capital projects funds, enterprise funds, and internal service funds. The entire spending plan, and again, this is the 163.7 that was on the previous slide. You can see the general makeup is essentially 50% for the general fund, and enterprise funds are about 34% of the total makeup of the spending. So essentially you're talking in the 80 to 90% range for the general fund and enterprise funds. We'll go to the next slide. So we'll focus a little bit on the general fund. Again, this is last year's adopted budget, fiscal year 21-22, and it's the operating position excluding one-time and capital projects. And then you see fiscal year 22-23, and that is again the 75.6 and the 75.2. You can see in both circumstances there is a little bit of a narrow operating position. In the previous year, I believe the operating position was about 142,000. This year we have increased that to 422,000. So just a little bit of perspective, we were able to expand the operating position, and we'll go into a little bit more detail on the next slide. Again, 75,593,490, and then you have the operating expenditures of 75,170,670. There's the 422,820, and we'll go to the next slide, which gives more information on revenues. This revenue total includes one-times. It's just a little perspective. You can see the primary increase from the previous adjusted budget. We switched to adjusted budget here, is in the taxes category. It's going up about 3.9. And in that category, we have the property taxes and sales taxes, which kind of, as we've been saying throughout the course of the year, have been beneficial due to property turning over, higher property values, et cetera. Also, sales taxes have been exceeding expectations. So that's, we'll continue to see that increase in fiscal year 2023. Most of the other categories, again, permits and fees is relatively flat. Intergovernmental, that decreases primarily due to one-time grants in fiscal year 21-22. Service charges increase again, we're expecting higher service levels to the public. So this would be recreation fees and some other service charges, fines, interest rents, miscellaneous, and interfund are all relatively flat. Interfund revenue goes down a little bit, and that's general fund overhead charges being recovered from other funds. That decrease is primarily related to, again, there's less staffing in the general fund. So those costs are being less allocated. There's less being allocated out to the other funds. So we'll go to the next slide. Oh, and one thing I do want to point up on the top right, you'll see page numbers. Just I'm already a little bit into the presentation, but if you wanted to reference pages in the budget, information is on the top right as to what pages this corresponds to. So going on to the next slide. Again, we talked about property tax and sales tax being the property main drivers for the increases from the previous year. This is just a little bit of a historical perspective. Again, we're anticipating 38.6 in 21-22, and that's increasing to 41 million. So we'll go to the next slide. And sales tax, again, it's 12.2 million up to 13 million. So again, you can see those increases, and that's what our expectations are for fiscal year 2023. And those are in line with, basically we have an outside consultant who gives us information, and it's in line with those expectations. So that's a little bit on the revenue side from a higher level. We'll go on to the expenditures on the next slide. So I'll kind of walk through this one a little bit more. You'll see a decrease in personnel, and you might say, okay, how come there's a decrease? You might remember during the course of the year, we've been aggressively trying to pay down pension. So there is a one-time amount in that personnel of, I'll call it roughly almost 1 million. So even though there's a decrease, it is an increase. Again, we're funding positions and putting positions back in. Supplies, the increase is primarily related to the decision package for the city clerk, and we'll talk about that a little bit more later. Contractual services, much like personnel, there's some one-time costs in the adjusted budget. So we kind of have a small increase, but it's a much larger, and you'll see that as we kind of go through a little bit more. Other charges, there's an increase there, and that is primarily related to election costs. Again, we had election during fiscal year 2023. And this is where we also say pay the contract class instructors. Capital outlay, you'll see a decrease of about 1.9 million. You may recall there's a $1.8 million sand replenishment project. I would say that would be the explanation for that decrease. Interdepartmental charges, interfund transfers, again, those are primarily internal, and debt service, a relatively small increase there. So the expenditure subtotals, again, it's 81.2 million, and the dollar change is down about 119,000. So we'll go to the next slide. And this is where we can talk a little bit more about it. General government, there's an increase in that department, and we'll go into more highlights on later slides. That's primarily related to a transfer to the Clean Ocean Fund. Finance administrative services, that's primarily flat. Police, fire, again, those are primarily related to contract with OCSD and OCFA increases. Marine safety is relatively small increase. Community development, again, this is primarily one-time projects, and we'll go into a little bit more on that slide. Public works, again, this is where the sand replenishment would be housed, so that kind of corresponds with that. And beaches, parks and rec, just a small increase there. Again, we're increasing activity levels, so a small increase there. So, and now we'll kind of go in by department on the next slide. So again, this is kind of a high level look on the general government. You can see there is a 10% increase, but if you go down to the bottom, the transfers in debt, you'll see most of the increase is related to $1 million transfer that we're doing, and we'll talk through some of the other changes in the general government area on the next slide. So some of the highlights, again, city manager, we've had some staffing changes and vacancies, which resulted in saving supplies. We have the city clerk file system for vital records. Again, that's a decision package for 35,000. Contractual services, that would be one of those one times in contractual services. It's the maintenance of computer software, and a decrease that would be the Granicus. Professional services decreased from 755,000 down to 305. CASA, the JP amount increases, and that's primary for animal services, and that's primarily related to the roof, which is being redone in the next year at the shelter. So other charges, again, there's the increase for 129 due to the general election. Interfund transfers, there's 2.2 million that's being transferred out to other funds. There's 500,000 for street improvements, 500,000 to reserve funds, 200,000 to support the transit fund, and that would be the trolley operations. And then also 1 million to the Clean Ocean Fund to support operations there. Some of the other amounts included in the general government are 34,000 for the DVA, some downtown parking lot leases, and also the annual council contingency of 18,500. So we'll go to the next slide. And this is the FAS area, Finance and Administrative Services. Again, just kind of a brief snapshot. It is a 3% decrease from the adjusted budget. And some of the highlights are on the following slide. So we'll go to the next slide. And again, in Finance and Administrative Services, we are maintaining the vacant ACM position, and that is currently unbudgeted. That's pretty much the only position, and that's based on previous council direction that we're leaving that unbudgeted. We have the supplies increase due to higher postage activity. Contract services, again, there's the 105 for the class of compensation study, and that's in human resources. And some other contract and audit services have a $67,000 decrease. All right, so we'll move on to public safety. Overall, public safety is up 5% from the adjusted budget. Total costs are 37.5 million. So it's up about 1.7 million. And the general increases range from anywhere from 3 to 6%. And additional information, I'll go into each of those categories on the next slide. Again, public safety, we have the police services total of 21.3 million, which represents 28.3% of general fund operating costs. It includes the OCSD police services contract. It also includes costs related to support public safety service, including fleet, communication, citation processing, RSVPs, crossing guards, and legal enforcement. And then included also is the public safety UAL payment for past police officers, which is 1.8 million, and includes some of a pay down to address the 321 pension funding strategy. And we'll go into that a little bit later. Police services contract, again, this is one component of the total police services costs. It's 24.7% of general fund operating costs. The OCSD contract is 18.7, of which 18.5 million is related to the general fund. The contract cost is anticipated to increase about 616,000 or 3.4% from the previous year. There is a service level change, and that includes converting a patrol deputy to a motor deputy. So we'll go to the next slide, which goes into more fire and emergency services. Again, that area totals 14.1 million, 18.7% of all general fund operating costs. And that includes the OCFA and ambulance service contracts and the public safety UAL payment, much like the police. Again, that's kind of split between OCSD and OCFA. We have fire and ambulance service contracts. OCFA total contract is about 10.9 million with a 10.7 base contract, and it's 14.5% of operating costs. Contract increase is about 325,000 or 3.1%. No service level changes again, but it does include the additional phase in of the 4th firefighter and paramedic, which is being phased in over time. I think we have about another 3 years left on that. So additional facility vehicle costs of 189,000 is included in the 1.9. Ambulance services contract is 1.8 million, which represents 2.3% of operating costs. The ambulance program budget increase is about 331,000. And that continues to provide 2 full-time ambulances within the city. So we'll go to the next one, which is marine safety. And marine safety represents 2.7% of operating costs. Again, marine safety costs increased about 3% from the previous year. Personnel costs increased slightly as a result of additional overtime. Again, I think we'll be operating at higher levels than in previous years. Supplies costs increased due to small equipment costs increasing, and capital costs are for the lifeguard tower replacements, and that's remaining constant with the previous year. So we'll go on to community development. Again, this is a snapshot of community development where you see a 14% decrease. Again, there's a lot of one-time costs included in the adjusted budget fiscal year 21-22, and we'll go into some of those on the next slide. Personnel increase is mostly due to budget adjustments to meet staffing needs. So essentially, some of the personnel budget was moved down to the contracts area to address staffing needs more through contract basis. Supplies decreased by 13,000 just as a result of one-time office equipment. Again, they completed the first floor renovation, so there were some costs associated with that. Contract services decreased about 1.2 million. And again, in fiscal year 21-22, we had the maintenance of computer software decreasing by about 362, and that's the Track It implementation. Now it's mentioned as part of the strategic plan or strategic priorities. Contract services also decreased by about 740,000. Again, there's one-time projects, and that include the housing element, which Eric mentioned. We had the wireless master plan, the local coastal plan, shoreline feasibility, and other community development related items. Also, there was additional money moved down or added for the inspection and plan check review services, which was essentially coming in or budgeted at a lower amount because we put those monies back into personnel. So with that, we'll go to the next slide, which is public works. Again, the decrease is about 7%, and you can see the primary reason for the decrease is in the capital or capital studies. Again, kind of going back to the whole sand replenishment aspect of things. So just a quick little overview right there. And we'll go into some of the highlights on the next one. Personnel costs decreased due to a one-time pension payment. Again, that's kind of where I was talking before. We did some one-time pension payment. It was a little bit more noticeable in there because I believe they have some of the higher personnel costs being allocated to them. Contract services increased by about 252,000. Other contractual services increased by about 248,000. And some of the changes are maintenance contracts increasing again. There is a decision package for 37,000 in there, plus some contracts were anticipated in being higher. There was the addition of the sidewalk pressure wash increase, and that was started during fiscal year 2022. Utilities costs are anticipated to increase by about 68,000, and some other contractual services decreased by about 59,000. Again, capital outlay is lower by about 1.8 million. But one aspect that I do want to point out is part of the LTFP, the facilities maintenance did increase from the 250 to 300,000, which was recommended as part of the LTFP to keep things more properly maintain assets. We have the major maintenance, slurry seal, sidewalk repair budgets. Again, those are all maintained at the same level, and a list of the capital projects are in the CIP section of the budget. So that's kind of in a different area, but just wanted to point that out. And again, there's a little bit of information. Sand replenishment, I believe, was 1.8 million, which was that increase, which I talked about on the previous slide. All right, so we'll go to beaches, parks, and rec. And you can see the increase is about 1%. Again, adjusted budget and anticipated levels. Some of the highlights are on the following slide. Personnel costs remain flat, but you may remember during the fiscal year 2022, we allocated some ARP funding and what we did is, even though it was added personnel, we needed to shift it between recreation and administration. So it's, I'll call it more in the administration area. Most costs are remained flat with the previous year's operations. Other charges increased 67,000, again, kind of talking about special events and contract class instructors are the main categories for those increases. All right, so the next slide kind of goes into fund balance. Again, the 15 million is still funding the 20% emergency reserve within the general fund, and the unassigned balance is almost 2 million. So there's a little bit of a perspective there. Unassigned fund balance is essentially the savings account for the city, and emergency reserves are to address larger issues that occur. The next slide, we're going to go a little bit into staffing pension, although staffing there isn't much to talk about, and that can be seen on the next slide. Again, in anticipation of the class and comp, we generally tried to remain the same and not really do a lot of reclasses or other things. We would let it be part of the class and comp. There is an increase of 1 FTE, and that is the limited term position, which is the community outreach worker, which would be funded through a special revenue fund. All right, so to talk a little bit about pensions, again, pension actions authorized by city council previously. In 2019, you might recall, we started the LTFP process and started looking a little bit more at the long-term pension funding. Essentially, we set fiscal policy. We started to authorize, or additional payments were authorized from one-time amounts. And we increased communication both through the LTFP process and through the budget process. And then in October 2021, after the LTFP, council requests that a funding strategy be brought back to council. So in October, we brought back an agenda report, and council approved the 321 pension funding strategy with the goal of the target funding level of 90% for CalPERS plans at this point. So we'll go to the next slide. And this is just a little bit of an update on where we're at with the 321 plan. Again, you can see with the 3 million, 2 million, 1 million. For the 3 million, we have allocated and already made a $1 million payment, and 2 million is included in the fiscal year 2023 budget as a one-time cost. For the 2 million miscellaneous plan payment, that was completed in fiscal year 2022. And then the 1 million is still outstanding after even we complete the 2 million. And again, that was setting up a 115 plan and allocating 1 million towards that. So basically in red is the things that are open or that we're taking action on during the budget process. All right, so the next slide kind of goes through the funding status. Again, marine safety, you can see we're funded at a high level. And one thing I do want to point out, the CalPERS plan of marine safety, and miscellaneous, those are based on 2020 information, which is the last actuarial report available. So this does not include, I'll call it the additional payments that were made during fiscal year 2021 or fiscal year 2022, and also the positive investment returns from 2021. So marine safety is at 85 or 86% roughly. Safety plan is at about 66%. Miscellaneous plan is at about 76%. So those are the 3 plans that we focused on as part of the 321 plan. We also have, I'll call it the legacy plan of CSRP, which is the City of San Clemente Employees Retirement Plan. And that one is funded at 63% roughly. Again, that one has a shorter amortization plan, and we're taking other actions as part of the LTFP plan. We're trying to transition CASA active employees over to CalPERS, and that questionnaire application process is ongoing. And then also at some point, we'll be revisiting the investment policy related to those. One thing also in the CalPERS plan, there is a 6.8% discount rate, which basically affects the liability and the assets and what the expected rate of return on the CSRP. It is much more conservative number of 5.5%, which kind of increases the liability side of things because you're having a lower expectation of returns. So That's a little bit it on the pensions. And we'll go to the next slide and keep going into the other funds. Again, this is, I'll call it roughly the 10 to 15%, which excludes the general fund and the enterprise funds. You have the street improvement and gas tax funds. I'm not going to go into a huge amount of detail, but here are some projects that are in those funds or things that are being funded. You have street improvements, alley pavement, sidewalk improvements, and most of these are capital related items. In the disaster relief fund, we have some personnel costs, the Steve Park lighting, and transfer to the general fund for public safety costs. The local transit fund, again, that's where trolley operations are, and funding is provided by the general fund and OCTA. The Building Homes and Jobs Act fund, again, that's the additional funding for the community outreach worker. And there are now, there would be two community outreach workers, which are limited term positions. So going on to the next slide. We also had the local drainage facilities fund, storm drain improvements, RCFPP, which is a regional congestion fund. You have some intersection improvements, and the reserve capital projects fund, where the aquatic center pump station room equipment replacement is. And then on the next slide, here's just a quick, we want to make sure we touched on this. The American Rescue Plan funds, again, the city's anticipated to receive 7.5 million. We've already received what they call the first tranche. And so we've received half of this amount. We've currently put in for the second half of the amount, and the activities that have been funded based on council actions previously include some workforce and personnel costs, pandemic response to COVID-19 economic impacts, nonprofit assistance. Again, in this budget, we're including a transfer to support government services, which is primarily for public safety in the general fund, and then some capital projects, the Steve Park lighting, the aquatic center pool replastering, and the council chamber construction. All right, so the next slide is the enterprise funds. Again, these are primarily to recover the cost of providing services. So we have the water, sewer, storm drain, clean ocean, solid waste. And then you also have golf. So typically these recover fees or receive fees to pay for the operating costs. And we'll go on to the next slide. Just some brief highlights from this. Again, the water fund, the water operating costs go from about 25 million to 26.1. And there is a 1 million increase in transfers to depreciation reserves from the previous year. The sewer fund, it's relatively flat, again, 11.6 to 11.4 million. We are transferring money from the depreciation reserves to support the net working capital in the operating fund. Cost of service study is in process and new rates are needed. The storm drain fund, the operating costs go from about 1.8 to 1.7 million. And again, transfer from depreciation reserves to support net working capital. And this one also fund or pays for some of the clean ocean assets that were contributed to the storm drain fund too. So on the next slide, we have the clean ocean fund, and costs go from about 2.8 to 1.5 million. There's a lot of one-time costs in the clean ocean fund. And again, we've kind of come back with, I'll call it a lower budget in anticipation of going out for the fee, and council will receive more information as part of that fee assessment at a later date. Operations are subsidized essentially for this year from a general fund transfer of 1 million. Again, the cost fund compliance, street cleaning, and improvements for better ocean water quality. We have the solid waste funds, and the costs are going from 438,000 to 247. And that is primarily related to one-time costs. You may recall there's a couple of studies and other things that came up during fiscal year 2022 related to solid waste. Golf, again, operating costs are going from about 2.6 million to 2.8 million. We do have the addition of the golf course marshals and related items. So again, those costs are incorporated. And then we're also hoping to initiate principal payments on the intra-fund loans from reserves. All right, so with that, we'll kind of do a quick little brief highlight of the capital improvement program. Again, this is a separate part of the budget or a separate section of the budget. Capital, there's 31 projects for 14.3 million. Maintenance, 38 projects for about 8.7 million. Some of the significant projects include Steed Park pickleball courts for the design, Steed Park sports field lighting. There's a little bit of additional money that's needed to complete those. Montalvo and Riviera Beach Trail bridges, multiple pavement, Calle Real pump station rehabilitation, and digester number 2 cleaning and residual deposit and inspection. So some of the next slides, again, pickleball, there's 500,000 that's budgeted, and we have 3 million is forecast for construction fiscal year 24. That's primarily a placeholder, so just call that out. And Steed Park, again, we had the 500,000, which is in addition to 1.5 that's already been budgeted from the disaster relief fund. So that'll bring that total budget to about 2 million. And we have the Montalvo and Riviera Beach Trail bridges, 400,000 for rust removal, fastener replacement, and new surface coating on both bridges. And then again, multiple, just keeping our streets in good working condition, rehabilitation, reconstruction, and slurry seal, grind where needed. So the next slide, 1.2 million for the replacement upgrades at the pump station for the Calle Real. And the digester number 2 cleaning, residual deposit inspection, 100,000 for removal of debris and sludge. So that's kind of, I'll call it some of the notable ones in the capital improvement section. The budget decision packages will go on, and there's a general fund component, and those include the Vista Hermosa Field number 2. That's the 37,000 that was in Public Works. File system for city vital records, that's 35,000, which is in the city clerks, which is in general government. Class-wide or citywide class and comp study, that's the 105,000, which was included in FIS that we already touched on. And then other fund decision packages, the new greens mower and golf, 85,000. And then you have a fleet vehicle lift in fleet, which is an internal service fund. So 128,000 there. And what we'll go ahead and do is kind of end again, just calling up the strategic priorities, and council sets the priorities 1 through 5. And the bottom section is basically staff's tactics to address council priorities as part of the budget process. So with that, I'll go ahead and open up to any questions or comments that city council might have.
So go back to the prior slide, just
Okay.
1 second, and then I'm going to turn it over. I think I would feel more comfortable with this if the top group of boxes were strategies and the bottom group of boxes were tactics. I mean, it's kind of a fine point, but I think it for those who don't understand what they're reading, I think it's more clear. Just my personal opinion.
Can I comment on just that?
Yeah, please.
So I think, and Steph can correct me, I think with the long-term financial plan, these operational strategies is part of that. I don't know whether you could add, what did you call that second part, the lower part?
Tactics.
Tactics. I don't know if that's like long-term financial plan.
Well, these are the
verbiage.
strategies, and these are the tactics to get us to the strategy.
What if you put it in parenthetical next to it? Just so
Yeah,
that
that's
you-
what I
you know,
think
as
is
a
okay.
reference point.
That's fine. It's
Okay.
a fine point. We shouldn't get involved in a lot of discussion on this. Councilmember Ferguson, do you have any questions, please?
Well, I have a few questions of staff on this budget. Yeah, thank you for putting this together tonight and presenting. I actually like that slide. It has a lot of good detail in it on strategies. I wanted to make a comment about one of the items in there on the Clean Ocean program. I know the city manager, you had mentioned, we'll see if we can continue with those programs that support Clean Ocean program. Just to clarify for the public, the city has an obligation to ensure clean oceans, clean waters, prevent urban runoff, pollutants in the water, et cetera, because the San Diego Regional Water Quality Board requires that. So by law, cities can be fined $10,000 a day. So this measure will go out on the ballot. It has been on the ballot in years past, and it expired a couple years back. But even if the voters choose not to tax themselves for clean water, the city still has an obligation to do that. Would have to use general fund money or other funds to make that happen. And then I have a question of the city manager or Mr. Ron on the pension pay down of the debt. I know that the goal is to be 90% funded in 2 years. And, oops, excuse me, my mic is way over here. In 2 years to be funded. So at that 90%, what would the dollar amount be of the unfunded liability by reaching 90% in 2 years? Because currently overall, we're at about 50 million in unfunded pension liability.
I'd like to address your first question, then we'll come back to the pension. And so you're absolutely right. There are some, as it relates to Clean Ocean, there are some state mandated things that the city must do. However, the Clean Ocean fee also provides for marketing and educational, which if we didn't get it passed, those are the things that we would cease to do. The state requirements will always be state requirements and the city will comply. But other types of things related to Clean Ocean, again, education, marketing and so forth would be stuff that would not necessarily be funded if it didn't go to vote or if it didn't pass.
Right, yes.
Now with pension liability, I think what's important to note is the numbers that you're looking at on the slide, and if we can go back to that pension slide really quick, IT, I think that'll be helpful. As Jake mentioned, those are not updated numbers. They have not reported, CalPERS have not done their they haven't posted their actuarials related to the 2021, 2022 years of performance. So we don't know what those numbers will be until CalPERS posts those numbers. And so our goal, and I'll let Jake add on to it, is to be 90% funded on all CalPERS funds, period. And so I'll let Jake answer, but again, it would be hard for us to identify what those dollar amounts will be until the actuarial numbers have been posted by CalPERS. Jake?
Yeah, and typically CalPERS releases the next actuarial report. So the 2021 actuarial report will most likely be released in July and August timeframe, which is why in the past, or why we brought in October of 2021 the 3-2-1 plan forward to get to that 90% funding, because we were waiting for, I'll call it, the most recent information. And again, 2020 was at this point almost 2 years ago. So we're trying to, I know 1 year isn't all that much better, but it provides a little bit of a better perspective on where we're at. Again, the 2 million, the 3-2-1 plan was to get to 90% funding within the CalPERS plans. So we should be getting there. Unfortunately, I'll call it fiscal year 2022 returns might not be agreeing with us too much, but again, that's where the 115 trust comes into play. If we're able to allocate money into the section 115 trust, that would be a way to allocate it to a specific plan. Because if Kate can go to the next slide, or one more, sorry. Again, marine safety, you can see the funding level is at about 86%. I would anticipate, based on 2021's return and the additional payments, I would anticipate that percentage based on the 2021 actuarial going to like about 95 or 96%. You know, and then it'll come back down if I would say if the stock market doesn't turn around or there's poor investment returns by CalPERS, probably back down to, I'll call it the 90% level. And again, our goal is to try to get to the 90% level. But if we were to turn around after the 2020, I'm getting a little bit long-winded here, but if we were to get into the 2020 and take those, we'd be looking at a down year. And then if it came back and had a high year, then we could be at, I'll call it 105% funding. So it would kind of lock those assets up in that specific trust. So that's where I'll call it the use of the 115 plan would be, let's achieve the 90%, and then we'll come back and we'll put money into the 115 plan. And if one plan is hurting more than another plan, we would utilize those 115 assets to make additional contributions in the future.
Okay, I'd like to, yeah, that'd be good if you can, when you do know, let the council know what that dollar amount would be, because that's really the critical factor there. And, but I think if we can achieve 90% and that dollar figure is much lower than $50 million, of
Yeah.
course, it would be at 90%, going from 67%, what the city is now. That'd be pretty phenomenal to do that. But that said, you know, as you mentioned, the stock market, I mean, we've had 8 weeks of solid decline in the stock market. We haven't seen 8 weeks of straight decline since 1932. So, so yeah, these optimistic goals may not be reached immediately, that's for sure, but certainly good attempt.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to ask the city attorney, I didn't bring it with me, but I came across an article online about the 115 pension trusts that someone at BBK had written.
Mhm.
And I wondered if you can, I can't remember, maybe it was someone named John Chang, maybe, or does that ring a bell? But
Isabel Safi might have
I
been
didn't have it,
co-author.
maybe, I didn't have it when we had that meeting, but I just came across it recently when I was doing some reading, and it'd just be great for council to see. It has some caution in there about these, and
Sure.
be really good.
I'd be happy to track that
So
down. and send it
thank
to
you. And on that, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Ron and Mr. Sund. And then just quickly with the vacancies, and we're flat, right? We're moving along. We have, do we still have about 30 vacancies?
We currently have 34 vacancies. We have, just to give you a little bit of detail, we have 34 vacancies. We are currently onboarding 4 new employees, and we're actively recruiting 15 positions.
Okay, okay. And I mentioned that because it's really important that we look, you know, council can decide, but I would suggest that we look at these 34 vacancies. The city's moving along and has obviously for some time. I don't know how long we've had 34 vacancies. I think I just learned about that in March, but really look at those positions and see, have they created a hardship for the city by having them vacant? If not, let's take them off the books, right? It's not taking away anyone's jobs. They're not filled. So that's not a burden to anyone, but maybe do some analysis as the leader of the operations for the organization to do that. Because I'm just stunned that we have such a high number of vacancies. Other cities don't have those vacancies or any problem recruiting. And I think it'd be really good if you looked at that closely and kind of see what's the problem with what's creating the turnover. Because since being on council, I can think of 3 planners that have been hired and left already in 3.5 years. And planners used to stay for 10, 15, 20 years. But just maybe look at that, maybe provide a tray memo to council at what kind of efforts you can make or what kind of problems you might find underlying that. Because I looked at other cities just for comparison in terms of full-time, part-time positions, but just full-time, like Mission Viejo, it's a city of over 100,000 people, right? Population, they have 2 vacancies. San Juan Capistrano, 2 vacancies. Laguna Niguel 5, Laguna Hills 2, Dana Point 4. So they're not seeing this high vacancy level. So maybe it is we don't need those positions too. So could you do that? Put together some
First
analysis?
off, I can't speak to the data that you referenced, but I can speak to the city managers that I see on a monthly basis. All local agencies are suffering from turnover and what has been called the Great Resignation. And so we're not any different than any of the other cities as it relates to struggling to fill positions and find qualified or good candidates for those positions. Something that has predated my employment here is every position that's vacant, we push pause, we step back, we reevaluate the position, the responsibilities, the duties, and the compensation for those positions before we recruit for them. Or we look at different ways to recruit for those positions in terms of, can we do this with this person doing it and not make this position, but a lower level position. Is it a hardship to the departments? Absolutely. Any of your directors here today can speak to those hardships if you'd like to hear directly from them in terms of what those struggles are as it relates to their operations. The beautiful thing is it's because of these directors and the teams behind them that they're able to work with the existing resources they have and still be productive. My goal, and it made this very clear to the department heads, is to maintain a certain level of vacancies at our lower level, entry level positions that are the least impactful to city operations. And so I have no problem providing the council. We do this on an annual basis as part of our JPI reporting as it relates to attrition that plays into our insurance premiums. And we can definitely send you that annual report that we provide to JPIA. But I can definitely attest to, and part-time is even harder, as you've seen with pool operations and so forth. Every city is struggling to hire part-timers because there's this kind of consistent message that a teenager, like i.e. a lifeguard, can go work at Nike for $18 an hour, and we pay $16, $14 an hour starting for our head lifeguards or our pool lifeguards. And so we're looking at things that entice these individuals to come to the city, because there was a day and age when everyone wanted to work for government because it was a place of prestige and honor, and it was something that you were doing for the community. Now that's changed. It's all about the dollars. And so we have to make ourselves competitive without kind of breaking the piggy bank as it relates to the budget. So Samantha and her team are looking at different ways to entice people. And we had a hiring fair that was very successful, and we're going to have to do more of those, but we're going to have to get creative in how we can entice individuals to jobs with not just increasing the pay, because that becomes a budget issue. For the
Just to
city.
follow up, so of the 34 vacancies, have there been any of those vacancies at all that you determine we can take off the books? We don't need with your.
As I
review?
indicated in my intro, all positions are funded, but I will maintain a certain level of vacancies in those positions. And so to answer your question, yes, some of those will remain
Okay,
vacant.
can you give us a list of those?
I can definitely provide you a snapshot today of what that is,
Okay,
but it does
perfect.
change.
That would be good. And just so you know, the data that I provided is as of May 23rd, 2022. So it's very clear that cities around us aren't experiencing that turnover and difficulty in recruiting. So it makes me think of something about the environment. I know people that work in public sector, we talk about experiences at other organizations. So whatever
Councilmember
we can do,
Ferguson-
excuse me, just a moment, I'm going to just finish.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Whatever we can do to improve
Councilmember
that would be
Ferguson,
helpful. Thank you.
You've had the floor for 10 minutes. I want to get it to someone else.
Thank you very much, Mayor
Councilmember
James. I'm
Mandel.
done.
A few questions. I know that I'll just get on the list as I wrote them down. Earlier tonight, we heard a comment about bathroom repairs in the parks. Is that budgeted? Is that work going to be done, and is it
So-
currently budgeted?
Appreciate the question. First and foremost, I appreciate the public comment speaking about that. However, all bathroom doors have been replaced or installed at all the public bathrooms. However, as was mentioned by the public speaker, we install them one day, they're vandalized the next, and then we're waiting 6 to 8 weeks for that door to come back and be installed. So we always are going to chase our tail as it relates to vandalism. In a previous slide that Jake went over, we have we give maintenance a discretionary fund of about $250,000 to deal with those types of issues.
Okay.
As Jake noted, we've increased that for the next fiscal year to
Okay,
$300,000.
thank you. Next question regarding Talega. Talega has a major cell reception problem. We have a master plan of cell quality around the city. Is Talega's cell, I understand there's a need for a new cell unit for the Talega area. Is that being budgeted, or is that in any way reflected in our budget?
No, sir, that has nothing to do with the city of San Clemente.
It'll be
That is your
private
utility
funds, but
providers.
is our cell plan for Talega being addressed in any way?
I will say it is being addressed. However, the last time, I can't remember if it was Verizon, or I think it was Verizon that came to the city to install within the Talega community. However, the outcry was so significant that Verizon said, no, thank you.
Okay.
And so there's nothing that the city can do to alleviate that. It's something that Verizon, your AT&Ts that have to do. And
Okay, sales tax were up about $1 million this year. Is that primarily because of the outlets, or what's the reason for that uptick in sales tax revenue?
so not necessarily primarily the outlets. I can speak specifically to the downtown. We saw upwards of a 35% increase in sales tax in the T zone as it related to the pandemic. So we're seeing increases across the board, not specific to one business.
Okay. There was a reference in the report to a council contingency of $18,000. That's a city council contingency, and what is that for?
That is the city council contingency, and it's at your discretion, the council, to appropriate to do whatever you want with.
Was that any of that money spent?
No, well, let me back up. Historically, council contingency used to be $100,000, and 3 votes from the council would appropriate certain dollars to do certain things, whatever was something that at the pleasure of the council. Some years ago, the council gave direction to add 2 deputies to the budget. And as part of that funding plan, the council gave up a portion of their contingency to fund that.
Yeah.
So we have not funded it
Thank you.
$100,000.
Thanks, Eric. Also, I noticed on the budget, there was an $800,000 increase in the 2 ambulance services that we have.
Correct.
Was that a contract increase or what was the reason for that? Because
That's
it
pr-
seems
that's
to
a-
be
that's a-
fairly stable.
That's a contract increase with Care Ambulance, who provides our ambulance care services. And that increase is primarily due to fuel and staffing costs.
And that's an increase from last year's expenses. And is that based on last year's contract or is that what we're looking for?
That's what you're going forward on.
And is
So
that
for the next
contract-
fiscal year, that increase is what's being proposed by Care Ambulance.
Okay, it hasn't been approved yet. That's their request.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. What is the sand replenishment? Can you explain where we are in the sand replenishment fund? Maybe Jake can respond to this. Where are we in terms of our fund? I understand our share will be about $5 million. Are we close to it? Holding on to that amount of money when the feds actually make their contribution?
Well, I believe the sand replenishment was, there was multiple funding sources. Again, you had the federal and then the state was going to come in from the boating and waterways. And I believe the city's contribution after both those contributions would be the 1.8 million.
And
So
are we fully funded on that?
yes, we are fully funded. It's included in it's already been budgeted in the previous year. And if it's not complete, we'll carry over those funds until,
They'll be carried over until they're actually spent.
Yeah.
But we're not adding to that fund at this time.
not at this time.
Do we need to? Do we expect that the rates will increase? Everything else
What will
increases.
increase?
The total cost of the sand project is estimated in the range of $15 million. I'm just wondering if we need to be supplementing that fund so that in 2024, when the sand actually comes and we find out the bill isn't 15 million, it's 17.5 or some higher number, should we be supplementing our fund is my question.
So I'll answer that. At this time, we don't need to supplement our funds. If the federal process does get delayed and or there are contract increases that are always a possibility, that'll be something that we'll come back and revisit with the council and provide a recommendation from a funding perspective.
Okay, my next question deals with Steed Park. I noticed this year we have a $500,000 budget for planning and design. And the actual park improvements are estimated in 2024. And I guess my question is from a priority point of view with what is happening right now with the San Gregorio and the noise problem there. If that could be expedited, it seems like that solution to a major problem in San Gregorio, noise problem, is being pushed way downstream another year and a half. Could that be expedited?
So I think, well, first off, we have to do the design to have I'll say the build specifications of what we're going to go out to bid for. That's something that we're going to expedite as soon as July 1 comes, to find a company to do the design based on the site specific plan. Once that design is done, I do have the intentions of coming back to council, because at that point we'll have what I will call realistic costs as to what it will cost to do those improvements to Steed
The
Park.
$3 million that was mentioned, is that in this year's
No, sir.
budget? So it's what you're thinking will be necessary in
Correct.
2024.
Correct. However, again, I'll be coming back to council at the conclusion of the design process and providing a recommendation as it relates to funding
Right.
and
I
beginning the
I
process.
understand. I guess my question then would be, should we consider doing some budgeting now in case in July 1, the design review comes back quickly with a number that's reasonable, and we could contract quicker in this fiscal year as opposed to the following fiscal year to do that?
I wouldn't recommend that. That's something that we can appropriate at the time when the design lands and go out to bid. And then actually, you don't have to even appropriate. The steps would be design, go out to bid, and award the bid. And at the time of award is when you would need to have the funding established to fund it. I'm preparing myself for a rather large ticket for that project. But as I've mentioned before, we're looking at community stakeholders, Glycos and other partners that have already shown interest in sharing costs with us at that location. And so that's something that we'll also be working on.
Yeah, I guess just in response to your comment, I agree with you that the number is probably going to be larger than we anticipate, which would be all the more reason for putting some money in the bank now, potentially to help cover that.
Again, I wouldn't recommend that, because if that was the council's directions, I would probably defund some existing capital improvement projects in the next fiscal year to set aside those monies.
Okay. My next question goes, two last questions. One deals with the issue that Councilwoman Ferguson mentioned, the pension issue. I was, of the 3-2-1 plan, we were going to take $3 million initially, correct? And
Correct.
invest it down. We didn't do that. We did it partially, but we pushed it back. Why wasn't that done immediately? I was under the impression that was going to be done immediately.
It's a good question. So when we presented the 3-2-1 plan, the 3 was of 3 different options: property sales or other savings. And we haven't done any property sales. And so the savings component was something that we looked at throughout the fiscal year, and then also presented in the next fiscal year with the $1 million or actually $2 million to fulfill that.
For next year.
Correct.
So we had savings of 1 million this year. You're anticipating 2 million for next year.
I'm budgeting or proposing to budget 2 million for next year to achieve that.
Okay, my last question deals with the staffing issue that Councilwoman Ferguson also mentioned. I kind of tend to resonate with her concerns about an organization that's able to run on less employees and run effectively, although it would obviously be a lot nicer to have a lot more people to, spread the workload. My question is from a budgeting point of view, Eric, would you be able to, of the 34 positions that are currently unfunded, you're aggressively working on 4 of them. You've got 19 that you expect to move forward on. That leaves about 11 positions that aren't being yet addressed. Those are fully funded, but they're not being hired, and that's potential savings. Once we fund it, it's funded and you have the ability to go ahead and hire those people. What are your thoughts on taking 30% of that vacancy, about 10 positions, and holding those off permanently, not having them budgeted, but having them pulled from the agenda for budgeting purposes? I'm not sure what the dollar amount on that would be, but reducing the budget request in that amount.
So first, I'd go back and reference our strategic priority as it relates to recruitment and retaining. I think freezing specific positions and not giving me, your city manager, the latitude to say, don't fill this right now, let's fill this, and having that flexibility is important, because it doesn't create this perception of these positions won't be filled. I will tell you, and again, I feel strongly about this, it would be a negative effect for the department heads and the staff here, because everyone's doing less with more. And I'm not, this isn't a pity party, but
Yeah.
Everyone's doing less with more. And when council
It's a
complains
more
about,
with less.
thank you,
Doing more with less.
more with less.
As
But
is our
when we have
entire,
complaints about permitting,
as is
turnaround,
our entire community is doing more with less.
agree. When we have issues of permitting turnaround time, if we have issues related to maintenance of our parks, of our bathrooms, or other improvements, all of those factors come into consideration. I appreciate the question. However, from my professional opinion, I wouldn't recommend that.
I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember Ward.
Thank you. I have a question on the sheriff's contract. Every year it comes, the next council meeting after we approve the budget. Are we able to do it on the same night that we approve the budget? We able to
Not
move that
typically,
up?
no, because I think OCSD has to draft the contract after we've appropriated the budget. Am I right?
We could bring the contract for approval, and then there.
It just wouldn't
would
be
be-
executed, right? Until,
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to do the execution or authorize the mayor to execute the contract at that point. We could bring it the same night. Typically, we try to give a little bit of a buffer. I would say I don't want to say long ago, I thought they would bring it, or I think they brought it the same night, but the way that you do the budget, typically it's adopted. And then you would have the contracts kind of come into play at that point. We can try to bring it the same night if council's interested in that.
Mayor, I'd like to, if it's at all possible, I'd like to see that. We've had some problems in prior years with it being on a different meeting, changes trying to be made to that contract, changes actually to our budget that we adopted 2 weeks before, but I'd like to see it because I don't want to go through that anymore.
I support that. And the one thing I've been asking the city manager and Jake about forever, and they haven't been able to get a response from OCSD, is when they break down the cost for a deputy, for a sergeant, for an investigator, for the captain, there's almost an equal amount of cost for benefits. And I would like to see that. I'd like to see a breakdown on that. And city manager, where do we stand with that?
So, and I don't want to, this isn't Tony's responsibility.
No,
This
it's
is the
not.
corporate headquarters. And so we've submitted the request. And I know that they have responded and that they are going to get it to us. We'll continue to follow up with them, but we have not gotten it yet.
It's disappointing. They know what those numbers are. Go ahead.
One last thing, the 800 in increase for the ambulance services, that's offset by service charges, is it not?
Correct.
Okay, so it's not 800 out of our
And subscriptions.
fund, right? Okay, just wanted that clarified because that was brought up.
Thank you.
All right, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure, a few. Jake, you had mentioned we had a consultant that helped with the projections. So in other words, we were budgeting that we're going to make X number more revenue because property taxes say.
Yeah.
And they're taking into account that that mortgage rates have gone up, right? That we may actually see a leveling off of this significant increase in property values. They are looking at that, or they're sort of looking in the past.
I would say property sales are still relatively high, at least from the last report that we got. From a property tax perspective, typically it takes like depending on the time frame, fiscal year 2023's property tax revenues are based on December 31st criteria. So if the market or if properties were to go down over time, we would at least have a little bit of warning, and it would be a little bit more during the 2024 year.
Okay.
That would come into play.
Okay. Same thing with inflation then as it pertains to sales tax.
Sales tax, again, we try to be a little bit cautious as far as that number. There's a lot of outstanding, I don't want to say concerns, but it's been higher than usual. We had the Wayfair decision, which is more about online sales tax.
Right.
And then also one thing to remember is fuel. Some sales taxes derive from fuel prices. So we are trying to be a little bit cautious as far as our sales tax numbers so that we don't have to worry about coming back and giving an adjustment. So.
Right. Okay. Are we going to have more comments from the public, or do we have our one time? Okay. We got a letter from the Downtown Business Association that indicated that the actual costs of operating are significantly more than their $34,000 that is budgeted. When can we make an adjustment to look at that? In other words, they're saying they need the 50,000 plus another 9 if they're going to continue to operate the hanging plants. Is this something we can still work into the budget at this point?
So the purpose of this workshop is for the council to give direction to the city staff as it relates to when we bring back the budget for adoption at a June council meeting. And so this is the appropriate time for the council to say, we'd like to see, for instance, 48,000 budgeted for the DBA versus the 34,000 that's currently in the proposed budget for the DBA.
Yeah, and I would ask that we do that. I think it was a compelling letter from, where'd he go? Chris. Oh, Chris is gone, but okay. We have DBA reps over there, but look, they've won awards. They've been recognized by our business community as being a benefit to the businesses in town. And and they haven't gotten an increase in a while. In fact, I think in the past, actually, they were budgeted and received significantly more than the 34,000 they have. So I would like to see that. I don't know if I need support from other council members to bring that back to at least consider for final acceptance.
So yes, I would need 3 to give me direction.
Okay.
Well, if I can get something answer question, I saw the letter. Some of it was surprising, and unfortunately it came in, I think, very late. I had my briefing Monday. And
Yeah.
so when I get a letter like that, I'm not able to meet with staff to ask about it. There was a question about insurance that
Exactly.
I did not know about. And the question of them losing money because the art fair is being moved to the community center, which is as a result of their decision that they wanted
Yeah.
patios. So I don't know
Yeah.
if I want to give more money as a city to adjust for that because of a decision they made for 2 years to change the, the public realm down there. But I don't understand the insurance issue. So the letter came late. I was hoping that, I do know it is tonight, but I was hoping I'd have more time on that.
Well-
I don't understand it.
My understanding is that that these events have grown and that the insurance it's underinsured for the size and scope of these events. And they've been getting away with it. Luckily, nothing's happened, but now that they've taken a clear-eyed look, they need an insurance policy that adequately covers for what might happen at the events. That's in the city's interest as well, because we might be on the hook if something happens, right? So
Well, then,
no,
but
it's
I
not.
think they should be working with staff and that should have come through staff to us if there's an
Could I
issue
ask
on
the
that.
city manager a
Yeah.
question?
yeah.
What would it cost the city to run those two events, the car show and the glitz?
Samantha?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Samantha Wiley, Beaches Parks and Recreation Director.
That was a dramatic walk across.
Yes.
Oh,
You had time to
gosh.
think of your answer too on the way.
She sat there. Thank you for the question, Mayor James. I don't have the specific numbers on what it would look like, but typically our city events, we budget in expenses between $10,000 and $15,000 in expenses. And I don't know what the revenue looks like on that end. So if council would like more detail, I'd be happy to do a little bit more analysis of what it could look like for that to be run internally. The offset of the expenses though is we would be seeing some revenue as well on that.
True. We don't get that revenue. But
Right.
I'm not understanding, like there was something thrown in about the plants. I'm not understanding that because
No,
they're
that's-
supposed to technically be doing that.
Mhm.
But if things have been changed because of the want for the patios, I think that should have gone through staff and then staff should bring it to us. We don't normally respond to, hey, we have this email, we need this money.
Right.
We actually see what it is and we really make sure that,
Right.
we agree with it.
We can completely agree. Would have been better to have a bit more warning and have staff work this over and take a look at it as far as budget.
Well, that's how we
But-
do it. though.
Yeah, and I completely agree, but we don't have time for that now, right? And so this is our one chance to see if we should at least have it for consideration when we adopt the budget. That's all I'm saying.
So-
Remember, though, that there is a benefit to the community in moving the art show. Actually, the residents wanted that too, right? So there is a benefit there. Yes, it costs more.
I don't
money.
know if the residents did. I haven't heard anything
I've
about
heard
that.
very positive
Me
things,
too.
and I
I
am the
have.
DBA rep.
So, okay. So I haven't heard anything
Okay.
about the art.
Yeah,
there
I've heard that it is
anything.
very popular. In fact, it was going to get moved back, but there was a lot of people who said, no, we really like it there. So then we asked Samantha if we could continue to have it where it is. So that
See, I don't
is
think that
something-
came to council.
So
So that's what's wrong when things
Well,
get
that-
changed and it doesn't come to council because then we don't know what's going on.
Okay, but staff made that decision and I think the whole idea of our strategic plan is that council doesn't get down in the weeds on every single decision. Right?
No,
That's
but
right.
something like that, if it is affecting the downtown, we should know, or it should be reported to us. It doesn't mean that we have to make the decision, but we should have been told
Okay.
that there was an operational change.
Yeah, no,
That's how we keep
I-
up on what's going on. in the
I think
city.
greater visibility, sure thing, would have been great, but now we're getting the information. We have, an opportunity to make the decision now. There's
Mhm.
also the element for those events of an event coordinator or planner, which basically the DBA is providing free of charge. That would be an additional extraordinary expense that they're taking on. The plant maintenance it seems to be not adequately funded. And I think the DBA actually would be happy to have the city take that off their hands and not have that be part of what the DBA does.
I think those planners should come down.
Well, that's a whole nother discussion, but
I think
I guess what I'm saying is they wrote a letter. There are some good arguments in there for why their budgeted amount should be increased. And if we don't take the opportunity now to look at it at least before final adoption, that opportunity will have been passed. It's not a lot of money, right? I mean, we're talking in the
It's
scope of
not,
things pretty
But
small.
just in the
now.
past, we've tried to get the DBA to manage their funds and not to increase it. So, and we always had a reason why if we had to increase it, we didn't just get a letter right at the last minute. But can I ask you something?
Sure.
How is the car show going to work with the patios that are, it seems to me the car show is going to be much diminished because all those parking spaces are gone.
With the outdoor dining?
Yes. So I was
well-
expecting like a very limited car show if we even had it at all.
I think it actually is going to be quite substantial still, and that there's not actually going to be a ton of outdoor dining, at least as much as was before, because of the constraints and the additional cost. That's my impression, but I'm sure that they can manage that. I think it's still going to be very robust, very popular, very successful.
But what I'm
And-
thinking is maybe some of the money, because if it is reduced, they don't need that much money because it's not going to be as big as it was. I don't see how it could be with the outdoor dining.
Yeah, that's a possibility too.
That's what I think. That's why I mean, I think that they have to give something to staff and staff really analyzes this and knows what's going on to give us the recommendation. And I don't know,
Right.
do you have any way that we could somehow bless this
Well,
or feel better about it?
Yes.
Or you, or at least I trust that staff will figure this out and just have it. If it does absolutely have to be a certain amount, you could put it in the next budget.
So,
How about that?
let me-
Put it in the next meeting.
if I may. So
Mhm.
first, thank you for your trust.
Yeah.
Second, let staff, because we have not talked to the DBA since we received that letter, and we too have a lot of questions as it relates to insurance, the hanging pots, because I know Jonathan Lightfoot, our economic development officer, was working with the Garden Club on doing some things at zero cost to the planters, because there's been a concern of they don't look kept up and so forth. You have, and Jake whispered in my ear, you have $18,000 in your council contingency budget. So I don't have to look for more money if you wanted to use that contingency as part of the adopted budget to fund the deficit to meet their needs. But what staff can do, and I would welcome the Mayor Pro Tem as the representative for the DBA, we can facilitate a meeting with the DBA, talk through these things, and then as part of the budget adoption, we can report it out. And then at the adoption process, if the council is agreeable, they can then allocate their council contingency for the remainder of the DBA, and then it'll be zero impact.
I would be willing to do that with one provision.
Yes, sir.
That between now and next year, we look at the city, do a study of the city taking those two events.
Not a problem.
And if I may,
Yes,
City
ma'am.
Manager, thank you, Mayor James. What is the impact, or why has the city not put in drip systems into those baskets?
I couldn't answer that. It
No.
hasn't been anything on
Okay.
our radar screens to look at, because I would probably, my initial reaction would be, that's what the DBA agreed to maintain. So the city was hands off. of it.
Okay, yeah, I'd actually like to see some numbers on that. It'd be very low maintenance, right? It's the soil, it's the coconut straw and geraniums. And when they're blooming, when they're well maintained, they're beautiful. It really adds to the experience on Del Mar. So I'd like to propose that we actually look at taking that over with drip systems, and over time, it'd be
Let's just do it.
virtually no cost.
I would, well, if there were 3 votes, my recommendation would be that we look at taking it over. The drip system would probably be something that would be quite expensive. But we have custodial, I shouldn't say custodial, we have landscape companies that already visit the Del Mar as it relates to emptying trash and other types of things. And so it might be more cost effective to have them water them on a regular basis because they're on Del Mar.
Yeah, we'll take a look at, I'd like to see if I have support for that.
Councilmember Ferguson, excuse me, Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Well, I just want to clear out, because it sort of rounds out. Do we have support then for your plan to, before we adopt the budget, meet with the DBA and, okay, so I think we're there on that.
I hear that, as well as look at what it would take, or what the budget would be for the city to do those 2 events a year out.
Yeah, and I
Right.
think as part of that, why don't we look at the city taking the landscaping for the.
And that's part of the meeting with the DBA that we would go over.
Okay. One more minor point, then I'll finish up. In terms of these bathrooms and repairs, would it be expensive to bring all the bathrooms into full ADA compliance at
Yes,
this point? Okay, and we're talking like very expensive.
I'm talking
Millions.
20-50 million
Okay.
dollars.
All right. A note about the workload. Is it possible that the short staffing itself is a factor in the retention issue, in other words, you're a city employee, you love working for the city, it's a great city, but you're so strained because we don't have full staffing that maybe there's another opportunity. And
I think yes, I think part of that plays into it, but I can tell you, I monitor every onboarding and every exit of every staffer that we have in the city. We're not a large agency in compared to other agencies. And so when you're looking at somebody who's coming in, they're always going to look for growth within the department to grow and promote up. That's just human nature. And when you have people in positions that you know aren't going to leave in 10, 15 years in terms of retirement, and that position isn't going to be available to them, they're going to naturally look for other positions that they can grow in. One department that we've always struggled with is utilities, because we cannot pay what the water districts pay. And so we know, and we've always accepted that we're a stepping stone. We get somebody, we train them, they're here for 2 to 3 years, and then they go to IRWD. And I'm going to give a real example. We lost our assistant utility manager, Kevin Lucier, an amazing employee to the city. He grew up here. He did 16 years. His team loved him. He was offered a position with Laguna Beach Water District that paid more than Dave Riebensdorf makes. And I can't compete with those rates. As much as I would have done anything to keep Kevin, and he knew that, we couldn't do it. And so there are those types of examples that we can't compete with. We only pay so much. That's another issue. And that's why we're doing the class and comp study as part of our MOU with our association, to ensure we're paying median range for those positions. Because again and again, I hear that, lifeguards at other cities make more. And so those are things that we need to look at. And I don't like turning the dials myself as it relates to salaries. I need data to support those changes. And the class and comp will be that tool to do that.
okay, well, I think it's incumbent on us as a council to support staff, show our support for staff, and do what we can to keep good staff here as well, and let them know how appreciated they are. But you're the city manager, and I'd like to leave you with the discretion you've talked about in terms of that staffing to move things around and make that happen. One last question for Jake. We're doing it good. We're in a good operating position for our general fund, but should we continue to be looking at revenues as a way to ensure future solid economic position as we move toward the future, knowing that there's uncertainties and certainly rising public safety costs? Is that something we should always be looking at?
Well, again, ultimately pursuing additional revenue streams would be a council decision, but additional revenue sources could allow for either improvements to existing service levels, maybe reduction in other fees that are charged to recover costs, or to provide one-time funding, much like the Steed Park, the pickleball, and other one-time items.
One-time items of the picture. Okay, thank you. And thank you both.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Couple things. Number one, I want to note that we have grown our funded percentage by nearly 4%. We're at 70.3%, and previously we were at 66 point something percent. So we have grown that funding by 4 percentage points, and thank you for that. And that's without even the actuarials coming back for 20 and 21, which will be for, under the Trump years, they were phenomenal growth in the stock market that we're not seeing here in the Biden years, unfortunately. Then what I would also like to talk about is the operating position. Well, I believe that's slide 34, 35. If we can go to slide 34, 35, I think it was, or thereabouts. Pulling it up. I guess it wasn't.
I believe it was like about 10 or 12 or something.
10 or
like
12?
that. Yeah.
There we go.
Right there.
That's the one I'm looking for. 38. We're at $422,000. To me, that's a disappointing number. I would probably like to see that doubled that's, I think somewhere between 750 and 1 million would be my comfort zone. So this is more of a rhetorical question, but try to respond to it. How do we have 100% growth in our operating position between now and next year?
Again, I can't say we're magically going to be able to do it, but again, we are taking, as part of the LTFP and through this process, we are making additional pay downs on the pension liability. One of the things that we can also take a look at is, again, council has the additional revenue source criteria, but we can also take a look at existing fees that are currently in place, much like the pool. Again, Eric alluded to, we're having to pay pool lifeguards more. Maybe those fees need to be adjusted to recover some of those costs. Just going to your conversation, 422,000. Again, it's less than 1%. It's about 0.5%. I think a 1% operating position would be advantageous for the city to do. And I think there are probably some things that could be done along the way to accommodate or achieve that. Again, we're kind of already taking steps to get there through the additional pay downs and reviewing positions. We're having positions come in that I'll call it, we're a maintenance worker 2 position, or something, we're bringing them in at a maintenance worker 1 position. So a lower level of staff, offering the opportunity for growth to achieve a better operating position.
Thank you.
So,
Mayor, I appreciate this question immensely because I know Councilmember Ward can attest to this. For years, I've always said that the best position for our operating position is within $500,000 to $1 million. Anything below that, and we have had years where it's been at 124,000. I completely appreciate it because it's something that we can then prioritize as keeping that in our back of our minds and looking to make it grow as we close out the next fiscal year. And again, as I've mentioned, all positions are funded, but with maintaining vacancies, that automatically attributes to that. But again, and I appreciated Mayor Pro Tem's comments, it's a very delicate process because I want to maintain productivity. I want to maintain morale and positivity, but I also want to provide your needs as it relates to an operating position. And so we're confident we could build that.
Very good. Thank you. And let's go back to sales tax for a moment. Do we have a breakdown? And this is a real test of our economic viability or vitality in the city. Do we have a breakdown of what our e-commerce sales tax looks like?
So the Wayfair decision, what that did is it puts the online sales tax into, I'll call it a county pool that then gets allocated out to the various cities based on different criteria. So we could probably talk about the county pool at some point, but there's a lot of other things other than just online sales tax. I believe like some car sales or certain other transactions go to that county pool sales tax amount. I can talk with HDL and get a little bit more information.
Yeah,
See if they have an idea.
I think this is very important because number one, it would show us how well our county supervisors representing San Clemente. That's number one. I would like to know whether this is being driven by elected officials or what at the county, or whether this is being driven by some unelected bureaucrat. No offense. But I think it's a critical question to be answered. If our sales tax revenues are high and we're getting a lot from e-commerce, I know we know that Avenida Del Mar, the T-zone, all is doing well. Don't know about the outlets, but it's a question to be responded to. You can just get that to us whenever it's convenient for you.
We can have a trade memo put together. Again, it gets a little bit complicated where the point of sale is or what the transaction. So,
and Mayor, if I may, I always know that sometimes it's better to meet face to face. If the council was amenable, we could do 2x2s with our HDL consultant.
I
and
would
you
like
could
to do
query
that.
those questions directly to them.
Please.
Okay.
I think that. And have Miss Savage in the room with me, because whenever I have a question, I ask the smartest person in the room.
Understood.
The Clean Ocean Fund. So it's my understanding our Clean Ocean Fund assessment with our taxpayers in town will not have to be as much as it was on the initial round. What are we anticipating that's going to be?
So, great question. First and foremost, the Clean Ocean fee is only collected for those that pay a water bill in the city of San Clemente. So if you're on the Santa Margarita Water District
Or
bandwagon,
South
you
Coast?
don't play into Clean Ocean. When we polled this in 2019, right before the pandemic, the polling results showed that the most, I'll say, fruitful assessment was to be $5 or less for every water customer. We're doing a fee analysis specifically on that to see. However, one of the things that's been echoed time and time again is not only the Clean Ocean component, but also the potential cost, and Councilmember Noblock brought this up a little bit, the potential cost to renourishment post sand replenishment. And so it is my want to be able to do a nexus study to see if we can combine that into one rate that's a palatable rate for the voters, if you will, to adopt and fund not only Clean Ocean, but the renourishment of our sand, which would be something that we would have to be doing in the next 7 to 9 years once the sand replenishment project.
Very good. And then I've already talked about getting a breakdown from OCSD.
Yes, sir.
Would it be appropriate to get a breakdown of OCFA as well?
I think it would be good so you don't leave Rob out.
Yeah, I think so too. In the highly likely event or unlikely event, whatever it's going to be, that we have to have a special election in June. What's going to be the cost of a special election in June?
That's a tough question. We would probably be looking at somewhere between, and this is a little bit of an off the cuff estimate, probably anywhere between $200,000 to $300,000 for a
Special elections for what?
election.
Just put it on the November ballot.
There's a potential to have a vacancy.
Oh,
So it requires a special election.
Oh,
It
for the,
doesn't-
I thought you were
well,
talking about
as-
Clean
as-
Ocean fee.
And we've been through this a few times already. So
Right.
you have two options. Scott, you want to?
Yeah, now we do. Previously, the council ordinance provided explicitly for an election. Now the council has the ability to appoint or call an election.
Yeah, but the appointment can only be for
Till the next
for the
election.
period of time of. Can we go to the next general election?
Yes,
Oh,
they can
okay.
serve that.
Yeah.
one.
I
changed
missed
it.
that.
That's the ability I think we have is
Yeah,
go to
okay,
the
good.
general election.
All
If
right.
you wanna say-
I want to talk about crossing guard and school resource officers.
Mm.
I think it's complete lunacy that the city bears the cost of school resource officer and crossing guards. I don't think it's particularly, share the cost, maybe. Can we have conversations with CUSD on some cost sharing here?
Yes, absolutely.
I agree. I think it's getting to be too much.
It's going to be too much.
And I think, and I'm looking at Laura Campanello. Do we have, we used to have a council appointed CUSD representative. Do we still have that?
We do. Give me a minute and I'll look it up.
Okay, I've got a couple other questions. So we are approaching 50% of our employees being classic and being Petra on CalPERS. How is that going to impact our unfunded liability going into the future?
Well, over time, again, it'll improve the funding percentage. We do have the UAL, but the UAL or the adjustments shouldn't be as large. The PEPRA members are responsible for paying 50% of the normal costs, which at this point is about 6.75% of salary. If there are changes to the discount rate, that percentage increases accordingly. So it would take down the city's liability over the longer term.
And then lastly, it's going to be more of an editorial comment than a question. One of the things I think the city is struggling with, both in a recruitment and retention, is the fact that this is a social security agency. And so consequently, if an employee pays an additional 6.25% in social security payments, and for an employee who's 25, 30, even 35, 40 years old, that poor person is never going to see their money back because that system's going to fail on them. So I kind of get it why people can leave this agency, go to another agency for the same amount of money and get a 6.25% pay raise. We need to keep that in mind.
And you were reading my mind. I greatly appreciate that. So we're 6.25 at Social Security, and the employee also pays the full employee pension pickup of 7%. So before you even talk about federal or state taxes being withheld, you're already at 13.2% of, and it is a benefit. One could debate the Social Security
Right.
benefit or not, but it is a benefit as well as PERS that's coming out of their checks. And for PEPRA, that hit is even bigger in terms of the employee share of costs. And so that is something that we think about constantly. And as we did negotiations, I know we discussed that as well, because looking at different strategies, we were concerned that, in certain scenarios, if there was additional pension pickup, for instance, you could have some employees that were looking at 20% of their paycheck going to PERS and to Social Security before even income tax and state tax. And that plays heavily into any candidate's position, because it's always about the money at the end of the day. So I appreciate that.
And then if we can go back to the slide on.
Just to close that out, but we have explored the possibility of moving away and found that it's not.
You would
viable.
have to disincorporate in order to get rid of
Can't do
Social
it.
Security.
Ooh,
And I do have an answer on the Capistrano Unified School Reps. That would be Councilmember Ferguson and Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Oh,
Whew,
I
thought
thought,
you were gonna say
I thought
me.
it was still
It
me.
changed over to me.
You
I
did
remember it.
change it last year.
Okay, so if we can go to
Get
the
on.
strategies, the strategy. And this is going to be my last comment, and it's an editorial comment. Strategy. Not that strategy. Help me out, Jake.
You mean
First
Our
slide.
long,
The very first
our
slide.
goals.
The last slide or the first slide?
First
Yeah.
slide.
the,
First
the-
and last.
the grid?
First,
There
yeah,
you go.
that one. Go back.
Two more, I believe.
Okay. There we go.
There.
That one.
Oh,
That
there
one.
you go.
So maybe I take a different view than my fellow council members. But I see my role, our role here on this dais on strategic vision, the top line. And city management's role being on the bottom. And this is why I wanted, we do strategy, you do
To
tactics.
implement it.
And I just want to commend you on the tactics you laid out here tonight, this afternoon. And other than the operating position, I'm very pleased with everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And it's not me, it's Jake, his team, and it's your department heads that lead their departments that contribute to this. So thank you.
So Mayor, I think we need a motion. Do we not need a motion?
No, I mean, I
For
don't
this workshop?
think so. There's nothing.
This is
there's
the
no
workshop. They're gonna come
recommendation.
back with it.
The
with-
workshop
Oh,
is
with the
looking for
final.
direction.
But I did get
Well-
direction.
I'll get to you
on
in one
certain
second. I'll
things.
get to you in one
Okay,
second.
great.
You did.
Yes, ma'am.
These decision packages, if
These
we
is-
don't
you-
comment on
You haven't made
that.
any comments, so they'll be part of the proposed budget that we bring forward for adoption.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Okay, thanks. I just a couple housekeeping items I just noticed. Under the Parks Acquisition Development Fund table on page 160, it doesn't include the $500,000 that's budgeted from that account for the pickleball courts at Steed. If we could just add
That one's budgeted out of the general fund at this point.
The
So
500,000?
The construction will come back and we'll try to do that out of
Mm.
the Park Acquisition Development Fund, or we'll at least have that fund contribute towards.
Okay, so the PADF will fund $1 million.
Yeah.
Okay, on construction. Okay, and then just one more item, as we were looking at the public safety budgets on page 126. Just a little typo in the total for, it says total police services under fire. It just should say total fire
Oh,
services.
okay,
That's all.
all right.
All right, thank you so much.
Regarding, if I could, Mr. Mayor, regarding the, we're looking for policy direction here for staff, and I'd like to make a suggestion, see if any of you would agree with this policy. In looking at the personnel costs from 2020 to 21, when it was 17.8 million, we're now projecting at 20.3 million, which is a $2.5 million increase. We have, of the positions that are currently unfilled, we've got 34 of them, 20 some, almost 20 are being recruited or worked on in one form or another. I would like to, and I kind of, having worked in in businesses where businesses have had to go up and down and manage what they have with the staff that they have in bad economic times. I'm kind of a believer in rolling up your sleeves and getting the job done when things are tough. Things have been tough, not only for government, but for our entire community for the last couple of years. And what I'd like to suggest is that of that $2.5 million increase for the 20.31 million, that we reduce that amount by $1 million, and we take 500,000 of that money, put it toward the 321 pension reduction program for immediate fund, and we take the other $500,000 and apply it toward a credit toward our operating expenditure to bring that number up from about 400 to 900. I think the city can survive another year with reduced staffings along those lines, and the management can best figure out where to spend that extra money or where not to. So that'd be my suggestion. I just think we can survive that way, and I leave the discretion to staff to figure out exactly how that gets spent.
But you're going to leave it up to management. You're not going to earmark what should be.
No, but of the general budget for personnel, which is at 20 million, 315, reduce that number to 1.8, I'm sorry, 19.850.
Mayor, can I
Reduce
comment?
that by
Yes,
500.
please.
First of all, when we do this budget and we do our long-term financial plan, staff, when they allocate and give us our revenue, they are, everything is very, think of the word. What is the word that you are,
Well, let me just comment a little bit to the.
there's an
point
actual
too.
word though, that I'm having trouble
Yeah.
coming up with it for the budget, that you are, you don't count everything.
Yeah.
So you
But
are
We're generally conservative. from that
conservative. Well,
aspect.
there's another word for it, but
Yeah.
so I wouldn't get too caught up in the operating fund, what's left, $450 something $1,000. We've had it where there's been like 128 or something. But when the revenue comes in, we actually end up at the end of the year with more. We do. And that's because we don't spend all of our money. We are very conservative in how we do that. So it's already been said tonight that having less staff and having these vacancies is very hard on staff. As the mayor, I can tell you last year, I was very concerned about it. I'm sure the mayor is this year. And it's because we deal and we talk to the staff probably more than the rest of the council does, and the mayor pro tem also. These positions, they need to be funded because we aren't a business and we aren't a corporation. We provide services. There's a certain service level that we do. We are a city. We provide services. And when we don't have the staff, we don't provide the services. And I'm surprised that you would even bring it up, because there are so many times that you have asked for us. We've done something by contract and we save money that way. And you've tried to get a full-time, fully pensioned employee in there. You've brought it up more, like at least
When did
twice.
I
So
do
what
that?
you're
What are
saying
you
now is
talking
totally
about?
against what you've done
What are
in
you
prior
talking
meetings.
about, Kathy?
You've done it a few times,
I
so
think it was
I am not going to
lobbying
be
was
for
one.
that. We don't change
what?
the budget and change
Lobbying.
staffing on. that.
Oh, lobby, that's to reduce, yeah, that's to reduce, save money. And that was the purpose of my comment, was to take.
But you're adding to the pension fund, so you're going against all the things that you say. And so what you're doing to right now is completely
You don't have
adverse
to
to
agree
that.
with me, but let's not get into
I'm telling you,
nitpicking.
I'm
My
not going to
My
vote for that.
request was specific, and it was to reduce, and this is a workshop to give staff direction. So to say they've done it, we don't need to do anything, just rubber stamp. This is
I'm not
direction.
saying
My
that. So how
position,
dare you even say
my
that?
position, if you'll let me finish without
No.
interrupting.
You're interrupting me. I have the floor. You're interrupting me. So,
Mayor, who
Mayor-
has the floor?
Ms.
Mayor,
Ward, complete
thank
your
you.
comment and then please.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Knobloch.
so as a city service and what we do, I am completely against, and I urge the council not to do anything with the staffing. It's budgeted. Whether we have it or not, it's up to the discretion of the city manager, and we shouldn't even be discussing it right now. That's
Mr.
my
Knobloch.
comment.
The purpose of this workshop is to the staff to get directions from this council, not to rubber stamp what they do. They've come up with a budget and they've suggested budgeting 34 employees, none of which are currently employed. We've enjoyed, the taxpayers of this city have enjoyed substantial revenue because of that. And what I'm suggesting is of the $2.5 million increase in personnel from 2020 to 21, that we take $1 million of that. We reduce the personnel budget, or the personnel budget request from 20 million to 19.85, take 5, actually 18, excuse me, 18.85. We, no, excuse me, 19.85, 1 million reduction. Half of that goes to the immediate pension reduction payment on the 3-2-1 program, which we authorized last October and has not been done. We take $500,000 of that and we leave $500,000 untouched for purposes of operational net operating position, to increase it from 400 to about 900. That's a suggestion. And Councilmember Ward, you don't have to agree with it, but to mention other things that are unrelated to this workshop is not necessary. So
So,
that's my suggestion. And you
so,
can vote no, but that's my
Can I make
suggestion.
one comment first?
yes, please.
Just to point out, it's not, this is just budgeted numbers. It's not actual money that you can move back and forth. This is just projections on where the money is going to come out. So it's not like we can just pull the money back. I mean, they're budgeting for a certain amount. They're probably not going to fill all 34 positions, but it's not like there's money to be pulled back and spent somewhere else. The other thing is, the reason that the 3-2-1 isn't paid is because we decided not to sell the property that would have provided the money to provide. So we made that decision, not staff.
Not you, not.
Well, it
Kathy.
doesn't matter about individuals. Council acts as a whole.
Right.
We as
I
a
mean, we have
council.
to take
That's fine.
responsibility for it.
Sure. But I would leave the discretion, and this is an overall comment. Again, we're council, we set strategies, as the mayor was saying, we don't get down in the weeds and make these kind of decisions, and we can second guess staff later about whether they budgeted correctly, but we've got to defer to staff on this, and I think we should move forward. But I appreciate the suggestion, Steve, but I wouldn't be supportive of that.
Was
And
that
again-
was
and
that a
again,
motion?
Just in response, this is a workshop where
Mhm.
we're asked to give staff direction. And while this is not the budget, a budget will come back with these numbers. And my suggestion is to make a modification to them as direction to our staff. And I'll make a motion to that effect.
City manager. Is this something you could work with?
Yes and no. Yes, you already have given me the authority, going back to the 2019 LTFP, to use any savings that I find throughout the budget year to apply to paying down pension liabilities. And as that one slide showed, historically, we showed different payments that have been made outside of our normal pension obligations. I would much rather hear the priority of the council is to expedite paying down additional pension pay down as it relates to the 3-2-1 plan and allow us to work within the savings. I think taking away $1 million from personnel expenditures sends the wrong message to staff. And that's just, I'm sorry, that's my opinion as the city manager. We're not going to fill those positions, all of them. And there is going to be savings that will be able to achieve pension pay down and other one-time projects. And so I think within the current parameters that council's already provided, we'll be able to meet those goals. But I wouldn't recommend reducing the personnel expenditures, because the other problem is, and then I hate to go there, but that will affect services. And I appreciate that everyone's struggling in this economy. But as soon as I've been through this, as soon as we reduce pool hours, or as soon as we eliminate infrastructure improvements, the complaints come to the city of why you're doing that. And we indicate budget cuts, and the community doesn't accept that.
My number one concern, I mean, yes, I want the pool to be open. Yes, I want other services to be provided. But the thing I want the most to occur is I want a smooth process at that permit desk.
You need the people.
We need the people to do it. So I don't want to do anything that's penny wise, dollar foolish. And I'm not saying this is, but I think we have to look at the bigger picture. So.
Well, do we have a motion?
We have a motion, and
Is there a
so we'll call
second?
for the question. Do we have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
No.
Councilmember Ward,
Nay.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Mayor James.
No.
Motion fails 2-3.
I would make a motion that we adjourn. Oh, no, we don't adjourn. What are we doing?
Recess.
Recess this.
Recess for 3
Until-
minutes.
Yeah.
For 3
We need
minutes.
to.
For a
Let's-
bathroom break.
that's-
Mayor James,
Yes.
couple quick points of order. We have a second item, the pension liability funding strategies. That's still part of the budget workshop. We can continue that to the end of the meeting.
Seems like we.
Why is that on
You
there?
are-
It's an item that
So
I
you-
suggested and got 2 members to support
Correct. So you-
placing on the agenda.
Well,
We've kind of discussed it, but if you want a very brief
Oh.
report,
It's
Let's push through this and let's,
then we need a break.
you need a break?
We do need no, after this. We need a
After
break.
this, we'll
Okay.
recess after this.
Right.
So if we can have a report on that?
yes, sir. So at the long-term financial plan workshop on April 5th, the city council requested to have an item agendized for consideration. The direction was to consider additional pension funding strategies. The discussion mentioned dedicating excess property tax, 2/3 of excess parking meter revenue, and 1% of the annual budget funds and salary savings from vacant positions. In the discussion, the staff has provided a historical element up to the numerous pension updates and the 3-2-1 plan that's been mentioned numerous times in the workshop. Staff's recommendation is to approve reevaluating pension strategies and providing recommendations at the 2023 long-term financial plan. And I will stop with my report and answer any questions the council may have.
Any questions? Councilmember Ferguson?
Well, this is an item that I recommended we place on the agenda and had support from Councilmember Noblock and Mayor James, and that's not in the report. The direction by the council was to not delay analysis on this to 2023, number one. It was actually to have some analysis on this, and there is no analysis on this. I'm disappointed in the agenda report. It's just a regurgitation of the white paper from the long-term financial plan on pension reform last year. That said, the city manager didn't even sign off on this agenda report, so I don't know. It's prepared by him. He didn't sign it, but he had direction, and I just feel like he's just given me the finger. And the other 2 council members who didn't support this item specifically, I don't know where they would go, but did support me having this on the agenda. And it's just a very disappointing report, in my opinion. And I just like to just make a motion simply to have council consider committing without even any further ado, dedicating, number one, dedicating excess property tax each year to pension, unfunded pension debt. Number 2, dedicate 2/3 of excess parking meter revenue, 1% of annual budget funds, and salary savings from vacant positions. Do I have a second?
Could you repeat that motion again? I didn't quite catch all
Yeah,
that.
my motion was.
Excuse me, I do need to interrupt. We do have one speaker card. So I don't
Okay.
want, Do you want to
Okay.
take it before the motion
Is that on the pension, on the current
On-
item?
on the pension?
Okay.
Okay, we'll take the speaker card on the pension before we do the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, and the speaker is Zenwu.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and the rest of the council members. My name is Zheng Wu, City of St. Clemente resident. Unpaid pension liability is a huge issue for our city. As we can see from the report, we are about 70% funded, but the 2020 to 21 year, there was about 21% investment return, but the next year, we're close to the middle of the year. So if you look at the last 12 months, the asset value goes down. We use S&P 500, goes down by 5%. At the same time, the inflation is over 8%. That means we're going to have an immediate drop of the funded percentage, and the unpaid pension liability will increase by a lot. So I'm going to throw out an idea. Why don't we take advantage of our long-held AAA rating and issue municipal bond to raise money and pay down the pension, unpaid pension liability, 50 million of them as of now. And essentially, we're not raising the tax. We are essentially refinancing our debt at a much lower interest rate from dropped from 7% down to about 3.5%. We're talking saving the money. We have some heated discussion about $1 million. But if we look at our budget, every year we're paying about 3.6 million just for those interests. And by reducing it to 3.5%, we can save about 1.8 just in the interest rate for the first year. And over the life of the amortization, we can probably save about over $30 million on the interest payment. And that's the idea I'd like to propose for you to study. If we don't want to go through that process to issue the general obligation bond, which requires 50% of voter approval, the city can set up a corporation, transfer some assets into the corporation and have the corporation issue a bond, which comes a slightly higher interest rate, but it's being done. A recent example, the city of West Covina, they issued a bond at a 4% interest rate to pay down their unpaid pension liability in order to cut the interest payment. It's also being done in other cities, such as the city of Flagstaff and the city of Tucson in Arizona. So I urge you to look into that possibility. Thank you.
Okay.
We need
Like to
can I
resume
make a
my
substitute
motion?
motion?
Well.
There was a
get-
motion and a second. I
And
think.
a motion and a second. You
What
want
was,
to-
I asked for clarification on
Right.
the motion. There were a number
Okay.
of components there and I didn't quite catch them
Okay,
all.
thank you. My motion is to have city council commit each year to, number one, dedicating excess property taxes. This is all to the unfunded pension liabilities that we owe. Two-thirds of the excess parking meter revenue. We've expanded the time on the parking meters, as you know. And so we have more revenue from that additional 4 hours a night, I believe it is. 1%, number three, 1% of annual budget funds. And number four, salary savings from vacant positions.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'll do a substitute motion that we go with staff recommendation to reevaluate, we stay the course, first of all, what our plans are, and that we reevaluate and make recommendations in the 2023 LTFP process.
So.
I'll second that.
So I have the issue of Council Member Ferguson's motion of really not knowing what those numbers are. I don't know what those numbers are with the excess property tax. I don't know what those numbers would be with parking revenue. More than willing to look at that at some future time, but not tonight where I don't have, so I don't have numbers. So I'll have, I can't support Councilmember Ferguson on this tonight, but it's an intriguing idea.
So
Thank you.
I'll
I
call for the
may
vote.
respond if I may to your question. We don't need to know the numbers. It's just whatever those are each year, right? So like this year we had, I believe it was 3 million additional property taxes that came in. Is that correct, Jake? Was
Well,
it 3 million above or anticipated over last fiscal year? So even if it's $1 million, it's $1 million, or it's $500,000, it goes towards the unfunded pension liability. So those numbers don't need to be known. It's just that when they're available, we commit to that. We commit to those dollars going to pay down the unfunded pension liability. So I just want to clarify that, Mayor James.
Okay, well, I need to know those.
Mr. Mayor, would you consider having staff report on what those numbers are now presently? I know we can't project the future, but what they are presently for present policy, and
And
then make a
agendize
decision?
for a future meeting?
Yes. Yeah.
How about after the budget is adopted though, because this already is a lot
Yeah,
of what
it's
we're
good.
doing.
This is
This
for
is
app.
later.
Yes,
You know, if I may, Mayor, Council, we report to you on a quarterly basis our financials. And so we are teed up to come back and report on which quarter?
Third quarter.
Third quarter. So when we come back and report out on third quarter, which isn't the whole picture for the whole fiscal year, it's only a third of that fiscal year, or excuse me, 2/3. We can talk about that and we can share those numbers as part of that quarterly. And then the fourth quarter presentation, which is a closeout of the fiscal year, will be able to give you the real numbers as it relates to that. But again, I got to stress, I already have the direction to take that savings and do pension pay down.
sure.
And that's exactly what we plan on doing.
But that analysis, what you just said, should have been in this report. I did agendize this with 2 members to support. And that analysis that the mayor is asking for should have been in this report, and it wasn't. You didn't address anything that I asked for. It's just very brazen of you.
So I'll
Thank
call
you.
for the vote.
Before we vote, Mr. Mayor, what are the timeframes? You mentioned reports on the various quarters. What's the time frame for that? What month and day? When can we expect that
Third
report?
quarter will be reported. We reported
Well,
in June. won't we?
Yeah, we're going to bring it June 7th, but if additional information is required, plus, again, I'm just looking for clarity, because are we talking the year to year change, or what the expectation is? Like, let's say we anticipate receiving 28 million and then it comes in at 28.5 million. We do the 500,000, or is it a year to year change? I mean, there's a lot of,
So I think what we can do is when we report to you in June, the third quarter report, we'll be able to show you what we budgeted for this revenue and where we anticipate that revenue landing. in that fiscal
June of
year.
next month, what day, or that would be?
It'll either be the June 7th or the third meeting in
Okay.
June.
Very good.
Okay.
Just to make the point, and I appreciate Councilmember Ferguson's efforts and important to pay down the pension. I just think we do strategy. All of these tactics to do it, we have to leave to city staff to give them the flexibility to move things around. When we confine them to certain things that are, especially things that are unknown, it doesn't give them the flexibility to move things around. And we've seen Jake be very aggressive in executing the 3-2-1 plan, his 3-2-1 plan, even though one component wasn't even sort of followed through on by council. So we know that the city staff already does that. Let's give them the flexibility to do it. We don't need to be down in the weeds with them. They're already doing it. Let's not constrain them with allocating certain amounts of money to certain things. We know that they're going to achieve pension pay down as a key priority, and they'll keep reporting that to us. We don't need to get into directing them how to do that.
So
That's my position.
Speaking to the motion and the comments,
Mayor, I
you know,
called
this
for the
isn't
question
the
twice.
weeds. This is policy. This is a
should
policy
end
issue on a
everything.
major liability of the city and how best to address it. You know, you have an engine that produces 700 horsepower of power. That engine unbridled will burn rubber all the way down the street. If you exercise it with a governor and you control the amount of power, it goes the speed limit. We're talking about reasonable direction for staff. We're not talking weeds. We're not talking micromanagement. We're talking major policy decisions. And quite frankly, I like the idea of having that information come back in June, and we can take a look at it and see what it is and see if it's a reasonable thing for the city to do.
So City Clerk, what is our motion and second at this point?
We have a substitute motion.
And we have a substitute. What is the substitute motion with the
We
second?
we have the substitute motion on the table, which was motion by Councilmember Ward, second by Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
That was
Should
to
we
follow
vote?
that recommendation.
And to follow staff recommendation. Can I have a friendly amendment to your substitute motion as to come back and look at what that as the city manager suggested, look at what that funding looks like in the future.
See, I heard something different. I heard that we would get an update in our next
Well, I think-
quarterly report.
I think the olive branch would be that as our part of our quarterly report where we project and identify revenues, we would also cover those questions as to those different revenue buckets, where they are going to be at the end of the fiscal year from a forecast perspective. So I think the quarterly report will be able to.
And if we
answer
don't
those
like what
questions.
we see, then we can come back to Council Member Ferguson's motion. City Clerk, I'm calling for the vote, please.
Okay, on the second motion, that would be motion by Councilmember Ward, second by Mayor Pro Tem Duncan. Councilmember Ferguson.
No.
Councilmember Noblock.
No.
Mayor James.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-2.
Well, we didn't
We
get
don't
to
have to
vote,
vote.
but
I guess if we make the motion, we
Yeah,
vote.
yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry, I called it out. I said motion, pardon me.
I,
Councilmember Ward.
I'm an aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Thank you.
Carries 3-2.
Okay, now I
We
think
take a break.
we're ready to recess.
Thank you.
And it
Mayor,
is-
Mayor, could I just interject? There was a point of order raised in writing. Laura Campanello advised me. It's two people who missed opportunity to speak during public hearing, but we were going to suggest that they speak during open communications. Yeah, because it's anything that you've talked about is about city business, and they
Right.
can do that generally in a minute. Is that all right?
Okay, it's 5:12 and we will recess until 5:17. Can I have a motion on that?
do we need a motion on that?
Yeah, I think we need to vote on that.
Well, yeah,
I'll second it.
is that a motion?
No,
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
City Clerk.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan, aye.
Mayor James.
Aye,
Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
thank you.
Thank you.
Are you ready?
Ready to call this meeting to order?
Okay, welcome to the regular city council meeting of May 25th, 2022. Calling this meeting to order, and city clerk, if you could call for the pastor, please.
Yes, we have invocation by Dusty Davis, Director of Operations, Shoreline Community Church.
Please stand.
Bow your heads with me. Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. God, we thank you for the gift of life, the gift of the city of San Clemente, Lord. What an incredible place to call home. Lord, we thank you for all the families and the people that make this city what it is. And I thank you for this, Lord, this expression of local government, God, the desire to care for and govern and serve one another. And I pray today, Lord, for a spirit of unity, God. I pray for your wisdom upon us, God, your wisdom, which is first of all, peace loving, God. And I pray that that would define this meeting, Lord, and that you would move us forward. And Lord, our hearts are also heavy for the families of Uvalde, Texas, for all the children and the teachers of Robb Elementary. And we pray that your peace and your comfort would go out to them in these very dark times. We ask all these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Mr. Loeffler, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Mr. Mayor. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. And we're going to open these proceedings this evening in memory of a dear friend of mine. And we've lost a lot of people in this community over the past year. Some absolute icons of San Clemente, and you know their names. On Sunday night, we lost Kenny Nielsen. So we're going to open this evening in memory of a man who lived in this community for 68 plus years, Kenny Nielsen. Kenny was a commercial fisherman with extensive knowledge of Southern California coast, spanning from San Diego to Santa Barbara. Kenny's love for the ocean and San Clemente began when in 1960, when he worked on the fishing boats and at the tackle box fishing gear and bait store on the San Clemente piers, until the fishing boats moved in 1971 to Dana Point. Additionally, something very few people know, Kenny was a member of the first graduating class of San Clemente High School. He literally spent his entire life on the ocean, from his time working on the Sunfish fishing boat to owning his own business, Sea Ventures Environmental Services, which he owned up until his passing. Kenny volunteered countless hours to many different organizations. He served on the city's Coastal Advisory Committee from 2000 to 2014. He served on Pier Pride Foundation, volunteered his time with the Surf Rider Foundation. He was a neighborhood watch captain and was a state of California volunteer in the park. In addition to all that, Kenny was a good friend to me. And I would look forward to his phone calls after every meeting. He would critique on what I did wrong, and he'd congratulate me on what I did right. Kenny will be missed by all who knew him, especially his wife, Maureen, his 2 daughters, and his 4 grandchildren. Ken passed away peacefully on May 22nd, 2022. City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Next item is motion to waive reading in full of resolutions and ordinances.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ward, second by Mayor Pro Tem Duncan. Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock. Councilmember Noblock.
Aye. Aye.
Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
Mayor James.
Aye.
Carrie.
Laura, you're muted. There you go.
Yeah, next item, consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action.
I have one. Anybody else?
Okay.
There's an Assembly Bill 2011 that is scheduled to be heard on the Assembly floor no later than May 27th. So I think there's some urgency. I think it's important that we voice our opposition to this bill. Do I need to?
So you'd like to add it to the agenda?
I'd like to add it to the agenda. Do I need to say anything more about the urgency?
No,
Or
I think we've all seen the league letter.
Yeah, I think if it
second
came to
the
your
one.
attention since the posting and it has the urgency that you stated, you could add it to the agenda with a 4/5 vote. with
Okay,
that motion.
I'd like to move to add it to the agenda.
Second.
Go ahead.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Duncan, second by Councilmember Noblock. Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Councilmember Ferguson.
I need clarification. What is the name of the bill? The title or what it's about? I don't even know what it's about.
Yeah, that's what I was going to get into, but then
There should be a
wasn't sure.
title of the bills to give us an idea of what we're voting on.
well,
please.
I was going to read the description from the League of Cities that actually would provide information about it if that works.
Yeah.
Because I don't think the title is going to give you much, but
Okay, thank you. That'd be good.
here's what the League of Cities says AB 2011 specifically does. Disregards state mandated local planning efforts and forces cities to allow certain affordable housing and mixed unit developments in zones where office, retail, and or parking are a principally permitted use regardless of any inconsistency with the local government's general plan, specific plan, zoning ordinance, or regulation, restricts the city's ability to designate certain areas for commercial and retail activity only, regardless of whether housing is a compatible use, and requires local government to ministerially approve these projects without condition, discretion, or a public hearing to allow members of the community to participate in the process.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye. Oh. She's not there anymore.
So Deputy City Clerk, please pick up the roll.
Mayor James.
Aye.
So that carries 5-0.
Do we hear that now, or does it get moved to later in the agenda?
Goes to new business.
New business.
New business.
Okay, now we move on to the oral communications portion. We do have public comments.
Thank you.
And the first speaker is Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Mickey Rathman, followed by Christopher Aitken.
This is a little bit of a recap from the last city council meeting. According to the FPPC, public service is a public trust requiring officials and employees to place loyalty to the citizens, the laws and ethical principles above private gain. Next slide, please. Following ethical guidelines and eliminating any improprieties or even the appearance of potential corruption is imperative to safeguarding the public's trust in government. To help accomplish this goal, laws exist to aid public officials in avoiding conflicts between an official's duty and the official's personal interest. As a public trust requires citizens to place loyalty and faith into the laws and ethical principles of public officials. Constituents at these city council meetings voice their concerns about city matters. There's a lot of research that goes in preparation for these, such as researching government codes, case law, reaching out to other government agencies and other representatives. Sometimes people are caught off guard about an agenda item and they race down to speak at a city council meeting. Having oral communications part 2 is necessary. And we have seen in local news, voicing our concerns is imperative. Basically eliminating it erodes the it's essential to express our concerns. Eliminating it erodes the public's trust and suppresses our free speech. This is from a recent article from regarding the Anaheim mayor's concerns regarding Mayor Sinhu. And Councilmember Morano stated, "What I don't want residents and community people to forget is that matters to be one voice," Morano said, highlighting the power of being vocal, even as a minority vote. One person, Moreno said, one voice does matter. So whether it's a city council member, it also applies to constituents. Next slide, please. On March 15th, members of this dais voted to remove oral communications part 2, whereas, people don't have the ability to voice their concerns. Next slide, please. And fortunately, it doesn't surprise me that Director Moreno basically, did this because he's always was supportive of our needs at the TCA Board of Directors meetings, and really was very concerned regarding the right of free speech. And so, thanks to Senator Bass also for bringing up the doxing of personal identifying information, so we could, talk about that as well. Next slide, please. Basically, this is just a recap, just saying about this article that the vote came after more than 2 hours of public comment. So there's an importance of that. So having our public comments only to 30 minutes really suppresses our free speech. Next slide, please. And in doing so, this is a post from Chris Duncan, and he says that not only must Harry Sidhu resign, but we must do more to root out corruption and restore trust in our institutions. Yet when residents reporting the doxing of personal identifying information, he said that it was a made up or non-issue. Next slide, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
On that, along those lines of the speaker, Ms. Quintanilla, I'd like to propose we agendize the second oral communications, a discussion of bringing that back at the next council meeting, please. I was absent at the March 15th meeting when that was eliminated. I'd like to seek that. Thanks.
I think it would be appropriate for you to do that during council member comments.
Yes. And I can make a motion to, I'm sorry, not a motion, but a recommendation for an item to appear at the next meeting anytime during the meeting. Do I have support from one other member to do that?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor James.
Can we continue with public comments?
We'll continue with public comments.
Good afternoon, councils, friends and neighbors. My name is Mickey Rathman. I'm a local shop owner as well as a volunteer with the Downtown Business Association. I did have a card in to speak earlier during the budget workshop, so I'm sorry if the content that I'm about to share seems out of place. I thought I was going to have the opportunity to speak earlier.
Yeah, Ms. Rathman, I'm sorry for the confusion.
That's okay. I understand that things happen. The Downtown Business Association is a great organization within San Clemente. We are very enthusiastic about our partnership with the city and the work that we're able to do to promote business and commerce in our community. We're thrilled to see a 35% increase in sales tax revenue in the T-zone. That's amazing. I know that some of that could be attributed to some pent-up demand during the pandemic, but we're incredibly proud that via the subsidies that we received from the city, as well as COVID grant monies, that we were able to keep such a large share of our community spend within San Clemente, as well as attracting people from outside of our community to come and spend their time and money at the shops, restaurants, and businesses within this incredible community. As we looked forward to this coming year, we looked at, of course, what our budget was going to be and what things look like. And we came up against an obstacle with insurance. The city appropriately does require the Downtown Business Association to have liability insurance for any of the events that we do, like the car show and the Glitz as examples. And those insurance rates have increased dramatically over the last couple of years, in some ways due to the mass casualties that we have seen at concerts and other large events, which may make it prohibitive for us to continue doing these events, which are beloved by our community, as you can see by things and accolades that the Downtown Business Association has won, like Best Community Event, gold and silver for our two big events. The car show happened in 2021 with the outdoor dining decks in place and was incredibly successful. We have less outdoor dining decks in 2022, so we anticipate the Village Art Fair is another one of our popular endeavors, and it was moved to the community center lawn due to social distancing during the pandemic. It didn't necessarily have to do with the outdoor dining decks. It's now become beloved at the lawn. And so we're hesitant to move it because people love it there, but it is a little bit of a smaller space, which allows us to have less artists, thus impacts our revenues a bit. So I just wanted to point out those couple things. I know that during the budget workshop, you did indicate that you wanted to meet with the Downtown Business Association to learn more about our events and our expenses. And we are, of course, enthusiastic and happy to meet with you to figure out ways that we can continue to work together to be successful and drive our sales tax
Thank you
revenue even
very
higher.
much.
Thank you.
City Clerk.
The next card is Christopher Aiken.
He's not here.
He left. Okay. The next one is Michael Johnson, followed by Rick Loeffler, followed by Donna Vidrine.
Looks like Mr. Loeffler's up next. He's talking. Oh,
Mr. Johnson,
oh, Michelle Johnson. Sorry.
Michelle.
Sorry,
Sorry.
It's okay. Is it working?
it is.
Well, not on the budget. Having lost a grandson to fentanyl poisoning, I am amazed at the lack of a strong response to the crisis of fentanyl poisoning. It has been 3 years since Joey took 1/2 of a pill bought from a friend that Joey thought the pill was Xanax. He came home from work that day. He walked the dog. He ordered food to be delivered. He was alone. Then he took the 1/2 a pill. Not an addict. Joey had, he went to San Clemente High School. He's a San Clemente boy. Had a master's degree, was a homeowner, social worker in charge of many employees, some more than twice his age. He was 27. The FBI and the DEA are conducting an investigation and still have his phone. On Joey's office door hung a sign that said, "Do not disturb unless it's funny." I thought that was cute. Last Monday night on late night C-SPAN, I watched a subcommittee hearing where 3 grown old men high in the structure of Homeland Security and Border Security were being questioned. They were like programmed robots. All 3 were asked 3 direct questions. Is fentanyl crossing our southern border a threat to Homeland Security and a form of domestic terrorism equal to the threat of anthrax or ricin? Number 2, is our southern border secure between the points of entry? Is our southern border closed? These 3 men had a planned response to all 3 questions. We are doing all we can with the resources available to us. 4 different men asked these 3 questions of each of the 3 robots. I was so upset at their evasive attitude, their total lack of involvement. I guess they don't have a Joey in their family. The suffering never ends, not for them, not in the least, and not for any of us. And I'm only bringing this up to bring more awareness that fentanyl poisoning is right here in our town.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, the fentanyl problem is such a huge problem in this county, in this nation. And I'm pleased that our district attorney has a policy that anyone caught distributing that drug will be charged with murder because the offenses, the dangers of those pills are so phenomenal. It's almost sure death. So I appreciate what Todd Spitzer is doing, and I apologize, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you. City Clerk.
Rick Loeffler.
Evening, Council. I just wanted to maybe give a follow-up. You're probably all aware, but maybe some of the citizens aren't. Since you passed the ordinance banning e-bikes on the trail and the beaches, one of the main concerns that was voiced when you passed that was the element of enforcement. And as I've always said, the voluntary compliance is probably the main component of passing any ordinance. I'd like to recognize the outstanding job Captain Malat of Marine Safety has done to educate offenders using the beach trail and pier. Lifeguards have been contacting people on their e-bikes and educating them as to what the new law is. Also, they've included a blurb on their CERC report, their phone-in CERC report, reiterating what the new law is. And they just recorded a PSA that they did in-house, and it's about a minute or so long. It's just incredible. One of their guards is a kind of a amateur photographer, director, or whatever. And that's going to actually be available tomorrow, I believe, and where they address the issue and educate. They've also, they have a component. This is the biggest thing though. They've included in their junior lifeguard program, part of the education will be not only e-bike safety, helmets, and the new law, which is exactly the demographic they need to hit. I don't know if you've seen the social media videos that people have been posting of 20 little e-bikers, bless their hearts, doing wheelies down Vista Hermosa and all that. And this is the, like I say, the demographic that they really need to hit, and it's going to be outstanding. Also, with Memorial Day coming up, the one thing that we're missing, and the city manager has told me that the signs are imminent, the real, not the paper signs, but the real hard signs are going to be going up on the beach trail. And Captain Malat and Chief Benfield have already gotten together and strategized some ways to enforce and get the word out more. And I think as soon as we get those signs up, I think Captain Benfield's going to be able to go out there and even do a little bit more aggressive enforcement if needed. But I will tell you that Captain Malat ensures everyone that since they've been doing their little program the last couple of months, that the number of e-bikes on the trail and on the beach on the pier has gone down dramatically. So that's really, really encouraging. The last thing I'd just like to do is acknowledge the heroic efforts of border patrolmen in Texas, who at great peril to themselves entered the school and neutralized the threat and definitely kept much more damage from happening. So you hear about negative things about the police every day, but this is one of the things that you can see where we definitely need to salute them and their efforts, and no defunding. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
To follow up to that comment, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to say the solution to a bad man with a gun is a good man with a gun.
Next speaker is Donna Bedreen.
In regards to beach bikes, e-bikes, I should say, I think we're going, city manager, we're going to have some information coming out in regards to a PSA we're doing, right?
Yes, that's correct. As well as we'll be returning back to the council with recommendations as it relates to not on the sidewalks, and staff have some other ideas.
Are we at liberty to talk about who the stars of that PSA will be?
I think we would like to leave that a surprise.
Okay. It's a great surprise. Go ahead, please.
Familiar faces.
Familiar faces.
A few words. I am heartbroken over the unspeakable loss of lives in Texas yesterday. If we cannot protect our children, where is the freedom gifted to us by the sacrifice of 9 generations of Americans? Some politicians refuse to do anything despite repeated massacres of children by killers armed with weapons of war while draped with body armor meant for combat. Some politicians have traded election victories for the lives of children. They exalt the protection of gun ownership over the safety of children. They have contributed to the death of innocent children by protecting gun industry profits above all else. To the NRA, find the human decency to cancel your annual celebration this week. Allow the grieving parents and community of Uvalde to mourn and bury their dead. It's time to act. We owe it to the innocent children killed yesterday in Texas, and to every child returning to school today who trusts that adults in their lives will protect them. Buffalo, New York, Laguna Woods, California, Uvalde, Texas. This death toll will keep rising until firearms become less easily available. We are seeing the opposite happening as semi-automatic weapons become revered as if they represent freedom. In truth, they represent fear, intimidation, and tyranny. The gun lobby remains a powerful force in American politics. As a country, we have failed to pass universal background checks and common sense gun safety legislation to keep our communities safe from the epidemic of gun violence, ban assault weapons, pass common sense gun laws, stand up to the gun lobby, act. It's about power, money, and political will. Stop the gun violence. See, I have 43 seconds left. We had a vigil out on the community center lawn, and we read aloud the names of the children that were identified as murdered yesterday. I'll start. Uzziah Garcia, Amory Joe Garza, Xavier Lopez, Tess Mata, Ellie Garcia, Rogelio Torres, Jose Flores, Halaya Seguero, Navaje Brajo, Jackie Cesares, Annabelle Rodriguez, Eliahana Torres, McKenna Lee Elrod, Lexi Rubio, Eva Mireless.
Time is up.
Okay.
And the final comment is from Decline.
Been here, done that, huh? The majority of this council have acknowledged publicly that the city is inflicting a public nuisance by operating noise polluting activities in San Gorgonio Park. This is causing annoyance to a number of persons and constitutes a violation of Civil Code 3480. It is not reasonable by any stretch of the imagination that the tax-paying residents who are being negatively affected be expected to, quote, hang in there, quote, for another 2 years, especially since the city has done nothing to mitigate this nuisance. And in fact, their actions have increased the activity. I think we know what we're talking about. I brought it up at the last council meeting. It was supposed to be agendized, but they're putting it off till June, which puts half the summer already gone for us. Thank you very much, Mr. Sund. Anyway, city documents clearly state that all noise producing activities are to be placed on the freeway side of San G so that residents' quality of life is not affected. However, staff placed the loudest, most annoying sound producing activity as close to residents as possible. I have not found any legal cause where an individual or individuals want to play a game, any game, takes precedent over the equal quality of life for San Clemente tax-paying residents. If I'm wrong, let me know now, and I'll just go home. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm not done. I was thanking you for not sending me home. Okay, so
We could do that.
sorry about that, Mayor. So again, I request that the city decommission any pickleball that is negatively impacting taxpayer residents' quality of life. If the city fails to do so, what recourse do the negatively affected tax-paying residents of the city have? It's not a rhetorical question. I am seeking your advice. You were elected by the tax-paying residents of this town. I am one of them. You work for us. I need your help. What options do we have? I have those, thank you. I think you need to be
Thank you.
ashamed of yourselves.
Thank you very much.
City manager, excuse me, Mayor, I have a question of the city manager.
Certainly.
Yes, I did request to agendize this and had ample support from a fellow council member to have this on the agenda for this meeting. And there's nothing in the policy, no provision, city manager, that gives you the authority to delay intentionally or to some future meeting. And unless council sometimes says, oh, I want this on a meeting agenda, like I have with the looking at the amphitheater for potential amphitheater sites in town, you know, for later, right? And I specified some particular month, but it needs to come on the next meeting. And our speaker is correct. It was supposed to be on this meeting and it's not. And is that correct? It's going to be on some future meeting in late June?
I'd ask for the city clerk to clarify that's council direction, please.
Thank you, City Manager Sun. Yes, the direction was not a date specific, so this item was not added to tonight's agenda. It's going to be on the June 7th agenda, I believe.
Thank you, Ms. Campanello, but city manager, it's always the next meeting unless specified, and you know it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City clerk, what else do we have?
Oh, sorry, that concludes public comments.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is consent. And we don't have any speaker cards unless some have come in just in the last moments.
That's correct. No speaker card.
No items have been pulled by the public.
1 second. Go ahead.
Can I ask a question,
Yes.
Steph? Thank you. So, city clerk, I was absent from the last meeting. Would my, on the minutes of the meeting, would it be automatically recorded as abstaining, or do I need to pull that item?
You can abstain. We can pull the item and abstain, or
I'd rather just record it, just
You-
automatic. Thank you.
sure.
If it's not contested, you can just register an abstention.
All right, I move that we approve the minutes, or move that we approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Duncan, second by Mayor James. Councilmember Ferguson.
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock. Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Next item on the agenda is council member comments or council member reports.
City manager and city attorney go first, right?
So if we have anything from commissions and committees, which I don't think we do, the next one is city manager. I only have to report out 3 contracts. Bob Holland Associates, recruitment firm for $19,500 for the Deputy Public Works Director recruitment. Bob Holland Associates for $18,000 for the Traffic Engineer recruitment. And Bob Holland Associates for the Code Compliance Manager recruitment for $18,500. That's all I have to report out at this time.
Mayor, I have a question of the
Yes.
city manager. Why is our human resources manager not doing these recruitments
So
in-house?
it's a great question. We only have one individual in HR that does recruitments. It's our HR analyst. She is currently recruiting upwards of 10 different positions. These positions are very specialized. They're a little bit of a higher level position, if you will. And we're using a recruiting firm to cast a wide net to get the best candidate for that position.
It's a lot of money, $18,000
Actually-
per position.
Actually, it's not. Normal recruiters range anywhere from 25,000 to 35,000. We're saving costs by not printing publications and other unnecessary costs to get a very cost-effective recruitment.
We didn't pay that for the city manager recruitment, so I'm well aware that's really high.
Well, you paid more for the city manager recruitment.
No,
I think we absolutely did.
Yeah.
we did.
no, we didn't. It was just 16,000, I believe, with expenses, but we should be doing those in-house. They're deputy district, what was it? Deputy Public Works Director. That should be done in-house. I mean, there's so many online platforms out there that Indeed.com and others that just make it easy to recruit people. I'm just surprised, but okay, well, thank you for your explanation.
City clerk.
City attorney.
Just quickly, Mayor and Council, there are 2 bills pending in the legislature that would extend they would create the ability for city councils to meet virtually, or at least with a hybrid of actual meetings and virtual meetings. They both passed the local government committee, the Assembly Local Government Committee earlier this month. So we're watching those for you. We'll keep the manager and clerk apprised of them. Both require that a majority of you be present physically here. But if one or two have to miss, you no longer have to post your location and invite the public to that location, be it your hospital or cruise ship. So anyway, we'll keep you posted on those. And both of them give the council the ability to elect whether to use that platform or not.
Councilmember Ferguson.
Thank you, City Attorney. Yes, please let me know, because I do see our legislative analyst is home, I assume, or in another building, because she's on Zoom tonight, right? I had wanted to participate due to a personal issue, wanted to participate in a meeting on March 15th, and I couldn't unless I signed your form, a form which council never approved. So are you saying that our staff who's participating remotely is signing this form that you created to be signed to participate? Because neither you or Ms. Campanola would send me the link to that meeting without signing a form as to why I was out.
Yeah, briefly, Mayor and Council, the requirement that you be present applies only to council members and not to your staff. So those rules are subject to the council's directives and the city manager. So you may have staff out of town or in Sacramento, they can drop in as they might tonight.
Yeah, you might want to bring your form to council because it was never approved by council.
So the form to council is an accommodation request under the American with Disabilities Act. We use it for not just this occasion, but anytime somebody can't come to work or be present. And so anybody, council member or a member of the public, has the ability to sign that form and request the virtual meeting as accommodation. But in your case, you didn't desire to do that.
It didn't apply to Zoom. That predates COVID and the Zoom platform.
Well, it's the accommodation request
I
is the
think you
same regardless of.
you improperly banned me from attending that March 15th meeting, in
Well,
my opinion.
I understand that's your belief, but it's
Yes,
what
it
we
is.
do.
Councilmember Ward, you have something?
City Attorney, does that mean that this bill that to allow virtual meetings, does that mean that a body doesn't, if they are allowing that, they don't have to meet every month anymore and make that finding?
No, that's right. The current authority to meet virtually is a carryover from last November, and this council opted to let that continued authority lapse. So this is new authority with a new platform under the new legislation that allows some form of virtual participation.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you. It's not contingent upon a local or state emergency.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy City Clerk.
Okay, council member comments. It's 5:59. We are supposed to recess to close session at 6 o'clock. I know Mayor Pro Tem Duncan has one person in the audience.
I think we have two presentations to make.
Mayor,
we don't have any
Mayor, we
other-
don't have to break at 6 o'clock for closed session.
Right, that's what I'm thinking too.
It would be nice to be on
So
time.
what I'd like to do is do the proclamations, the award, and then we have a proclamation, do those, and do city council member comments, and then we'll recess into closed session. Is that okay, City
Yes.
Clerk? Okay.
Want me to go first?
Yeah, you go first.
I'd like to invite Charlotte Quintanar up here. So we decided I don't know when it was, a few months ago maybe, to do a resident or business of the quarter. And I think that's a great way to recognize, people in our community, businesses in our community who are giving back, who are taking important stands. So I'm very enthused to give our first Resident of the Quarter award to Charlotte Quintanar, who is and to have it be one of our young people in our community, right? Like, that's so important, a future leader. So Charlotte is in high school, San Clemente resident, and she put in for a presentation, a video presentation to the California Coastal Commission. The challenge was on climate change videos. I think it's Climate Video Challenge was what it was called. So she won first place. So that's fantastic, and fantastic for Charlotte and also for our city. But I think, one of the things, and I had the opportunity to review the video. One of the things I really liked about it was, and I'll sort of summarize and let me know if I'm not summarizing correctly, but it was about flowers that we get from South America. And we actually have flower producers right here in Southern California, right in South Orange County, even in our area. So why are we paying to have flowers shipped from these foreign places and all of the degrading effects on the environment for shipping all of these flowers over here? We should be buying local, right? And so the part I liked about it is the buying local control. I'd like us to move towards where we buy things off local farms again. I think that's not only healthier, it supports local farming. And so her video really, sparked in me something that I believe in as well. And I think we can all sort of rally behind, especially in San Clemente, our small town, that we should be buying local. And that's not only good for our local businesses and community, but also for the environment. So congratulations, Charlotte. I'd like to give you this first certificate of recognition for resident of the quarter. Yeah, thank you very much. And would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much for this opportunity. It's really an honor to receive this. And like you said, I tried to focus on the individual effort that we could make. I know climate change is a huge issue and there's big legislation that we could do, but I wanted to focus on something that individuals can do and just making a conscious effort to buy flowers that are locally grown. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
City Clerk. The special presentation of marine safety is at 7 tonight, not now. So
Correct. And so you wanted to recess to closed session. We do have one comment for closed session.
well, no, we're reduce council member comments now.
So we're not going to do the presentation for marine safety?
No, they're going to be here at 7.
Right. So are we done with council member comments? I'm sorry.
No, we haven't started.
They could leave if we did the presentation.
Do we have marine safety here? No, we don't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's OCFA.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
my
Please.
eyesight. Okay.
Council member comments.
Should we hold off comments then until the second half and hear the comment for closed session and move to closed session now?
Let's get councilman comments out of the way.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're continuing with council member comments today here?
Please.
Okay.
Hey, Mayor James, I just have a quick one.
Please.
Councilmember Knobloch, would you be fine with reconsidering the item on redesignating the second oral communications on our agendas for the second meeting in June 21st, instead of June 7th? I just realized I'm going to be working vote centers on election night, so I won't be here on June 7th. So the item to reconsider adding the second oral communications back to our city council meetings
I have no objection to that. I can support that.
for the second meeting in June. Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Two comments. Number one, I just want to report for those of you that aren't aware, our county recorder, Hugh Wynn, opened today, expanded greatly the South County Recorder's Office. So anyone that wants marriage licenses, death certificates, passports, recording documents, saves a drive from Santa Ana to the community center in Laguna Hills. So saves our people a lot of time driving to having to drive and park in Santa Ana. The second thing I want to mention, Mr. Mayor, is on our door as you enter the facility here, there's a sign that has been posted for some time. It says, "Notice, we're committed to well-being. Please wear a face mask." I think the face mask restrictions are not really effective, needed, And I would recommend that we instruct staff to remove all signs that say, please wear your face mask from any city facility. I think it's unnecessary. There's no science. It doesn't protect anybody from anything. And I would suggest we remove those signs.
I'll second that.
I believe, can I ask a question if anyone knows? I think the current health advisory is if people are not vaccinated, that they should wear a
This, the
mask.
signs, these, and that's a good point, Councilmember Novak. The sign should be updated. That's the self-attestation phase, which is if you are vaccinated, you don't need to wear a mask. If you're unvaccinated, it's recommended that you wear a mask. Those are the signs that we have at City Hall. Those are aligned with the current healthcare guidelines. So I agree, we should take those out and exchange them with the self-attestation.
I would recommend they be taken out, but not changed. I don't think we should have signs at all telling our people what to wear, or not to wear. They
Well-
can decide what is important for them health-wise. So that's my request for our council.
I agree.
Well, I don't,
We're supposed
Mayor,
to
I
be
don't think you can
following
take
the,
that action tonight, but you could schedule it for a
Agendize.
future meeting.
Okay. And then I'd like to have that agendized.
Great, okay.
Very good.
And the-
You have
Mayor,
anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
I have something very quick just to add for the, what you're trying to do with the e-bikes.
Yes.
It turns out that a lot of our bike riders are from Dana Point. And I don't know if there's any value of anything that we can do to, I know we're doing it locally. I don't know if there's anything that we can do to, to get the word out to Dana Point. But I was there, last week and I was looking around and I can see why they come here. They can safely come down El Camino Real, in the bike lanes, and then they love to come on our beach trail. PCH through Dana Point is just, it's, very scary to ride, but they need to know that we're not the destination for the e-bike.
No, and that's a
on the
great point,
beach.
Councilmember Ward. Once the PSA and the PSA will be completed before summer, my recommendation would be that the mayor attend a Dana Point Council meeting and provide a special presentation to the Dana Point Council as it relates to that PSA.
That would be a great idea.
Excellent.
Yeah, thank
Can't
you
wait.
very much. That's all I have.
Okay, I have.
Wait, I have one.
Okay.
Councilmember Ferguson, do you have any other comments?
No,
Or-
thank
okay.
you.
On the e-bikes, and I think it's timely. So I'll be there with Rico. I would like to see if there's any support, and I get your point, Councilmember Ward, but we've heard this kind of going around, and I think it should be discussed at least, of having some kind of a training program for our young e-bike riders in particular. Something that they have to go through in order to be certified essentially to ride an e-bike. Because this is a motorized vehicle. And I am very worried, especially up in Talega, where we have lots of e-bike riders, all kids, that something's going to happen. And I think it's commensurate on the city to at least review whether there's some kind of program we can implement that's more formalized. And so I wanted to see if we have support for adding that to the discussion about riding on the sidewalks that we are already going to have. And it's apropos with the bike safety rodeo happening tomorrow.
You
Anyway.
have my support on that.
Anybody else?
Sure, I'll support that.
I agree. I think it's an extension of what we've already been doing, but it sounds like you're trying to make it.
I think it's.
I don't think it's a license to be able to ride a bike, though.
No, it's not a license, but it's a training program. And I don't know how we,
Yeah, and
what
I-
the
and I will-
penalties are, but it's
if I may,
something
and I
that
know
it's
Tony would
formalized.
probably- Tony, I'm sorry to interrupt. I would love to take that because I think this is an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. First off, safety and education to all e-bike riders. But number two, one of the things that OCSD is faced with time and time again is bike theft. And having a program where they're certified and their serial number is recorded by the city would help in the event of OCSD dealing with bike theft crimes. And so that's something that we'll think about and we'll bring back as part of that package that we discussed. I think it will be a great idea.
Okay. And
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Duncan, this was just to agendize, correct?
just to agendize for
To have
the,
a
I
report.
think we're coming back to an e-bike discussion on other things. We can kind of add it to that as a
Okay.
formalized program for training and PAC certification of the bikes themselves as well.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
So I have several things. First off, Friday night, I went to the OCFA Bravest and Best Award, where our very own Chief Rob Capobianco was named Chief of the Year for OCFA.
All right.
Also, firefighter of the year, we had a nominee from Station 60, and that was Fire Captain Kelly Lucas. And we had a nominee for Cadet of the Year, and that was Chase Ailey. Additionally, a truck from outside of San Clemente, truck 21, was, which I believe Laguna Hills, I believe it's Laguna Hills. 20, oh, I have 21 here on the program, in which 2 firefighters that live in San Clemente, firefighter Jeremy Bart and firefighter Robbie Bonsenko. I should know his name because I sold him my house once. And they were given a unit citation for a harrowing rescue on the of a attempted teenage suicide victim. The story was absolutely harrowing. I mean, it was literally a Hollywood story where she jumped and they actually caught her in midair and brought her on. Their fire captain caught her in midair, and they were able to retrieve her and get her on the ladder. And these are 2 guys that we see every day. And Jeremy used to live across the street from me, and Robbie bought my house once. And so 2 great Americans, and I want to recognize them. Now, as long as we're talking fire, ladies and gentlemen, people say we no longer have a fire season in California. That may very well be true. However, I think we're going to have more intense times, particularly going into the summer. Even where we see green on the hills, we don't know what's under that green. And so I have 2 things. And this is one reason is why I have this gentleman here this evening. And the first thing I'm going to talk about is we need to actively patrol our open spaces with our park rangers and our code compliance. And we need to give them the authority to seize any combustibles. I include propane tanks, gasoline, anything of that nature. They need to have the authority to seize cooking devices. They need to have the authority to seize firewood. And certainly they need to have the authority, which they already do, to extinguish campfires. I would also like to include in that, I don't want to see these guys going through the bush when we have technology that's fairly cheap. A drone costs about a quality drone costs about $2,000. And so what I would like to agendize for the next meeting is to give code compliance and the park rangers the authority to make those seizures, to confiscate this equipment and get this stuff out of our open space, because
Canyons especially.
So, and also authorize the city manager to buy 2 drones. Can I have a second on
Is
that?
that for an ordinance, to draft an ordinance?
To draft an
accomplish that?
ordinance,
I'll second that.
and we need to do this ASAP.
I'll third it for a staff report.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask maybe an addition
Yes.
to that? And I don't know if that we need someone to come up, but I've been wondering if the fire department has the authority, or the city needs to give them the authority to ticket anyone that is parked in a fire lane blocking an engine. We see that on a regular basis down by the pier. And I know other agencies, the firemen have been able to ticket
You do
for
that
that.
now?
But I don't know if it's something authority that we can give, but I
It's
think
already-
it's
already in the vehicle
necessary.
code.
I think the pandemic has made this worse, where we're seeing people do that. But the engine has not been able to park in the fire lane because it's full of cars. We do, but you need an officer to come.
This is enforcement we need.
But I just happen to know that in other cities, the firemen had the ability to do that.
Oh,
And
the
I don't know if it's a
firemen.
municipal code thing that we can do, but because we have such an issue in
I see what you're saying.
the Pier Bowl, I think they should be able, if someone's blocking that engine, I mean, I've heard stories that they don't even allow them to park.
Would OCFA want to have that, what's that, PC, what authority? PC 22? 32, thank you.
Let us, as part of the item that we're bringing back as it relates to the ordinance for the propane tanks and so forth, we'll also address the possibility of OCFA having the authority to write municipal, or excuse me, penal code as it relates to parking in the fire zone. We'll look that up.
Okay, I appreciate, that's exactly what I was hoping.
So my third item, and this is why this gentleman is in the back this evening. Chief Capobianco is in Chicago eating steak and drinking beer at this point, I think. But he's there on official business. He would be here otherwise. OCFA, you want to come up to the OCFA has a program, and I think it's a national program where they developed a program called Ready, Set, Go. And just real quick, Ready is a state of readiness where homeowners, residents know what's in their house, have identified what they're going to take. Set is there's a fire in the area and they're putting everything together, and go is when the deputy knocks on the door or they get that phone call on their cell phone, they go. And we need to have the public awareness on this. The Laguna Hills fire, the Laguna Niguel fire, defensible space meant nothing. And correct me when I'm wrong, and I'm going to turn this over to you in a moment. Defensible space meant nothing there, because what was happening there was embers cast. And when you saw the night, the video in the night, you saw these embers going up. Old building code had the screens on attic vents at a 1/4 inch. Well, those embers went right through those screens. New building code requires 1/8 of an inch, and the ember actually dissipates when it hits. But I think we need to adopt Ready, Set, Go in the city of San Clemente. We need to get out to the HOAs, use the HOAs as how we're going to distribute this information, and that won't hit every home, but it'll hit a large number of homes. And sir, with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, please.
Good morning. Sorry, good morning. Good evening. And like you said, Chief Capobianco is not with us. He has a presentation in which he was going to prepare and provide tonight. I've been advised that presentation and has been moved to the next meeting on June 7th. However, I can speak and just summarize real briefly some of the things for those in which are interested in from this point until next time he actually presents his presentation on Ready, Set, Go. Like the mayor said, we do with the OCFA have a Ready, Set, Go program in which we've instituted throughout Orange County as a whole. And like he mentioned, it's a 3-step program in which it prepares residents to be ready when the fire front is coming for them to get set, and then to make that final decision on actually leaving so they don't become a victim or injured as a result of the fire front coming. Like the mayor stated, with the most recent event we had as a result of the coastal fire, the biggest contributing factor to the loss of homes was ember casting. Embers from the main fire front, especially when driven, can extend hundreds of yards into a community. And the Ready, Set, Go program, one of the biggest things that we do offer is a home assessment program for each resident. All they have to do is contact through our website and we will do an actual home assessment. There's many things that a homeowner can do to be proactive in anticipation for that tragic event of a wildfire bearing down on somebody's home. Some of those, like the mayor stated, is dealing with those attic vents. It's also removing items like a wood stock pile up against your home, combustible patio furniture away from the homes. They call it a 5-foot buffer of protecting your residents, but there's a lot of things that homeowners can do that will help prepare their homes for that tragic event. There's a whole list of items: cleaning out their gutters. However, we do have a representative that will actually come out and actually provide those home assessments. And Chief Capobianco will actually have a presentation for you in the next meeting provided.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So with that, I would like to agendize a presentation by either Chief Capobianco or his representative from OCFA.
That was actually already direction given over the 100 versus 200 foot dispensable space. So we'll have that.
That's all I have. Thank you.
The question, the item on the open space patrol and the issue, did Councilwoman Ward's comments on question about citations by firefighters, was that included in it? Was that looped in, included in it in the staff report? Okay, thank you.
So,
I'll make a motion to recess.
We do have one speaker comment.
okay, please.
Okay, so we do have one speaker on closed session, Dennis Camp.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, but more importantly, to be heard. I was going to spend my time here at the podium to talk about agenda item B in the closed session, but I'm going to take 2 minutes and just step back and talk about Uvalde, Texas. I just want everyone to know, and everyone who will listen, I'm for background checks. I'm for a minimum age. And I'm for common sense gun control. Thank you. Now to address the price and terms that you're going to talk about in closed session on FAM. Homelessness is a problem. It's got no easy answer. There's no one bullet. It's going to take a plethora of things to help fix this problem. We don't have that plan yet on how we're going to work, but we do have FAM, and FAM does provide a small part, one variable in that master plan to help city residents not be homeless, and they actually feed some of the to be homeless. I don't want to spend the next 2 minutes talking about how well FAM represents what they do, but I would like you to think about, as you go through your discussion, an ounce of prevention, the things that they do. I'd rather give FAM $1 than have $1 to spend myself, and I do donate personally to FAM. And so as you negotiate today in closed session, I would just like you to continue your quest to try to solve these problems and recognize that FAM is indeed part of the solution. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a motion to recess?
So moved.
Second.
Second by, was that Councilmember Noblock?
No block.
No block. No block.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
Mayor James.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
carries 5-0.
Ms. Campanella's audio issues, are we going to defer over to?
Megan
Ms.
is in the
Jimenez?
driver's seat.
Okay,
Megan's got the ball.
she does, she has the ball. So welcome back. This is the regular business meeting, part 2 of the city council meeting of May 25th, 2022, and city clerk.
Thank you. Closed session report, city attorney.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor and Council. The council took no reportable action in closed session. It completed the evaluation of the city manager and authorized the mayor and mayor pro tem to meet and debrief with him. The first item relating to property negotiations with FAM was deferred to another date.
Special presentations, update on homeless issue, April update.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Adam Atamian, Deputy Community Development Director. I am joined tonight by Carly Hunter. We brought her in case there are any questions generally about outreach. And with that, I'll go into the presentation and then we'll be available for any questions. So on the screen is the April 2022 outreach report. This is posted as it is every month on the under the About Us tab on the city's website under homeless resources. So the month of April, we're seeing our number of outreach contacts and unduplicated individuals remain consistent with a slight uptick. In relation to that, we also have more calls from the public and responses to inquiries related to the potential to offer services to individuals. The month of April saw a decrease in the number of street exits from the high of 10 in March to 4 last month. And we are continuing to address some of the hotspot areas. North Beach is parking lot of the train station is looking really good right now. We do have some people that are in the general area, and we are following up on those issues. That completes our presentation. If you have any questions, we are available for.
I do have some questions in regard to homeless, but does anyone else on the dais, any other council members have any questions? Yes, please,
I do.
council member.
Thanks, Mayor James. Yes, hi, Adam and Carly. I've received several inquiries from residents, some complaints that they don't see our outreach coordinator. They're not seeing Carly. Can you let us know maybe your hours in the field? Because we see some results here that are presented, but residents in particular at North Beach and the T-zone area, El Camino Real and Del Mar are seeing an uptick in people experiencing homelessness. So could you share that with us?
Yeah, I'll go over Carly's general schedule and then let her talk about more of her day-to-day.
Oh, that would be good. I did try to get that information from the city manager, but I wasn't successful. So thank you so much.
Yes, so Carly's schedule is a 980, consistent with most city staff, with the exception that on the city's dark Fridays, that's her working Friday. And we do that just so that we are able to provide more services on all Fridays. Whereas most city staff have Fridays, the dark Fridays off. So those are her days that she works, and it's between it's like 8:30 to 6 p.m. are the general hours. And I'll let her answer for the daily activities.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me, Mayor Gene James and City Council members. I am definitely out there. The only time that I'm not, I would say, in the field is if I need to be on a computer in a specific office, making phone calls to different agencies, making referrals, and or making, for the most part, my job is to try to engage out in the field with every individual that is unhoused and try to link them to whatever resource that they need to further get them into some kind of housing. One of the most important thing that I need to link people to is mental health services. Lucky for me, on Mondays and Wednesdays, I have OC Health come out, and in the morning, they meet with me down in North Beach from about 9:30 to about 12:30. They also go to Carl's Jr. and to different places in the city. So I tend to either go with them or meet them at different places. A lot of my time is case management and sitting with clients and just trying to move them forward in every part of their life, but just in just the whatever step I can take with them is the step that we're going to take. That's getting a driver's license. We're going to focus on that, and that's going to be what we focus on every time until we actually get that driver's license. So for the most, if you're not seeing me out there, it's because I'm maybe hopefully with somebody doing some hard work, or I'm always at North Beach. I would say I'm always at the pier. El Camino Real is a street that I drive up and down every day, probably 15, 20 times. So unless I'm out and about walking around in one of my shirts, it's pretty hard to see me, but I'm definitely out there.
Okay, thank you. If I may do just a quick follow-up.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you for, I really appreciate you being here to express more about what you're doing in the field. I'm just conveying from constituents, but a couple had asked, would it help if you varied your hours, say, because homelessness doesn't just happen during work hours, right? It's early morning, evening, maybe even different people you might reach. Would that be beneficial, do you think, from your expertise to vary your hours on certain days, different days of the week?
Staff would need to do a bit of research and get back to you on that. Part of Carly's daily work routine involves connecting with either park ranger staff, code compliance staff, OCSD deputies, and part of that is just for the assistance. Part of that relates to the fact that there might be enforcement necessary, and sometimes it's just for potential safety concerns. While we do have a lot of presence from certain of those staff, most of her work in the office relates to other people's typical working, like business hours. The match meetings that she is part of, those occurred like during the day. As far as benefits that might be realized by having her work earlier in the morning or later in the evening, off the top of my head, I'm not exactly sure what those would be, but a little time to do some research.
Okay,
Well,
thanks,
and if-
Adam.
and if
Thank
I may,
you.
Mayor,
No, he's satisfactory.
one thing I would like to add is that we are going to get a second community outreach worker, as we identified in the budget workshop, and that goal will give us 7 days a week coverage. I think what's important, and Adam kind of touched on it, is in order to connect homeless to services, the majority of the services operate from an 8 to 5 standpoint. With that said, when there's certain, let's say, encampment cleanouts or other types of things that are going to go into the evening hours, we are flexible to be able to staff that for Carly or a community worker to address those things. But I think what we're looking for is 7 days a week coverage. And obviously, for the majority of that, it'll be during the normal working hours.
So I would say that I see Carly on El Camino Real probably 3 or 4 times a week. She probably sees me as well. And she is definitely out there. What question I have for Carly? Carly, give us your opinion of the latest point in time count. I don't want to hear from Adam because he'll give whatever answer he thinks will get him Cecilia's job one day. So I want a response from Carly.
Mayor James, I will let Carly answer that question, but
Okay.
I do need to preempt. I do need to preempt any statements by saying we don't have the information necessary to judge how the county obtained their numbers.
This is why I want her to answer.
Yes, and
Good
so
question.
I will turn it over to her so that she can explain how our numbers are generated with with the comparison between the point in time count number being drawn to what I would say is our closest relatable data, and that would be our number of unduplicated individuals contacted within any given month. So Carly, if you could explain how that number is obtained, how much information goes into assisting you in identifying all of these people.
So for the very top thing on my report, it's a number of outreach contacts. So that's going to be each individual that I've contacted. That's going to be this homeless person, unhoused person with this unhoused person is going to be another one. So that's 2. The number of unduplicated or duplicated or just outreach contacts is should I said that all backwards, and I apologize. So I'm going to start over. The unduplicated individuals are the individuals that I'm going to reach out to and that I engage with in a month, right? How many times that I'm going out and engaging with that individual could be 12, could be 10 times, could be 9 times, could be 2 times. So that's why it becomes a more of a larger number with the contacts, because I'm consistently engaging with around the same amount of people every month.
But I think what the mayor's asking is, I think that our numbers went down a little bit in terms of from the last point in time count. Are you seeing that, or are you seeing something different, I guess, in terms of the total number of people in town that are unhoused? Right.
Okay, so
That's exactly right.
So simply put, in a given month, our community outreach worker, and I'll use April as the example, contacted 57 people that were in need of outreach services with, I will say, you can safely say they were all unsheltered. Okay. That number is a result of Carly working 40 hours a week on average, driving around the city, looking for every single homeless person that we can find to provide services to. While that is occurring, we are getting calls from the public telling us about the locations of individuals. We're in coordination with our park rangers who identify people that might be sleeping somewhere at hours when she's not working. So she'll follow up on those. Code compliance does the same thing. OCSD deputies provide information like that. Our partner agencies, FAM, the county, they'll provide information about people in individual, specific locations, and Carly will follow up on it. Okay, so all of that work is being done every single month, and in no month in the last almost year have we had a single month where we have found anywhere close to 81 unduplicated individuals. So from a staff's perspective, we would love information about where that number actually came from, because our best information tells us that the number of people that we would have at any single point in time is going to be much less than 81. And I would even go so far as to say that if last month we did a point in time count, it wouldn't be 57, because that 57 is any individual that was here on any day that Carly made contact with them. That's not 57 people who were here all at the same time. Some of those 57 were only here at the beginning of the month, and they were gone by the end. And so that number is like the total from every day of her going out, making contact.
So here's my next question. The point in time count had, I think, 51 sheltered homeless in the city. Where are they sheltered?
That's going to be with FAM, like Gilchrist House. We have the Friendship Shelter has the Del Mar apartments. So any type of.
So that
low-rise
number
housing.
sounds right to you.
That number actually does sound right to me, yes.
So yeah, just at Las Bolas alone,
17.
you're probably looking at 25, right?
I think it's 17, but yeah.
17.
Yeah, somewhere around there, yeah.
Okay, all right. City manager, at the last city council meeting.
Before you go into that, can I just second what you said before? And I think I'd like to say one thing about when I see Carly out and about, a lot of times I see the car first, right? And then I'm like, oh, Carly's right.
Yeah, me too.
What I see her is engaged with someone for a sustained period of time, trying to build that trust, trying to make that connection. So she's not just bouncing from person to person to person. So she's going to be able to hit all the homeless people in town in a day or something. It may only be a couple people in a couple hour stretch, it seems like, because it takes time to make that connection with someone who's very distrustful. They have mental health issues. So just to add a little more.
I really
depth to that.
appreciate Carly's efforts on a particular individual that was in front of across the street from San Clemente Chabad, particularly during the high holidays, and the things that were coming out of her mouth had the congregants quite worried. And Carly, thank you. You did a great job. And I allowed, I told the rabbi what you did, and the entire congregation is appreciative of your efforts. City manager, at the last city council meeting, I asked for if we could reach out and bring all the principals to San Clemente and talk about homelessness. And how many have responded?
Well, I will say we've reached out to all those stakeholders and we're engaged with their assistance, if you will, on looking at dates available. I've spoken to Lisa Bartlett's office directly to let her know the intentions of that request. And as Courtney has been working with the DA's office and the sheriff's office, it's just a question of those moons aligning for their schedules, if you will. But it is our intent and it is their intent to convene a meeting, but we haven't set a date yet, unfortunately.
Can we get a date set by our June 5th or 6th meeting?
We will do everything in our power to try to do that, sir.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions of Carly?
I just have a comment. We're seeing, I'm glad you drive El Camino Real. We're seeing an uptick in panhandling on the off ramps. Just to let you know, and they walk into traffic, so it's dangerous. But if I didn't mention it, my entire neighborhood would probably be like, you didn't say it. So I'm just mentioning it, but to hear that you drive it that often is great. I
And-
really appreciate it. And I'm hearing great things from a lot of people.
Absolutely. I have a question. I do have a question for you. And I'm saying this both as a council member and as a board member for the Coastal Animal Shelter Agency. Do you think that we should start looking at some of the props that these homeless people have? And the props are animals. And I'm not sure those animals are being treated properly. And I'm really considering, proposing an ordinance on that. I'm not sure how that would be worded, but, I'll tell you, I'm an animal lover. And to see those poor animals out on the street being used as props is disconcerting to me. Do you have any thoughts about that?
I am a huge animal lover myself. So what I do know about unhoused individuals and their animals, for the most part, I'm gonna go with 98% of them. They will feed their animal and keep their animal warm before they do themselves. I don't think using props is ever okay, whether it be a sign or an animal. So my hope is that, that being an animal lover, I'm gonna always run to that and try to help the animal and the human attached. So I don't know what can be done about that except for just trying to get them inside.
Well, if you tell me it's not prevalent, that there's abuse and neglect of those animals, I'll drop it. But it's something that I think about every day when I drive by them.
Staff works with CASA staff pretty frequently. I believe that we've dealt with some issues similar to this. I'm not sure to the extent, but
At the very least, we should get those animals vaccinated. I know there's a lot of anti-vax people in this crowd, but I think those animals should be vaccinated.
I'd agree.
Maybe a program that I know our local vet, San Clemente vet does, a lot of that, but maybe he'd be willing to do something.
Money to do that.
maybe we should have something that we can give Carly, that if an animal she thinks it's in need, that they can get checked out.
I'm always looking for any type of access to animal pet care.
Very good. Thank you.
Always.
That's probably. might be
Mayor
something.
Pro Tem, you have anything?
No,
Councilmember Knapp?
I think Carla's doing a great job.
Nope.
Thank you.
Guys, thank you very much.
Thank you
And
very much.
Mayor, if I may, just as a quick update, thank you, Courtney. Sheriff Barnes has offered 2 dates in July, and we're currently waiting for District Attorney Spitzer to confirm one of those 2 dates.
Excellent. Excellent. That's good news. City Clerk.
Next item is presentation of Proclamation, National Beach Safety Week.
Rod, do you have something to say? If not, I'm going to bring the council up.
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Good
please.
evening, Mayor James and City Council members. Let me introduce you to Rod Mawat, Marine Safety Captain. This is Lieutenant Sean Staudenbauer and Marine Safety Officer Nick Juney. Summer season is kicking off this weekend with the Memorial Holiday Weekend. National Beach Safety Week is designed to promote awareness of the dangers of the ocean. San Clemente has some of the best weather, beaches, and surf found anywhere in the world. That's my opinion. Although the ocean can be fun and exciting, it can also be very dangerous. Last year, San Clemente Ocean Lifeguards rescued over 1,700 swimmers in distress. Out of that over 1,700, 95% of those rescues were a result of rip currents. This is why public education is a key component of lifeguard operations. And National Beach Safety Week is an excellent avenue to inform beachgoers on how to stay safe at the beach. Sean, Lieutenant Staudenbauer is going to show you a quick video, kind of behind the scenes, what goes on in a rescue. It's just not one individual, but a team that takes for us to be successful. So, and he'll provide you with some safety tips. And before I hand it off to Lieutenant Staudenbauer, I'd like to thank the city, the mayor, the city council members, city administration, and the public for the continued support for marine safety, and have a safe holiday weekend. Thank you.
Good evening, council. Sean Staudenbauer, Marine Safety Lieutenant. This video that Nick created is basically a behind the scenes view of what a rescue would look like. All the team members that are involved, it's not an individual effort, it's a team effort. By working together as a team, we really have success, and that's why we've been so successful over the years and making sure that everyone has a safe and enjoyable day. So without any further ado, the video.
Copy that. 5610, 5690, Tower 4, 906, north.
5690, copy. En route.
$5620, 1097, Tower 4, 906.
$5690, 1097, 906. $5690, 1098.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Nick. He's been a big driving force in creating these videos, not
doing a
only this
picture.
video tonight, but a lot of our PSA videos that we've been given out over to the public for safety information. Some safety tips that we'd like to just point out for the public that may be coming down to the beach this weekend. Learn to swim, always check in with a lifeguard, always swim near a lifeguard, join a junior lifeguard program if you can. Never swim alone, and use sunscreen and protect yourself from the sun. Just a reminder to anyone visiting the beach this weekend, as you guys probably already know, so there's been some changes to the rules for bikes. PSA video will be coming out tomorrow for more information about the new bike rules when you're coming down to the beach this weekend. And then one more final thing before you guys come up here. The San Clemente Junior Lifeguard Foundation is hosting a role model event with world champion big wave surfer Greg Long. That'll be at the SWAC Heritage Museum on June 5th. Any kids, parents, or anyone in the community that want to join, be free pizza, free event for anyone to learn about that. So thank you very much.
And I'd like to give some kudos to all the staff and a couple of the full-time that are not here today. Ian Burton, Marine Safety Officer, and Blake Anderson, Marine Safety Officer.
Recently, we had a lunch sponsored by the Exchange Club, in which the Exchange Club recognized the 2021 and 2020 lifeguards of the year. There was an interesting factoid that Rod presented. The San Clemente Lifeguard Service has been in existence 43 years. 91 years. 42 years. 42 years. Okay, that's what. So, and how long ago was the last fatality? That was the number I was reading before. And how many people are on the beach every year? 2.5 million. So since we've been keeping data in 1967. 108 million people have been on the beach, and we've done how many saves? Over 91,000. We haven't lost one. One fish in 45 years. You know, we should all have such a batting average. So with that, I'm going to read the proclamation. City of San Clemente, whereas the beautiful coastal beaches of San Clemente represent a world-renowned recreational resource, and whereas residents and visitors alike are drawn to these beaches by the millions each year for water and beach activities, and whereas the aquatic environment has dangers that can be effectively managed through public awareness and the vigilance of professional lifeguards, and whereas for reasons of public safety, an annual reminder of the joys and hazards associated with the aquatic environment are appropriate at the commencement of the busy summer beach season. And whereas residents and visitors alike must remember to learn to swim near a lifeguard, swim with a buddy, check with the lifeguards, use sunscreen and drink water, obey posted signs and flags, keep the beach and water clean, learn rip current safety, enter water feet first, and wear a life jacket. Now, therefore, I, Gene James, Mayor of the City of San Clemente, acting on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of San Clemente, do hereby proclaim May 23rd through 30, 2022 as National Beach Safety Week in San Clemente, and urge all residents and visitors using our beaches to enjoy themselves at the beach this year while taking appropriate measures to protect themselves and their children.
I've got a couple more words to say before they go. Nick, I got a couple more words to say before they go. One for my good friend, Nick Junie. Not only did he help make the video, but he helped star in the video. So I think that might've been the idea. But also they mentioned the junior guards, absolutely incredibly important because they're creating the next generation of lifeguards, and they volunteer their time. They're so good with the kids. My daughter is in the junior guards, and I can't wait for her to jump off the pier. But thank you for doing that program as well, guys. I appreciate it.
And by the way, Nick is a great woodworker, and I have his work displayed in my living room.
Good night.
for a good weekend. Be safe.
Okay, City Clerk.
Okay, so now we're moving on to new business, permit streamlining, and I do have a public comment.
And then before we go, I'm going to make a comment, excuse me, I'm going to make a motion. And that motion is item 10E. I want to move that item 10E up to ahead of item 10.
To the first,
10A.
first item under new business.
First item under new business. Can I, so that's my motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
City Clerk, call the roll, please.
Sure. Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Here we go. City Manager.
So Mayor, members of the City Council, this item was given direction by City Council to bring back. What we have before you tonight is an engagement request. The mayor has worked with looking for an attorney to provide a second opinion as it relates to a current lawsuit that the city is dealing with. And so that attorney is here tonight to answer any questions. I know the mayor has already communicated with her in terms of the engagement and other things. And so with that, I'm going to kind of stand down and let the mayor take it from here.
Okay, and excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I will be recusing myself from this item and speaking from the podium out with the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
E.
Item 10E. All right. So I did a search for an attorney who had the skill set, spoke with 3 different attorneys for this this engagement. And came up. Can you come up and introduce yourself, please?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Claire Collins, and I'm a partner with the law firm Hanson Bridget, where I'm a partner in the government group.
And you know no one on this council, is that correct?
That is correct.
You never spoke with me ever before I interviewed you a week or 2 ago. Is that
That's correct.
So could you tell us, based on what we have shared with you, could you tell us how you would proceed with this assignment?
I can only give you basics because I have not reviewed any documents. I've not been retained by the city, and therefore we do not currently have an attorney-client relationship. However, I've been given the broad outlines that there are questions related to certain documents and whether or not they are exempted from disclosure under the Public Records Act. But that more or less is the extent of my knowledge of this issue, but I am relatively experienced with the Public Records Act and with issues related to legislative body censure and recusal.
And have you ever met the city attorney or the city manager?
I have met Mr. Smith in connection with my work for Irvine Ranch Water District a number of times at various water events, maybe 3 times. And I only met the city manager on our phone call when I first met you, sir.
Okay, very good. So council, do you have any questions of Ms. Collins?
Well, usually you're not on the other end of the questioning like this. I think
Yeah.
that's kind of interesting. Well done there. Are you comfortable with offering an opinion on the exemption of these records, knowing that you haven't seen the records yet, but that this is something that you feel that you're qualified to do and that you would be able to render that kind of opinion to us?
Yes, we review Public Records Act requests every week.
Okay.
I'm a general counsel for 3 public agencies in the state of California. And I have been a public agency general counsel since 2004.
Councilmember Noblock,
I have no.
Ms. Collins, if you could have a seat and we're going to proceed. Do we have any speaker cards on this?
We do have one.
Okay.
Laura Ferguson.
Thank you. And City Council, I wish to note that the city has already admitted that the discussion of legal expenses on January 19, 2022 is normally subject to closed session meeting, and the city waived any attorney-client privilege, communication privilege for those discussions by conducting that in open session. Further, that as a city council person, I do not recall discussing the city's own attorney fees, costs in open session for any other cases while they are still pending, not settled. Thus, I believe the discussion of this item in open session is odd, given that the city keeps relying upon the attorney-client privilege as a defense in this case to withhold the requested documents about your very public censure of me in November 2020. You raised the attorney-client privilege to keep documents from me, but you waive the attorney-client privilege to publicly discuss the city's cost to defend the case. This appears rather political to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ferguson. Do I have a motion? I'll make a motion to retain Ms. Claire Collins for the purpose of reviewing the documents in question in Ferguson versus San Clemente.
Should we read this in the language of the staff recommendation?
Would you please do that?
I'll go ahead and make the motion. I move that we approve and authorize the mayor to execute contract number C22-27 to engage an engagement and fee agreement by and between the city of San Clemente and Hanson Bridget LLP, providing for Public Records Act advisory services, and that we approve a supplemental appropriation from the general fund's unassigned fund balance of $25,000 to other legal services account number 001-203-43640-000-00000.
I'll second that. City Clerk.
Councilmember Noblock.
No.
Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 3-1.
City Manager, you will coordinate with Ms. Collins?
Yes, sir. We'll begin the engagement of the contract tomorrow and execute it as quickly as we can.
Very good. Ms. Collins, thank you for being here this evening.
The other item that Chris brought up, do we have to do that now? Does it move to the
The
front?
question, City Attorney, is when does the urgent item I brought up come in the order of new business, since it's not on the agenda?
Oh, I assume just at the end of new business, unless the council wants to direct it.
Very
no
good.
problem.
Okay, so we're on permit streamlining,
Yes.
and we do have one comment or one speaker card.
We have speaker cards?
Do you want to
Then
hear
move.
Good
the
evening, Mayor.
presentation or speaker first?
Let's do the speaker first.
Okay. Then move.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and the rest of the council. I'd like to speak after Cecilia, but since I'm asked to speak, I will speak it now. I like everything I see here about the streamlining of the process, except that there are some questions that we're not sure. For example, remove conditional use permit requirement for 5+ units for projects that meet certain objective standards up to a certain threshold. So I'm looking forward to explanation on that. Also, I'd like to understand the status of the dispute between the city and the Coastal Commission about the definition of a major remodel starting date. So with that, I will say, I'd like to point out also that the bottleneck of the current situation is not on the Planning Commission, is not on design review. So although reduction of discretion review will help, but the most critical issue is the shortage of our staff. I give you two examples. Both are on South El Camino Real. Both are restaurants. They submit their application in last May or June. And one is from minor CUP for a alcoholic license. And the application was completed in June 2021. And they just had a CA meeting this May and they got approval. It's 11 months of waiting. I spoke with the owner and she said that ABC, Alcoholic Beverage Control, is not the one who holds the process. They kept pushing her to get the permit from the city because the issue of the alcoholic license depends on the city's issuance of our CUP. So that's another example is nearby restaurant. They asked for a minor CUP, a parking lot adjustment, along with a staff waiver for minor architectural permit. They submit the application in June. As of now, it's still pending, but unfortunately, the business just closed down and they moved away. I'm not saying that the delay is the last straw on the camel's back, but the last thing the city wants to do is to add the difficulty that some of our small business already have. So I think for some simple project, especially ministerial review project, or maybe some minor discretionary review permit, the city should add a short clock ourselves. Give the applicant or give ourselves a deadline, say whatever that number is, 6 months or whatever the length of time, that if we cannot get approval, and if we cannot get a result, it's going to be automatically approved. So thank you. Please support the staff on this effort. Thank you.
Do we have any other comments?
No, that was only one.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor James and council members. My name is Sarah Toma. I'm the senior planner with the Community Development Department. In response to council's direction, staff is reporting on permit streamlining efforts that currently are underway and future opportunities to streamline the city's permit approval process. Currently, the Planning Division's work program consists of 4 major projects that will facilitate the permit streamlining process. Those first 4 projects are the housing element rezoning program, implementation plan of the local coastal program, specific plan updates, and our permit tracking system upgrade. Furthermore, staff has compiled a list of future streamlining opportunities, and these were included as attachment 1 of your agenda report. Staff looks forward to bringing these potential code modifications to the council for consideration once the current efforts are underway and completed. That concludes my presentation, and staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Council members. I know you have one.
I have no questions of staff.
Comments.
Comments. I think the need to streamline our process is urgent. I appreciate the staff report that identifies a number of things that would be nice from a procedural point of view to complete first. I, quite frankly, am in favor of a number of the proposals on the list of future streamlining opportunities. My concern is with the word future. I think that many of these items, I think just about every one of them, with the exception of the last bullet point on page 2 of the report, the design guidelines, the top bullet point, excuse me, the last bullet point, I think all of them would be, in my opinion, appropriate to implement immediately. I know, and I'm going to comment in advance because I know there'll be a comment about how we need input from staff, we need input from our planning commission, and we need this thoroughly reviewed. I think the list of these streamlining opportunities are impressive. I think they're significant, and I think they'll go a long way in moving our city forward and having a reputation, being friendly toward people that need to get something built. And I think that the staff, the professional staff that we have, is capable of exercising the sound judgment to approve these things. And again, if the staff doesn't approve them, they're appealable. And if the staff does approve them, they're appealable. If they do or if they don't, they're appealable. So Mr. Mayor, in response to this report, I would make a motion that we immediately implement every one of the bullet points listed on the streamlining opportunities to be immediately affected. And I know the response will be something like, well, what if there's a problem? I'd rather authorize streamlining, and if there's a problem, we can address it and pull back the reins. But I'm in favor of these items.
Can we have some more comments?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Ferguson.
I think it's excellent, all of the ideas, and I concur with well, Mr. Wu that a shot clock implemented into these streamlining strategies is called for. I've run into many businesses in town since being on council that took 4 years to open and get permits. So I think we need to come up with a appropriate amount of time that if the staff can't process the application within that time, that it's automatically approved. And secondly, I really love the idea with the streamlining to give our staff with the experience, our planning staff, building, engineering, they have the expertise, they have the education to be able to approve, make some of these decisions outside of some of these cumbersome committees and processes, et cetera. So, yep, I'm supportive. Thank you.
Very good.
Okay, so one of the issues that was brought up by the public was the removal of the CUP for 5+ units of a project, except for those that, I believe I got it right, that meet the standards. Can you explain that change? Or maybe
Yeah.
Cecilia, explain that change.
Thank
of
you,
what it would do.
Councilmember Ward, Cecilia Gardo Daly, Community Development Director. Right now in the code, an applicant is required to get a conditional use permit before the Planning Commission if they want to build a residential development of 5 units or more. And that doesn't incentivize residential development. I think that threshold of 5 units was set pretty low because San Clemente is a high standard design review city. But if we can build those design standards into the code and we could have these objective design criteria in the code, then we don't have to require a conditional use permit for 5 units. Maybe it's 12 units or 15 units. Maybe it's a higher number. And what that number is, we want to get the public, the Planning Commission, and the City Council's opinion. But those are the kinds of things we're thinking about.
Okay, so the subjective standards, those are what we would see in the specific plans, is it not? Or elements of the general plan?
Those would come about as we update our citywide design guidelines. And from the citywide design guideline update, we can look at objective design standards. We're actually testing that right now with our update to the West Pico Corridor specific plan. We're updating the design guidelines for that plan, but we're also building some objective standards into that specific plan. So if they meet those requirements, their permit could potentially be ministerial rather than discretionary, meaning having to go to a public hearing.
So it's important to update the housing element, the LCP, and the specific plans and the design guidelines in order to give staff the criteria to make these decisions, is it not?
That's correct. There's kind of a sequencing of some of these things that we're working on.
Okay, so I just wanted to get that clarified because I was looking at the 5+2 and wondering, but I understand you're probably thinking 5 or to whatever number would not be impactful and it would have to meet the standards of being able to build on that land anyway. But I just wanted to get that point out about why we have to go through and update some of these plans, because I think some of the specific plans were not done yet from the general plan update. So they have to be updated so that that criteria is set so that staff can do that job.
That's correct. One of the general plan implementation measures was to implement specific plans to be consistent with the general plan. So we are finishing out that process currently.
Okay, and I've been watching that in some of the minutes, and I commend you, staff doing that, and the design review committee and the just trying to get through that. I know it's difficult when you have a lot of projects. My last question is, are we caught up on our permitting process?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so what is your opinion of why we need an immediate to do this without updating our standards? Is there a need to immediately, just open up everything without updating everything? I mean, we're not behind.
Right, we are caught up in all of our building permit processing. We were behind for a while there, and we were quite a bit behind, but we're all caught up now. We would like to reduce the decision level for some projects, which would be terrific. I think that these updates go hand in hand. We can't really allow more things to be discretionary if we don't have those objective design standards built into the code. If we have them built into the code, then projects don't need to go to design review committee. They don't need to go to zoning administrator. They don't need to go to the planning commission. So we want to get as many code changes done that we can in order to be able to expedite the processing of projects.
So I'm looking at when you said that we would be able to get this done by fiscal year 2023.
Yeah.
So we'll spend this year, 2022, doing that.
Yeah, so the housing element update that the council adopted last year will require implementation. So we have an RFP for an outside consultant to come in and do the zoning that will implement the housing element. So a lot of the residential permit streamlining will come out of that housing element rezoning program. And as part of that, we will be updating design standards, creating objective design guidelines that we can codify for residential development. And our target for that is actually a state target. So it's October of this year.
Oh,
so we hope to
soon.
have a lot complete. I mean, it sounds ambitious, but we think we have a good housing element, and we think that we can accomplish that. So that's the first step. And we are bringing our specific plan updates to council at the end of summer.
Very good.
All right, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, just a couple quick questions. On number 3, where it's specific plan updates, and maybe this is sort of what you were touching on. How does updating a specific plan help streamline the permitting process for, I guess, building within that specific plan? What is it about the updates that speed things up?
It's a consistency process, but also we know that, for example, we're looking to incentivize auto service delivery centers in the business park. That is a general plan policy. This gives us an opportunity to look at how we permit it. So the specific plans are a component of the code. So when we make things easier and more streamlined in the specific plans, that's actually the regulatory document. So updating the specific plan is like updating the code.
Okay, so you'll have a sort of more straightforward specific plan, and that will allow for easier permitting decisions, essentially.
Yes.
This may have been addressed by the other question too, but I get a lot of questions with like pool permits and that kind of stuff. Is that, has that been addressed, or is that your question?
No.
But
that was my question a year ago.
yeah. Well, it seems like it's still a question. I mean, is it a staffing thing? Is it, because I think what I hear from the residents is they think they've submitted everything. Maybe it's contractors sometimes, but then they're waiting forever to get a response. And it's like, yeah, they're due 3 weeks from now, but can't we get them the answer earlier so that they don't lose the contractor to another job? I mean, and I'm just trying to understand where's that coming from? Because from the residents' perspective, it's not timely service by the city on their permit application.
Yeah, one of the things we did when City Hall was closed due to COVID is we opened up our building permitting process to online submittals. And the online submittal wasn't a special portal, it was just an email. So an applicant could email in the information regarding a pool permit, and the permit tech would read the email, they'd read the application. If there was information missing, they'd have to email the applicant or call the applicant. So there was a lot of back and forth going on. So that added to the delay, as opposed to somebody just coming in to the building counter saying, here's my permit, and the permit tech saying, this is, fix this, fix that, fix that. Okay, here's the permit, over the counter review, it gets stamped, they pay, and then they go. So that added time. And then we did have some staffing issues. We're a very lean staff, and someone goes on vacation, someone is out sick, and we had those all happening at the same time. And then we had people retire. We just got backlogged. So people might have submitted their application, but we probably didn't have a permit tech available to get back to them for a few weeks. So we were in this, it was kind of a morass. It was slow for about 4 to 6 months, but we are caught up now. As soon as an application comes in, our permit techs are responding to them immediately. So we're hoping that the permit intake and issuance for applicants has been a lot easier now.
Okay, yeah, great. And let's just encourage them to sort of make recommendations instead of just denying and say, here's how you could change it to make it acceptable. I think that would help too, but glad to hear we're through the backlog. Thank you.
I think there's some great staff work here, just recently, today, maybe yesterday. I get someone who says they've been waiting forever for a permit for an air conditioner. So I reached out to Eric. Eric reached out to whoever, and the permit had been approved on the 19th, and today is the 25th, and they had not been notified. Sometimes there just seems to be, I don't want to say a lack of urgency, and I think our people who are dealing with permits, who are dealing with the public, they have to look at that person as a customer. They have to look at that person as a person, quite frankly, who's paying their salary. And we need to instill that. Great staff work here, but at the end, it says receive and file. There is something between receive and file and immediate implementation. And I want to know, without creating any drama for you, it may be hard work, but I don't want to create drama. How soon can you implement all these changes? Because I think the staff work is great here.
All of our staff is fully committed to the work plans that have already been identified in the staff report, the local coastal program, the housing element update, the specific plan updates. We do have built into the budget for the next fiscal year, updating the city's design guidelines and amending the code to codify design standards. I think once we can free ourselves from the specific plan updates and the housing element rezone, that would give us capacity to start implementing some of these future streamlining opportunities, and as a step to eliminate it with maybe the city attorney's concurrence. One of the things that we have to do when we need to amend the zoning code is come to the city council and request initiation of the code amendment. And I don't know if this could potentially serve as that initiation.
So what does day one, quarter two of fiscal year 22-23 look like? Could you do it by then?
I'm sorry, could you give me the dates again?
Day one of the second quarter of next fiscal year.
September, one of next year.
Yeah, that would be September.
You're looking at the local coastal plan that is up to the coastal commission. We're in the middle of that, things like that. Right? That can't be
Well,
updated.
I want a date on when it can be done. I threw out one if that
Well-
one's not
Well,
acceptable.
I like
One-
that date. I think it's a little bit out there, but let me, if I could ask staff a question.
Wait,
Please,
wait a minute. Let me just ask one thing really quick
please,
because
go
I was
ahead.
doing that.
and then Councilmember
What I
Nowak.
heard from my questions is by the end of the summer, I think, those specific plans are coming to us.
Yeah, the specific plans are
So
expected
that's
to
a
come to the
huge part of
council.
it. And
by the end
then
of summer.
what is happening in October? Something is happening in October.
The housing element rezoning program.
There. So all of that is some pretty heavy lifting, but those are the dates that I heard. Of
What
changing,
I
getting some of these
believe I can
updated.
guarantee the council is initiating these efforts in January of 2023.
Oh,
I think
that's
that
pretty
it can't
good.
be completed by September of this year or by January of 23. We just don't have the staff available to do that.
I think that's good time.
Councilmember.
Yeah,
Nowak.
my question is there anything on the list of streamlining opportunities? Is there anything here that would prohibit staff, if they were granted the authority today, subject to the ordinance modification, to prevent you from implementing any of these changes today, other than the design review? And quite frankly, on the design review,
Design
we're
guidelines.
talking about making design review objective.
No, it's the design guidelines are
The
not
design
updated.
guidelines are very subjective. They're presently subjective. They're presently extremely subjective. And granting that same subjectivity to the staff as opposed to the planning commission or the design review subcommittee, what would the impediment be if if the council tonight were to encourage you to implement every one of these things? What could you not do other than formalizing the design standards? What could you not do on this list of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 10 or 12 items?
So the list of future streamlining opportunities involves an amendment to the municipal code.
Right, exactly. If we authorize every one of these to be amended into the code, our capable city attorney could incorporate the language into an ordinance. If that were done, what would prevent you, other than the fact that the ordinance has to pass? What would prevent you from just going ahead and doing it?
Well, dedicating staff to be able to oversee that work. Is the current
Staff, let me
limitation.
ask you a question. The staff currently, the work that will be done would normally go to the planning commission or to the city council. If we were to delegate these responsibilities to you, some staff member would still be reviewing that same project and making a recommendation one way or the other. And instead of it going up the chain, you would have the ability to make that. Would that be an impediment to you exercising that authority?
I don't understand your question,
The
Councilmember.
question is, you said it's subject to the staff's ability to do the work,
To
if an-
oversee the code amendment.
to oversee.
To make sure that it is, that the language in the code is implementable. So you're asking us to write code amendments.
I'm
and
asking
that
the
takes-
city, I'm asking the city attorney to write code amendments based on the recommendations you've made.
And that would require input from staff.
Well, I presume that
So-
would normally occur during the ordinance
If I
review
may,
process.
if I may interrupt, Mayor, what I'm hearing, and tell me if I'm repeating what I think the temperature is of the council. There's an urgency to see these recommendations that the council, I think, as a whole agrees to. What the CD director is telling you is that there are some impediments as it relates to staff allocations to devote the time to those ordinance changes, even if the city clerk drafts it. What might be more amenable, just because it's kind of hard to do open heart surgery on the floor. At the June 7th meeting, if Cecilia can do a special presentation, so not a staff report, but a goal of what timeframes those things in this plan, if you are going to give that direction in terms of the dates of the goals of when she can get them implemented after having a conversation with her team, as well as Scott. And we can come back at the June 7th, that's just around the corner, and be able to say, we can do this by this date, we can do this by this date, and this by this date, knowing, and I'm looking at Councilmember Noblock, you'd like everything to be today. I understand that. And so with that urgency, Cecilia can then go back and kind of put together a timeline of what's realistic with the resources, because, you know, it's important to note, if we take planners away from reviewing projects to do ordinance work, those projects get put on the shelf and get pushed pause.
Okay, we're gonna yell at you for that.
And yes, and I want you to yell at me all the time. I don't care about that. I care about the staff in terms of their resources and their time. And so if the direction is to give that to us today, let us go back, put together a timetable and bring it back as a special presentation at the June 7th meeting.
City manager, I think that's very fair. I just wish it would have come, that would have come in this report.
Well, I'm not sure that it didn't. I asked the question and she gave us the dates of
I'm still
when things are
unclear.
happening.
Yeah, I get it.
know.
But
But I'm not seeing the urgency because we're caught up and it's important. One thing that I want to say is the people of this city count on the city to protect them and to make sure that things are built to a certain standard. And those standards have already been adopted. And we're trying to streamline that, and that's fine, but it has to be in all the plans. It has to check out where it's all correct.
But when-
Otherwise, all the neighbors are going to be coming to us saying, what did you do?
But
you know.
when you're that taxpayer and
Oh,
you,
I know, but they have a certain expectation that I think that I'm thinking that's trying to be bypassed.
I
And
don't think
that's
we're
going to
trying
bring a
bypass
lot of
anything.
people.
I think we're trying to, just what the report says, we're
Mm.
trying to streamline. That's what.
Well, I understand it, but all of these plans are a heavy lift, the housing element, the LCP, all the specific plans, the track it,
So-
it's all in a
So
process.
so we're saying the same thing. So,
Point of clarification.
yes,
So employees are entitled to vacations and Cecilia is going to be on vacation June 7th. So what my suggestion is,
put it out 2 weeks.
no, well, yes, but I'm
Yeah.
going to have CD bounce all of these streamlines, but with planning commission before coming back at the second meeting in June with planning commission's input as well, and to a degree buy off, if you will.
My only pushback is Cecilia has a very capable number 2. And if,
Who's doing code enforcement,
I
all
get
of
it.
that.
But
Everything.
if a plane fell out of the sky and Cecilia was in that plane, this is the guy that would have to show up.
Right, but we
Understood.
don't need to set up staff to fail. And that's a
So,
little bit
I
what I'm worried
share,
about.
I share the mayor's concern about the timing and the urgency. You know, we do, the taxpayers do look to us to make sure things are done right. And I think the taxpayers in this city, at least the ones I've listened to, are extremely frustrated. They're extremely upset. They would love to see an expedited process. They would love to see standardized design reviews. But again, side note, on the subjectivity of design, I think that could be described very simply. And I think our capable staff can look at a project and say, you know what, that looks like Spanish Revival architecture to me. Versus a design review subcommittee will spend several months and cause our applicant another $30,000 or $40,000 in architectural fees to tweak what someone else subjectively decides is a beautiful project. I just think we can be better than
Well, I
that.
think the message though from community development is that in order to get to a really clear process where the streamlining could occur, it takes a lot of groundwork, takes a lot of effort, right? But it's better to put that effort in on the front end so that all of the projects downwind are easier to do, right? So I think this investment in time to make sure that they can kind of get everything in order and give us clear timelines on when they can do that is worthwhile because we'll get a better final product. If we rush them into getting something out there that's not what it could be, then we'll see the detrimental effects in the projects after that and the slowdown in the work. So I actually would like to see Cecilia back. So let's give her time to engage with the planning commission. It's only a month. And then it'll be enough time to really get a firm footing for what they can accomplish, what timelines. And they're going to get there, Steve, but I think it just gives them a chance to kind of take their breath. They now have direction from us. They presented this and
No,
they can kind
I-
of say,
I-
here's when we're going to do it.
I agree, and the process does take time, but also when you look at these items, go through them individually and ask yourself, what process would have to occur for the city to simply have the authority to do this? For monument signs to be consolidated with multiple tenants, allow them to do it rather than PC.
Okay.
That takes a sentence to simply say you have the authority to do it. If you went down the list, each one of these minor models, minor remodels and additions to single family. Zoning administrator can do it. Zoning administrator approve accessory buildings that are not visible from the street rather than the planning commission. That's one sentence of authority that we could grant tonight, and it would be done without completing the various site plan approvals. You go down the list, accessory structures, residential accessory buildings, non-residential zoning administrator other than PC. The ordinance has to be changed, but the authority to do it could be granted in a second, in a minute, with one sentence of instruction. I don't have a problem with allowing the staff to do this. What I don't want to do, what bothers me, is to say, as our former Mayor Emeritus Wayne Eggleston used to say, it's all about process. It's all about process. Process, just like in business, time kills all deals. Process kills all projects. So I don't mind, Chris, allowing staff to have another bite at going forward. What I don't want it to take another 2 quarters or 3 quarters or.
That's where, it's not like this is the first time we've talked about this. We've been talking about this for a while. So
But here
with
it
that,
is.
with that, I'll make a motion that community development comes back, makes a special presentation at our June 19th meeting. And so that's my motion.
Are you also
implement-
receive and file also?
To implement what purpose?
To implement a time period on
On their recommended future.
on each one of these, on each one of these items.
Mayor James, would you be open to amending that slightly to include a look at maybe perhaps a shot clock
Yeah,
timeline
we can look. Yeah, fine.
and maybe see what other cities might have in terms of that time
I'm
frame?
not sure I'll support that in the end, but.
Just
we can-
suggesting it. I think it
but
was
we
a great
certainly can
idea
talk
from
about
our speaker tonight.
Yep.
Thanks.
Does that work with your vacation?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
City clerk.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan.
Aye.
Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Oh. That took a way.
So now we're on to outlets at San Clemente, conditional use permit for special events.
Do we have any speakers for it?
No, we don't.
Go ahead.
Mayor James, members of City Council, Adam Atamian, Deputy Community Development Director. Before you tonight is a report regarding the outlets at San Clemente. Conditional use permit that allows for special events of various types. This item is before you because based on previous council direction, the council requested that staff meet with the outlets management and the operators of the Cars and Coffee Show to address some issues of public concern that have been raised, and then to report back to the city council on those efforts and receive further direction at that point. City staff in the past couple months has been in contact with the applicants, or excuse me, with the outlets, and based on those conversations, the outlets have done a number of things. The first is that they have instituted some additional measures to deal with some of the public concerns of the externalities of the Cars and Coffee event. So the attachments indicate what some of those, I should say the first attachment indicates what some of those changes are, and those are being implemented. And then the second attachment identifies the second action that the outlets has taken, which is to initiate an application process to amend this conditional use permit. This is between staff and the outlets, we've identified this as a very optimal time to revisit the conditional use permit. And this would require a review by the Planning Commission to ensure that the conditional use permit provides for all of the types of events that the outlets is really looking to have, but also to give the city an opportunity to review those conditional, those conditions of approval, excuse me. I will note that the final review of any amendment to the conditional use permit, should it be appealed, would be a city council public hearing. So staff is recommending that impartiality be observed as this is discussed. And so for any questions, we have staff available. On the Zoom is the city prosecutor, Matt Silver. He is assisting us tonight as legal counsel for staff. And that's just in anticipation of, or not anticipation, but just to keep the review, excuse me, Scott's legal advice with the council, and should this be appealed, just to protect the impartiality of the council. So staff is recommending that the council allow the applicant, the outlets, to continue their application, have staff continue to work with them on that, and have that conditional use permit be reviewed by the Planning Commission for an amendment to address these issues. And so with that, I'll end my presentation and ask if there's any questions.
Council members, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Adam, is there any reason this couldn't be completed by tonight rather than just be postponed? Because there's the staff recommendation is basically just to delay it, right? And have the outlets continue to work with staff. So I'm just wondering why we're discussing it if it's not, we don't have a recommendation, or it's not, the work isn't done yet.
Which work in particular are you asking about?
Staff isn't recommending anything, just that the council directs staff to continue to work with the outlets management to process their requested amendment to the CUP to allow for outdoor special events. So and this still is going to go to Planning Commission and then ultimately council. But what's there to discuss tonight if there's still continued communications and work on these improvements?
Council's discussion previously related to this was about a potential review by the council of this conditional.
Right,
use
I was
permit.
here, I was at that meeting.
Right.
So what are
So-
you asking of us tonight, I guess, is more simple,
Well,
simplistic.
in simplest terms, since the outlets would like to submit an application that is essentially going to take them through a very similar review process, we would ask the council not to seek to do their own review at this time, but allow staff to work with the outlets in a spirit of cooperation to make this entire conditional use permit and all of the events that they're doing as in compliance and with as many reduced
Okay.
public impacts as possible.
Thank you. Just my follow-up is when do you anticipate this going to Planning Commission and ultimately to council? Do you have a timeline for that?
I would like to say that within Planning Commission, somewhere between 12 and 16 weeks from the date of that the application is deemed complete. That's our typical time frame for a conditional use permit to get to Planning Commission. However, staff will be working with them and to expedite in whatever fashion we can. I'm relatively confident that we can get this sooner, and the reason for that is because this amendment does not necessarily make sweeping changes as far as what the applicants would be requesting. That's relatively tailored. Staff has an interest in getting this done soon so that our any potential future enforcement would be able to occur as soon as possible. So to the extent that we can, we will expedite this, but you know, I don't want to give an unrealistic expectation that this could be at the Planning Commission in, you know, say 8 weeks. That would be a bit premature.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any comments. I just move when the time comes to receive and file the report.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't, I don't understand. You said when the time comes to
To make
receive
a
and file
motion,
it
the
then?
mayor's asking for comments
Oh,
and the
okay.
comments are done. I'll prepare to
So
make a motion.
let me ask, so in order for the integrity of this whole thing, you're not asking for any concerns that we have or suggestions for anything before it goes to planning? That you're saying, don't do that tonight?
Staff is always, we always welcome feedback.
Okay.
What I was getting at earlier was, I would recommend that the council not provide any determinations
Okay.
about the events or the current application.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah. So we agendize this as a discussion of this, but what you're saying is don't actually discuss it. Let it go through the process with planning commission and then make a decision after that process is complete.
When it's actually before us.
But I have some questions that I want to ask.
And that's fine, but I mean.
Well, I'm wondering if they should be privately asked. in
Well,
a-
Mayor
in
and
a
Council, you can
briefing.
ask questions at the stage. The way this started was concern over compliance with existing CUP, whether the council ought to review that with a possible eye toward revoking it. And the recommendation is that you not do that. Instead, you voice your concerns and allow the applicant to redo the CUP with a new scope. So yeah, I think it's fine at this point in time for you to give your input on that at this stage, so that
Okay,
it
well,
goes
then
through the
let me
pipeline
get-
and comes
then
back.
I'll-
We
I'll
don't miss
just-
the mark.
I'll just make a couple points then. Yeah, I mean, it appears, and I think we've got a lot of evidence in the record here about the importance to the outlets of the car show. Let's just say, but we have a lot of complaints from the public, particularly those in Marblehead, about the disruption to the quality of life from the show. So that needs to be addressed and as an integral part, I think, of any path forward. And that's probably as much as I'll say.
So I have a couple things. Number one, I'm concerned about the food distribution they're doing at the outlets. We just got FAM to stop handing out food that could be cooked in our in our open space, you know, so I'm there's food distribution going on there on I think a weekly basis. I don't think there's a permit for that. There might be. The cars and coffee, I think they have gotten a good control over that. I would probably create some more controls, or at least codify the controls. And the church services, I'm sorry, you know, if a church has been out in the open, it doesn't have someplace to go, they need to find someplace to go. I think the church services are disruptive on Sunday morning. And the counter argument to that is, well, the 5 is disruptive. Well, it's an additional disruption. So I'm okay with cars and coffee. I think Simon is doing a good job policing that now. I want to ensure that continues to be done. But I do have concerns over the church services, and I have concerns over food distribution.
Mayor, can I ask one more
Yes.
question? This is of staff. Scott, can I talk about an issue of advertising?
Yeah,
For the current,
yeah, that I think would logically be part of this discussion about which road to take. Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
whether to allow the amendment or intervene at this stage. So yeah, if that's part of that consideration, that'd be proper.
I think the one thing that I would like to intervene at this point is that the advertising as the world's largest cars and coffee in the world, like world's largest, that advertising stop, that message stop. You know, we're reviewing the CUP for this. It's a necessary step, but the advertising that has been going on for it, I think, is ahead of of where they're at. And so I would like to see that.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
You know, I heard there were 1,000 cars there. I heard there were 700 cars there. The fact is that, and I hope Susan will nod her head, that parking lot, the top of that parking structure only accommodates 600 cars. Is that right, Susan? Shake your head. And I've been to Cars and Coffee quite a bit. And I will tell you, I don't think that parking lot has ever been, he probably approaches half full. So there's probably 300 cars there. So that's some hyperbole on the part.
It is, but I think it's working against us. And I think it's not, it should not be happening. And something that technically doesn't have a conditional use permit yet. So, I mean, I looked at all the other Cars and Coffee. I did a lot of research, even in other states. No one is advertising like this one is. So I think what you ask for is, is what you get. So I would like to, as a condition of it going forward, that cease for now until we know exactly what it is.
Well, the First Amendment is still in effect as far as I know, and for us to control language of a private enterprise is, I think,
Is it a
problematic.
private enterprise?
Of course it is.
Is
The-
it?
The outlets is a private enterprise. You're
Okay.
talking about their advertising.
It is, but
Let me
who's
just,
who's
don't,
operating the?
please don't interrupt. Thank you. First Amendment's still in effect. And regarding the advertising, I don't believe that the outlets does advertising. There's a gentleman on his own that has his own website who tells his friends, join me, bring your cool car to the outlets. This says they don't lease the parking lot. It's not an outlet sponsored event. People simply use, like if I was going to have a book club and it was going to meet at Panera like the Federated, ladies group does in San Clemente, and have a book club at the Panera's, and they happen to park. It's a private group that says, I have a club, I want to be there. So I'm concerned about telling the wording that anyone has to use in advertising, number one. Number two, the mayor mentioned some interesting points that we've had for the last year with church services out there. I work with Pastor John Randall. I understand we approved his, the planning commission approved the relocation into the facility out at Talega Business Park where Saddleback Church was. They've moved, they're gone. They're not out there anymore. Zion this week is going into the San Clemente High School. So they're gone. So there's no church services going on there at all, is my understanding. So the staff has done their report. They've made their contact, and I appreciate that. And I'd recommend we receive and file the report.
Could I make a couple comments just in response to the statements by council members, especially related to compliance? There is an existing conditional use permit, and staff is working with the outlets to ensure that compliance is maintained while the application for an amendment is going through the process. So there's nothing at this point that staff anticipates that the outlets would be able to do that's beyond the scope of the existing conditional use permit. So we are highly focused on maintaining that. And then I'll leave my comments at that for now.
Yeah, it's basically a report in response to a legitimate inquiry, and we've got our report, and I recommend we receive and file the report.
I'll second.
Go ahead. Ferguson, second.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries.
Thank you, Adam.
Okay, so we're on to 10C, actions to prevent human trafficking in massage establishments and similar businesses. And we do have one comment card.
Do we stop here?
Mayor James, City Council members, want to commend you for taking this issue, and it's a very important issue of human trafficking. My name is Alejandra Baker, and I work with the I-5 Freedom Network to disrupt the cycle of human trafficking. The survivors who we serve have been literally traumatized and abused over and over. And it is known that 9 out of 10 sex workers are forced into this type of work. So we respectfully ask you to direct any code violation towards the business and not towards the victim. The victim is already being victimized and forced into that work. We ask you as well to consider those nail salon establishments as well. They're forcing these women into laboring for free in the exchange of shelter, in the exchange of home. This is not a condition that we want to offer here in San Clemente. So please consider that too. We recently finished had an operation with a hotel in Lake Forest and the sergeant there. 19 men were ticketed responding to an ad. And this was in the last weeks, responding to an ad of sex work. There were no signs in the hotel. Nothing prevented the hotel staff from knowing that it was happening. So we really encourage you to take this into further action to prevent this from happening here in San Clemente. We're working with our survivors to get all this information. We are here to help you. Thank you for partnering with us. Thank you for the Safety Committee on suggesting these recommendations and working with us. Really implement these recommendations and prevent San Clemente from becoming a niche of human trafficking. I'm here for any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we looking for a motion?
I have some. You have anything else?
If the council would like a presentation, I'm ready.
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay, good evening again, Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you is a list of recommended priorities from the Public Safety Committee. This was initially part of their work plan project, and then the City Council did have a subcommittee devoted to investigating what can be done with massage establishments. Those two groups then worked with the I-5 Freedom Network to come up with a list of priorities for additional actions that the city could implement to deal with human trafficking at various businesses. The first priority is strengthen massage parlor oversight by the Code Compliance Division, and there are a number of action items to implement that priority. The second is educate and reward hotel and motel business compliance. The third is include human trafficking information in community forums to schools and encourage citizens to report illicit activities. Part of the Public Safety Committee's recommendations included having staff identify the cost and resources necessary to implement some of these priority action items. Staff has done that, and our recommendation contained within the staff report identifies the additional impact that the proactive enforcement that would be required to carry out priority number 1 items would affect us. But we believe that we can absorb that work into our existing staffing and resources. It would be if the City Council would like additional, I'll say additional work from the Code Compliance Division beyond what we're recommending. Ultimately, what we're recommending as part of these recommendations is an inspection program that includes 2 random inspections of massage establishments per year. Less we would still be able to handle, but more we would start getting into an amount of work that's going to significantly impact our existing workload, lead to delays in our ability to respond to complaints, things of that nature. So staff is recommending 2 random inspections a year, and that we start with priority 1. there is some additional work that's going to need to be done for priority 2 and 3 items that that the city does not, we currently don't do activities similar to what the action items in those 2 priorities are. And so we would like to start with priority 1, effective immediately, and then have priority 2 and 3 go back to the Public Safety Committee in the near future, get some direction on what types of activities that the city can undertake to complete those priority objectives. And anything at that point that would require council direction would be brought back before you. So with that, staff is recommending that you support staff's recommendation on starting with priority 1 and phasing priorities 2 and 3 to a future date within fiscal year 22-23.
Okay, thank you. Council members?
Oh, I do have a question.
Go.
Thank you. This is actually for Chief Benfield. It's just a comment from the public speaker from the I-5 network about directing violations to the business, not the victim. Victims are already being forced into this work. How does law enforcement, it piqued my interest, how does law enforcement handle such a situation?
Well, it's important to note that they are seen as victims of sex workers at these, we're talking about massage establishments and they are seen as victims. In any case, the acts they're committing are still outlining, they are committing crimes. It's important to understand that the district attorney's office views them as victims as well and does not file criminal charges against them. Focusing on the worker, though, is our only opportunity to turn that person into an informant and try to break down the cycle of actual trafficking. What we're focusing right now with the worker is the second act violation of the solicitation. From a law enforcement perspective, we would rather try to get to the boss, the people involved in the actual trafficking, and that's our avenue to do that. From a law enforcement perspective, closing down the business with through code is a viable option. It's something that we also do by proving that the owner of that establishment is aware that violations have been occurring there. And we do that through a number of ways, code enforcement and the solicitation and the sex act violations. If we focus strictly on code, the windows are blacked out. They're open past business. There's no campaign licenses. You can close that business down. My perspective is that you're effectively moving the problem somewhere else. If we approach it from the worker perspective, we have, albeit a slim chance, we have a chance of having someone provide information that not only can allow us to get them out of that work, but to attempt to prosecute the actual human traffickers who are not seen as victims by the district office and who will actually do significant time based on those charges. That's kind of our focus, and I know there's. I just want to be clear for the public, for the council, that that's why we're not trying to arrest them. We don't arrest them. We interview them, we submit paper reports to the DA for review.
Councilmember
Okay,
Ferguson,
thank you.
Can I
Excellent
ask a follow-up
response.
question?
Thank you. Oh, please.
Now, how many of these people are non-citizens in our country illegally?
Actually, that's a great question. I probably do some research.
But, okay.
We may have.
Yes, ma'am. Answer.
80% of the sex victims are nationals, while the labor, some police, are local. And the labor trafficker, the victims, that under it's 80% come with legal visa and work here, but they do it via agencies that get their temporary permit, and then they abuse of them because then they expires, and once it expires, they're supposed to be for that. So.
Okay, thank you. You answered the question. Thank you. So in those cases, do we try to? Is there some organizations that try to facilitate? I mean, they are committing crimes in our country, and I understand we don't want to prosecute them. I understand why. But is there some sort of mechanism to then return them to their countries of origin. Are you familiar with anything like that? Because here's my thing. These are poor, these non-US citizens are in a country that they're unfamiliar with. Now we've just taken away their life support. And now they're just out on the street. And I think the most humane thing to do is to help them back to their country of origin. Number one, I think it's the humane thing to do. And number two, they don't become a burden to the American taxpayer. Go
We
ahead.
can't keep, you're not supposed to keep doing.
I know.
A
One
question.
more time.
Question.
You'll have to keep doing.
Go
it.
ahead.
How many massage parlors do we have in San Clemente? And have we had any reported crimes of prostitution or sex trafficking, slave trafficking within our city?
We have, the numbers between 10 and 12, and I just off the top of my head, I've forgotten it. But we've got various types of massage establishments. We've got 8 that are just massage businesses that they have employees that are doing massage. The other types that we have are sole proprietorships, where it's the person who owns it is also the only person that provides massage. And then we've got accessory massage businesses, which would be like a nail salon that also provides massage. Yes, from time to time, we do get some complaints submitted about illicit activities. We also get reporting of those activities from OCSD Vice when they do their inspections.
How frequently does that happen? Once a month, a couple times a month? Just generally?
It's I'd say it's a couple times a year, and they'll come down and do some stings. The latest one we did not. I don't remember. I don't remember there being any issues of illicit activities or illicit massages. The previous one of the previous stings, and this was a lot of these businesses were closed during COVID, so it's been an interesting market for a while. The last time OCSD Vice contacted us about this was towards the beginning of 2020, and they did find some illicit activities. Code compliance with the assistance of OCSD's information and our city prosecutor's office ended up shutting that business down.
How does the phase 1 priority work? You have inspections and you're suggesting inspections. Does someone knock on the door and say, I'm here from the city to look into your massage room, and then go back, and assuming there's another door somewhere, knock on a second door and say, here, I'm here to inspect, and do they have the right to just come in and would an ordinance give you that authority, or what? How does that work?
The existing massage establishment ordinance provides for unannounced random inspections by city staff.
And they have to let you in.
And they have to let you in. And while people may be somewhat less clothed here than in other businesses, the ordinance does not allow for anybody to be nude, and it also doesn't allow for any locks on doors. So while mildly uncomfortable, people should be able to get up and open the door in a reasonable amount of time.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? So you want one more thing?
Yeah, so I understand by the way, I fought against human trafficking in the Department of Homeland Security. And I understand the law enforcement purpose of taking down the people that are operating it. I think in terms of the quality of life and the safety and security of our residents, we don't want those establishments here. We don't want them popping up somewhere else, but we have control of our own city, so we don't want them here. So I think this is a reasonable step to have code compliance employed. And thank you for working with the Public Safety Commission, Adam, to get this rolled out for that priority 1 action items. But I also want to point out with regard to the operation in Laguna Hills, Lake Forest. While I think we don't have the resources to do the priorities 2 and 3 now, 2 being a formalized program with our motels and hotels to reward them and encourage them to take further steps proactively to prevent this. That doesn't mean our OCSD deputies can't work with a willing hotel or motel operator right now in town to conduct an operation and have code compliance assist. So I'd like to make sure that for our folks from I-5, and thank you for coming, that there's nothing that prohibits that kind of activity. It's just that we might end up with a program someday where we actually give them a gold star or something that they could put up and say, hey, patrons, we have passed the city's program for making sure that we have educated our employees so this doesn't happen. We don't have the staffing and the resources to do that now, but we can still work on any operations in town, particularly if there's a willing motel operator to do that. So and I heard that he was willing. And then we can get to the education program more later. So I'm very mindful of the staffing constraints, and I would support that we approve this, the staff recommendation for this item. And good work by the Public Safety Commission, by the way.
Mayor, can I make the motion?
Go ahead, please.
I'll
Yeah.
just read it. Direct staff to implement the priority number 1 action items recommended by the Public Safety Committee as proposed by staff and return to the council in fiscal year 2022-2023 with recommendations to implement priorities 2 and 3 as described in the administrative report dated May 25th, 2022 and on file with the city clerk.
Second.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
Mayor James,
Aye.
carries 5-0. So now we're on to code amendment classification of the positions of city clerk and city treasurer. And we do have one comment, if you'd like to hear that now.
Please.
Amanda?
Council members. So when I'm in support of the classification of the position of the city clerk and city treasurer, that they would not have be city employees. But, I was wondering about this, why this wasn't brought up earlier. A couple years ago, as a candidate had stated that he was a city employee and was going to be running as a candidate. And the late former mayor, Jim Dahl, stated that as a city employee, he couldn't run for city council. And that was, years ago, but it still kind of stayed with me for a while. And so I was looking up Government Code 1099. And, I was kind of concerned about that because the FPPC doesn't regulate that. The Attorney General regulates it. And in that, government code, a public officer, including but not limited to an appointed or elected member of a government board, commission, committee, or other body shall not simultaneously hold 2 public offices that are incompatible. Offices are incompatible, excuse me, when any of the following circumstances are present unless simultaneous holding of the particular offices is compelled or expressly authorized by law. Either of the offices may audit, overrule, remove members of dismissed employees or exercise supervisory powers over the other office or body. Based on the powers and jurisdiction of the offices, there is a possibility of a significant clash of duties or loyalties between the offices. Public policy considerations make it improper for one person to hold both offices. When 2 public offices are incompatible, a public officer shall be deemed to have forfeited the first office upon ascending to the second. This provision is enforceable pursuant to Section 803 of the Code of Civil Procedure. And, it kind of goes on, in which I know, the city attorney would definitely know more about this. And so I really would want his input regarding that. And, but, as a resident, I was always wondering how could the city clerk have 2 roles as a city clerk and as well as a city employee. And because there is some kind of concerns regarding like Section 3C, the section does not apply to a position of employment, including a civil service position. And then D, the section shall not apply to a government body that has only advisory powers. So, and then it goes further to say for purposes of paragraph 1 of subdivision A, a member of the multi-member body holds an office that may audit, overrule, remove members of the, dismiss employees of, or exercise supervising powers over another office when the body has any of these powers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it?
That's it.
Mayor, can I
Yes.
make a comment?
Yes.
Or actually a request? I don't think this is time sensitive to do this now. And this is something that our city has had for many years. We've had city clerks that were employees and served quite well. The first one that I know of that I knew all of them was Max Berg. Used to work with him. I would like to, I need more time on this. I'd like to look into it more and talk with our city clerk, with the city treasurer. And then I know another city clerk in California that's I think in there, she's overall of the whole state. So I really need some more time on this. And I don't think it's time sensitive. So I'm asking that this be moved to a later date. And I'm actually wondering when it is that something would happen that we actually have to adopt this. Because I'm not sure what this would do now.
We've also had city treasurers that have been employees too, in addition to clerk. I think Paul Gergensen was a full-time employee with the city manager while he was city treasurer.
Right, and I believe back in the 80s, I'm not sure, Eric or Scott, gosh, what was his name? He was the finance director, and I think he was the treasurer, but I'm not sure.
You're talking about, well, Paul Good-Garrison.
No, before Paul, I can't think of his name, but he was an employee. But I don't independently remember a treasurer, so I'm just assuming he was the finance director. It's who I worked for.
Does the
I can't
majority of
remember.
council want to punt this? I'm ambivalent about it.
I'd
I
actually like
need
to
more
discuss
time.
it tonight since
Yeah,
three
I-
council members placed this on the agenda.
Yeah, I'm ready to vote on it. I think it's a
Mhm. Is there
fundamental issue of a conflict
yeah.
of interest. If an elected official is elected to do a particular job, they need to be responsible and accountable to no one but the electeds. If an elected clerk is paid by the city manager, or a treasurer paid by the city manager to do other functions, then they have split loyalties, and their question isn't, the issue isn't, am I totally loyal to the citizens or to the man who pays my paycheck? I'm not suggesting any impropriety. I'm just saying as a policy, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't pass the smell test, in my opinion. I know we've done it. That doesn't mean we should continue to do it. So with that, unless there are other comments, I'm prepared
I
to
have
make a
another
motion.
comment. My
Wait,
question
wait.
didn't get answered.
Councilmember Ward and Councilmember.
When
Ferguson,
do we
please.
actually have to, when to make this decision, we need it in place to affect anything? Like, when is the next
I'm going
election?
to attempt to answer, then look at Scott to verify. So the treasurer and the city clerk's elected seats are not up for election until November of 2024. So
Oh.
you have up until November of 2024 to make any changes prior to an election occurring.
Okay, so again, I'm going to renew, my motion is to wait on this to a date uncertain, because to me,
So-
this could actually even wait for
So
another
I-
council, but if you want to do it before this council is up, I'm amenable to that. I just need more time, because
I
I'm
got-
not sure.
I come at it slightly different. I think my basis is the same as yours, Councilmember Noblock. I think it creates a lot of confusion and a potential for conflict of interest. I don't think that has occurred. I'm more of, we talked about this briefly, and I forget what we did about it. I'm more of the opinion that the city clerk and city treasurer should be appointed positions by the city council. And the city clerk is the one position, not one council member can shut down the city. The city clerk is fully capable of shutting down the city. The operations of city government, I should say. We haven't had that. Joanne Bate has been a great city clerk, but I have struggled with the fact that she's an employee and subordinate to the city manager at the same time, being an elected official. I can't support this tonight. I would much rather have a conversation on making the city clerk an appointed position by city council that would then be an employee of the city. City manager, how many, I know you have a breakdown of how many, we did a poll, did we not?
Yeah, so Laura Campanello did a poll with the city clerk listserv for the state of California. And of those respondents, we had 23 cities that were appointed by council. This is specifically for the city clerk. So the city treasurer was not in this survey.
Appointed by council, not the city manager. Okay.
Total appointed by city council, 23 cities. 65 cities appointed by the city manager. And 16 cities with elected city clerk positions. So a total of 104 responses.
Okay.
And I'm wondering, the ones where the city did it, were those all small cities?
When you say the city did it, are you?
City
I'm sorry, the
manager.
city council.
City,
Thank you.
city manager or city
Yeah,
council?
no, city council.
City-
So to
Are
give you
those
some
very
ex-
small cities where the city clerk's position would be very minor?
So to give you an example of some of the cities that the council appointed the city clerk. Los Angeles,
No.
Chula Vista, Buena Park, Moreno Valley, Irwindale, Newport Beach, Rancho Mirage, Sacramento, San Bernardino, Rockland, Richmond, Pomona, Petaluma, Napa, Needles, Mountain View, Irwindale, Hayward, Hollister, Chico, and Campbell.
So let me ask just a follow-up, Mayor.
Yes.
If the city clerk was appointed by the council and they were not doing a good job, would the council then be able to unappoint them?
Yes.
Oh, that's very interesting. See, these are the kind of things that I need more time to digest. Because we've already taken a council vote and we pulled this off the agenda to have it appointed. And I know the reasons why I voted no to have it appointed, but I would like to find out all the reasons why. But it's very interesting to me that some of the cities, the city manager does it, knowledge of the process and all of that. Okay.
Now,
So
with that being said, it would
That's
require a vote
interesting.
of the people to do that, would it not?
yes.
Yeah, it'd be have to
Yeah,
be
and I
placed on the
like-
ballot, presumably.
I agree with the concept of having our citizens through a vote decide whether they want those positions appointed. I think that's totally appropriate, and I would support putting that on the ballot for a decision in November. I think the issue of the potential conflict that we haven't observed, but is constantly present. I think right now we're in a good position to adopt this policy because we don't have a clerk that's a full-time employee of the city manager, or a city treasurer who's a full-time manager. If the election in November, if we were to put it on the ballot and the election were to be, the citizens would say, no, we like to have them elected, not appointed. We can always revisit, but I think it's an inherent conflict. I don't think it needs time to analysis. We've known about this for decades. And I've had time to think think about it. I don't know what you
Doesn't
haven't,
matter how long
but I
we've
would,
known about it.
I think we could
Keeps
go
interrupting.
forward with that. I'd make the motion to support this evening
Okay.
with an agendizing a vote for a November election to have the voters decide whether they want those appointed or elected.
Can we agendize that discussion? Or are you saying as part of this discussion, we can put it on the ballot?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, there's a resolution to pass, so
Yeah.
you'd ask to have that brought back again.
Can we
So
do
you
it
can-
all at one time?
And you need to talk to the city
Fine with
clerk
me.
about the
You mean the decision
availability of
tonight
doing
and
that.
that decision at the same time? For the resolution?
Yes, and so I could vote for this tonight. No, I could vote for this amendment only if we're putting it on the ballot in November.
Okay, well then let's do this. If that solves that issue and it solves Council Member Ward's issue of more time to think about it.
No, because you're removing it away from me
My
to make that decision.
suggestion would be to agendize at our next meeting, a decision on on passing a resolution to put this on the agenda and agendizing, continuing this item for that same evening.
I second that.
Putting it on the ballot.
Okay, I have some comments if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Regardless of whether we make a policy to prohibit the same individual from holding both spots, right? The paid position, which pays about 100,000, and then the elected position, which is the stipend of 400 a month. Regardless of that policy, we could do that at any time, because whoever, if the vote, that goes out to a vote of the people, right? If a measure does go out to the vote of the people, and that's been on our councils in the past, not this council, and they vote for it, right? The people say, yes, we want our city clerk to be elected, right? Our policy is already in place to prohibit that staff member from running for that position, right? And then if that ballot measure says, or the people vote for the ballot measure that, yes, we want the city council or the city manager to appoint a city clerk, then that's just, it's moot, right? That ordinance, or not, it's not even an ordinance, it's policy, right? The policy just is moot at that point. So it really doesn't matter the timing of that, of when it's on the ballot. Does that make sense, Scott, what I'm saying?
Yeah, it does make sense.
Thank
to me.
you. And so I believe, just in my experience, that we should have independent roles. We've got elected officials here, we're accountable to the taxpayers, the constituents in our community, and we make our stipend. We're basically volunteers. And then the other role is a staff member of the city who reports to the city manager, right? And making about six figures and all the benefits as well, and is loyal to that city manager who reports to the city council. So that person will, in my opinion, will be more loyal to the six-figure job versus the $400 a month. You can't live on that. And in this government code that Ms. Quintanilla shared with me on the break, 1099, it's very clear here, and this statement makes a lot of sense, that based on the powers and jurisdictions of the offices, there's possibility of significant clash of duties or loyalties between the offices. So I truly believe that is certainly a good reason to keep these independent, autonomous of one another. Thank you.
So
I make a motion that we, at the next meeting, agendize the continuation of this item, and that we consider passing a resolution to place on the November ballot a proposition, if you will. I don't know if that's the right word, proposition or initiative, a measure. It's a measure to have the treasurer and clerk either elected or appointed, and let the voters
And-
decide on that.
Why, Mayor, would you be okay with doing that at this next meeting when we can have more time to talk about this, or just to
you
look
have
into
2
it?
weeks.
Why do we need to do it in 2 weeks?
Why do you need
Because
the time?
we're gonna put it,
We don't know what the
We're-
end date is to put it on the ballot.
we don't, but I think the better, it gives the city clerk office more time to write the measure and get it on the ballot.
We already have it written, do we not?
I don't think there's, well,
We have a different version written because the original two councils have originally reviewed or deliberated on this, which is to make the positions appointed by the city manager. So there's a version that's written, but it's not the version of appointed by the city council, which is what I'm hearing the direction.
I think the best course of action is to look at both of them at our next meeting on June 5th.
Can I add to it?
Yes, go ahead, please.
I think that there should be the option and all the information about the other ones too, that it could be a resolution that it's the city manager, or it's elected by the people, or, it's.
If it's
appointed by
the council's want, we can write three flavors.
No, I
that
know,
we
but
can
you're
pick
asking for a
from.
resolution. I'm trying to get it written so that it's possible you can get it adopted.
Then
That's the only reason.
I'll amend my motion to ask the item that's agendized to include those options.
Yes.
Okay.
Council,
Second.
city manager,
Second.
elected.
Second.
Then it's
Call
ready
for
to
the
go.
vote, City clerk.
Councilmember Ferguson,
But I won't be here on June 7th.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
Mayor James,
Aye.
carries 5-0.
Let's go.
You're the one
15.
that's good.
No,
Held
I'm
us up
not.
last time.
No. It's not me.
Jeez.
It's not me.
Okay.
on
Trying
to
to make
item
sure you
F.
guys have a
Campaign
resolution.
finance
The
Campaign finance and
transparency.
transparency.
Yeah.
Okay, so I put this on. This is a result of the professor in Irvine or where he's from, giving us a D- on campaign transparency. I was a little upset when I saw it, but then when I looked at it a little more, I really understood the D-. Now, if he were fair, the state would get an F, because try to figure out what PACs have done what on the state website, on the Secretary of State's website. It's nearly impossible. But I would like to bring forth a couple of things. The only, you look at the cesspool Washington DC is from money and dark money. You look at the cesspool that Sacramento is with money and dark money. No offense. You and then you only have to look at Anaheim
Oh, you went there.
and Irvine, and you see what money has done to those two cities. I saw a quote from a professor from Chapman University that said money is the mother's milk of politics.
That was just under his quote from
Yeah.
71,
Um,
68.
You look at cities around us and they have, like the city of San Diego has a campaign contribution limit of $750. Now, we'll never, ever control PACs. Under the United Citizens United decision, you're not going to control PACs. You're going to have PAC money. But I would like to look at being able to search our website. And it actually speaks to a larger question about our website, because quite honestly, I have difficulty finding anything on our website. And I think we need a website revamp, overhaul, whatever you want to call it, but specifically as it relates to those 460s that candidates file, and they are PDF documents, and being able to search those PDF documents by contributor, by recipient, by amount, by PAC, and let's bring some transparency to this. I would even go so far as to say, when 460s, in a city council election, I think we have 3 reporting periods. When 460s are submitted to the city clerk, that there's actually a synopsis done by the city clerk's office, and we publish it in public notices on the San Clemente Times. So everyone can see who has given what to whom. I just think that it would take some of the money out of our city campaigns, and you look at the amount of money that comes from Irvine, comes from Newport, comes from LA. Why are they interested in our elections here? And I'm not saying they shouldn't contribute, but I'm saying, and I'm throwing out a number right now, we should have set a campaign contribution limit of $500 per person. And I think that would solve some of our problems and bring transparency on the website and do public notices of a synopsis of our 460s. That's kind of where I am right now.
I like what you said. I think it could be a motion. I'd like to see also with our website that there's a link to those, not just searching, but a link like during the campaign period. I don't know if it's possible. campaign donations so that people don't have to search until we make everything better, that they can see it on the actual page. But I like the limit. I have no issue with,
What did we
that kind
move
of a
it to?
limit.
Now we moved it from unlimited to
20, the state limit of 20, we're at the state limit of 2,500. Is
That's
that,
right.
is that correct?
Yes,
There's a
that's right.
state
you
limit of
wanted to go down to
2,500.
500.
Did we ever adopt the 2,500 or we're just going with the state limit?
We have no limit.
I think
I
we
think we
adopted
moved
it by
to the state
reference. You
limit of
took action.
2,500.
We don't have, you see, we have a limit in San Committee on
Yeah, we
donations.
do.
The
We do.
state, the state law came in and mandated a limit. We didn't use that.
Yeah.
When did that, was that effective?
2020, 2019.
Yeah. But you know what? That's $500. That's a lot of money for a city council position.
It
That's
is. I think
adequate.
my highest donation was $200.
Yeah,
So
okay.
500, that works for me. That's a
And,
good amount.
and put in some transparency there.
Yeah.
With,
I like the part, I didn't think about that, a public notice. Because normally what we used to see is the San Clemente Times on the reporting day, they were in there to go through them. And that then they would write a column, but maybe if we did it in a public notice, it wouldn't be any extra words. It would just be this person, this much money and who gave to them.
Right.
I think it might be better.
Aren't
People would get used to it very quickly.
Aren't the 450 forms right now public record, and don't they have all that information
oh,
on it?
yeah, but it's almost impossible. It's difficult
have
to,
just it
to
right.
search it.
If, where the clerk is, well, maybe Laura could answer, Laura Campanell, but I've gone on there and looked at those and it just seems to come right up.
They're on there.
Mayor and Council, this is a good kickoff, but to run the play, we probably should have it bring this back and discuss it separately. But if you'd like, we could,
It's a-
writing the enactment with the limit is very easy. We'll just leave a blank in it. And then if that's all you want to have brought back, and then we could talk to the clerk about the
public noticing and then
Yeah.
the searchable documents and having them like on our homepage with a link, I think, and I'm asking the city attorney, those are relatively easy to do.
I think so.
And I don't need to do a bring back if that's what the council gives a vote, but to the
And-
enactment, I think that would
And
require.
I
a
have
bring back.
one thing to add, and that is city vendors would be should be prohibited
Mm.
from contributing to campaigns. And not only should there be a prohibition on it, but it should be written into future contracts.
So I think that too would be part of the bring back with the enactment for the city vendors, but then again, the other things based on tonight's direction, we could implement relatively quickly.
Yeah, on that, there's going to be a little First Amendment snag.
Yeah, I don't know that you
but
can
the-
do that.
But the extra reporting or interim reporting in
If we can't
connection
do
with
that, we can't
contract
do
smells,
that.
there's
That's
an
the
idea
afterthought.
about freshening those as you submit a proposal on a contract that you could look at. That wouldn't limit it, but it would provide disclosure in connection with RFPs and contract awards.
Oh, absolutely. It should be
So
disclosed.
will you second that?
I will. Yeah,
City clerk?
those are good.
Oh,
I
I'm
just
sorry.
a couple comments on top of that. I think it's just thinking of Cal Access for state
Mhm.
races already has a setup. So we could just look at what they do. And I think it's a pretty user-friendly system. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel. I think it's sort of, there's a model already there for the transparency part of it.
Mhm.
What was the other thing I was gonna say? I think that was it. Yeah, I don't think you can limit who can give.
But the disclosure I like, considering what we've seen in Anaheim, Irvine,
What
and
happened in
wherever,
Irvine and
that-
Anaheim? I don't know what
that
you're referring to.
anyone vying for a contract or has a contract with the city, it should be disclosed that,
Especially if it's between reporting periods.
right.
And so when you submit a contract proposal, you submit a disclosure about what you've done since the last
Does
reporting
Anaheim,
period, so
Irvine have a
people
limit
know.
Right now, do you know?
I have no
I
idea.
don't know what they.
I have no idea.
So we have a motion and a second. City clerk.
We did receive one comment card
Okay.
from Amanda.
You couldn't let us get out of here. could you?
I know. I mean, this is, PAC's Political Action Commission committees were a concern years ago, and Kathy remembers this, Residents for Reform, I guess they spent so much money opposing Councilmember Chris Ham and Bob Baker. And, that was a big, huge concern. And so I'm really supportive of this. And especially what happened in Anaheim. And, I'm glad that that has come to light. And, I think setting limits is really important to do, especially in this day and age. But so I'm really supportive of that. And so I'm glad this is happening because, we get other people from from Los Angeles or other places, dictating how, supporting certain candidates, and we want to limit that. So, but thank you for putting this on the agenda, and we really need some control over that. And placing a limit of $500, that's fantastic. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Read about it. It'll be all, it's
Yeah.
all on.
And
the
I
internet.
guess-
The Angels Stadium thing?
Let's,
Okay.
we don't,
And
let's not
then-
do it in a
we
business.
we
meeting.
interrupted.
Sorry.
Google it.
And yes, and I guess Mayor Sidhu did resign, from what I understand, from the article today. I think they came out, he did have to resign. So I'm glad of that. Thank you so much. It was just a brief comment I wanted to say, but thank you.
Amanda, I apologize for interrupting. I thought you were done. I apologize. So it's in the papers. Is that what you're saying? I can
Yes.
read about it?
I wasn't prepared to speak
I'll go
about
with it.
this tonight,
Yeah,
so thank you.
She did make a motion going back, and I thought she was leaving as well.
I did too.
So with
We
that.
need a vote,
Okay,
don't we?
yes.
Yeah.
So Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock,
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
Mayor James.
Aye.
Carries 5-0.
But my item is still.
Oh, yes. Thank
What
you.
item?
That bill.
Oh, we still have, we
Yeah.
still have one.
We have one more
It
item.
should be quick. And by the way, let's see, what is the name of it? I was looking it up for.
And the number.
It is AB
2011.
2011. Yeah, the Affordable Housing and High Road Jobs Act of 2022. So I'll just give you three more talking points here from our friends at the League of Cities. AB 2011 is a top-down, one-size-fits-all approach to land use policy that fails to recognize or incorporate local flexibility decision-making or the need to create jobs and spur economic growth to fund essential local services like police and fire departments, which could be done with workforce housing, by the way. We ask you to oppose AB 2011 to uphold local government decision-making and community involvement in the housing planning and approving process. I think that's good. Cities are committed to planning and zoning for more housing in a manner that acknowledges state housing goals, but also respects community needs, input, and involvement. So I think this is right down San Clemente's alley. We should voice our position on this, opposing this. I support more affordable housing. This isn't the way to do it because it doesn't leave any room for local planning and local decision-making that fits the community culture and look and feel. And by the way, I should point out that actually the building trades opposes this as well. The building trades wants to do building. They want to do construction projects like this, but they don't agree with this because they know that cities will require high standards, and that's what they do, is build things with high standards. And so they oppose this as well. So they're on the right side of this, and I think we should give them credit for that. But as far as a city, I'd like to see us immediately send a letter of opposition, however we normally do, so that it gets to the assembly members as soon as possible. This vote could, I guess, happen any day now.
I agree, and I'll second that motion.
Okay.
Okay, discussion before we vote.
Please.
Councilmember Duncan, that was the one thing that bothered me. Why is the building industry opposing this? It's a red flag for me. There's got to be something in the bill.
They're opposing it because this bill doesn't allow for or require apprenticeships, which is how they keep high standards and ensure that you have potentially union labor involved in projects. And so it would allow for and actually encourage the use of non-union labor. And so they believe.
That's probably the only reason why they are against
Love
it,
that.
Ears
correct?
just perked up.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, it was a red flag. When
Yeah.
I saw it, I read it. And the reason I didn't bring it up, because I was like, I didn't read enough of it. And why are they, because they're writing to us, telling us to oppose this.
Yeah, well, it's because they believe that there would be potentially higher standards if cities were allowed to have more local control and drive those higher standards with the use of better quality labor through the building trades.
And
So
it's top-down control, but from Sacramento.
well, I don't know if Sacramento said you had to use building trades on every project, they'd probably be for it potentially, but I think it's, sometimes these things create somewhat different bedfellows. And the fact is, on this one, we are aligned with them because they are fighting for local control, which they think will lead to more use of their high-level building trades workers, and we want local control. So I think
Right.
we're on the same page on it, and I think the sooner we
It's
voice
just a-
our position, the better.
So we can vote to allow the mayor to send this out, right? That's your motion?
Yes.
And there was a second. City
Okay.
Clerk, please.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
Aye.
Mayor James,
Aye.
carries 5-0.
You're willing to sacrifice
Can I
local
make-
control for
Yeah.
non-union?
I'm going to make a motion for adjournment.
Oh, here.
Oh,
use
no.
this note.
Okay.
This is an updated note. Because, okay, so let me make that announcement. We were going to meet on June 1st for interviews of commissions and committees. However, the city clerk's office had a couple hiccups there, and we need to, Laura, can you chime in on why we're doing this?
Absolutely. We did not have enough applicants to fill the vacancies that we had for a couple of commissions and committees. So I've re-advertised in the St. Clemente Times. It'll go out next week. We've updated our website, just allowing extra time for additional applicants. And so we will hold all of the interviews on June 15th. The new closing period for applications will be January 8th at noon.
So it's June.
Excuse me, June 8th at noon.
Yeah,
June 8th.
we're meeting on June 8th.
Okay.
Before,
So
are you going to do the adjournment? I don't know if I should do this now. I do think we should have a moment of silence for the families from Uvalde. I don't think we've sort of technically done that. We had it mentioned in our invocation. I think it would be appropriate due to the loss of life and the things that those families are going through.
Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you. And as Rick mentioned, thank you to my friends from BORTAC, my former colleagues with the Border Patrol who were first responders, as they are to many of these. And as I understood it, one agent was hit and taking down the subject. Okay, too. So again, thank you to our heroes out there.
Okay, with that, I'm going to make a motion to adjourn to a regular scheduled council meeting to be held on June 7th, 2022 at 5:00 PM. Closed session will be considered at 6:00 PM. The meeting will take place in the Community Center Auditorium located at 100 North Calle Seville, San Clemente, California.
Second.
Councilmember Ferguson,
Aye.
Councilmember Noblock.
Aye.
Councilmember Ward,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Duncan,
All right.
Mayor James,
All right.
carries 5-0.